the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. We were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
I'm not kidding. I literally just like woke up one day and I was like, if I ever made music, I would go by illusion. I don't know what that means. I've never heard that word. I didn't even think about the word illusion. It
So it didn't come
nothing.
from
It
illusion.
literally, it wasn't like, oh, my music's an illusion. It literally just came to me. Growing up, everyone had a problem with my name, like they couldn't pronounce it correctly. And so here I am giving myself a different alias, and people still can't pronounce that name sometimes. They call me Illusion, or they think it's Illusion.
Illusion.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it's all good. That's my problem because I chose that name.
When I saw you on the call sheet,
Yeah.
I thought you were a magician first.
That's incredible.
But I think music is a bit cooler.
Yeah. Well, someone told me that there's like, sorry if I'm choppy with it, but a character or something named Lucian.
It's Lucian, like
Lucian.
Lucian.
That's
So
amazing.
if you ever play League, you should check him out.
Okay, wow, yeah, that's incredible.
Let's do it. Yeah, always did it for myself, not nobody else. I let the music talk, I don't need a show and tell. You making money, so you spend it on a Gucci belt. I'm making money, so I'm building up my future self. I pay tuition, cause I'm living with a double vision. I go to school and make the music, everybody listen. I don't need no clout, not what I've been thinking about. I keep it G, cause I never took the easy route.
I want to know your background. I want to get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, fantastic. So I'm 23, started making music when I was like 15. But backstory before that, my dad, he was like a big like punk in the 80s and that whole new wave scene and everything. So he grew me up on a lot of different types of music and stuff, from anything, like I said, like 80s new wave to 90s hip hop and stuff. And but it was weird because I started playing video games when I was like 4 years old. I was literally playing, like I was just telling, I was playing Vice City when I was like 4 years old. And that was like my entrance into the whole gaming world. And from the start, I just knew like music and gaming just always went hand in hand. Like I owe a lot of my music passion to like a lot of like the GTA soundtracks and like the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater soundtracks and stuff. And then so once I became a teenager, I really started evolving with the whole passion for music and stuff. And
Which Tony Hawk was the first one you played? Because if you're 23, that
Yeah.
means you were born in like
98.
98 or something. But didn't Tony Hawk 2 come out like really? Yeah.
Well, the first one came out in 99, and I do remember playing the first one, but it, like not a whole
like
lot.
a toddler?
Yeah,
1 years
literally.
old?
Yeah, but it definitely was the fourth one was like I remember the most.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
and then I got every single one up until Proving Ground, which was 2007. And you ask anyone, they say that was like the worst one.
I got really into Tony Hawk 2. So I'm
that was like the biggest one for a while.
yeah. I'm surprised you look older. I'm 34.
Oh man, I always
Yeah.
think I'm. Whoa, I
It's
didn't. You
a
look way
switch,
younger
right?
than
Like
that.
if we were in a line next to each other, you'd be like,
Oh,
the
that's
guess on
crazy.
who's older.
I still think I look like I'm 12 sometimes. So,
So
I'm
yeah,
good.
I
I'm
was
like,
I was definitely like I was like
Not
I was like
at
15.
all.
Oh man, okay, cool. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
I was like 15 when I was playing Tony Hawk 2, so that's
Yeah.
such an interesting
That's funny.
difference in experience.
Yeah, no, but I
Did you ever
mean,
get into Need for Speed soundtracks?
those
I think
good
those
ones.
are the best.
I was more of a Midnight Club guy. So I
Okay.
actually never really got into Need for Speed. They came out, I forgot which one, but it was on the PSP. And like I was obsessed with that Need for Speed, but I was more Midnight Club. But and then, once again, Midnight Club soundtracks, fantastic.
Yeah, it's funny because my parents generally didn't care what I did, but they hated Grand Theft Auto growing
Really,
up. Like,
yeah, I can see why.
I remember one time my friend was at my house playing it, and I was like, ooh, like, my mom's not gonna like that. And she's like, Elliot, did you just shoot a cop? And she's like, turn that off. Like, you're never playing that again.
I still ask my dad sometimes, I'm like, how did you let me play Vice City at 4 years old? Like, I'm going to like kindergarten and you're like, oh man, the strip club was crazy and this and that. Like, I killed everyone in there. Like, I don't know. It's so bizarre.
What was that like just going from, making beats like on your computer to like doing it as a profession?
Yeah.
When did that transition occur?
Man, I mean, it's funny because from the first 2 years, it was all about like, I didn't like calling it a hobby because I definitely knew I wanted to do it professionally one day, but it was that hobby blood of like just doing it purely for the love and passion, and it's just fun. And I was kind of leaning outside of school, like wasn't really part of the whole crowd and stuff, so it was really like a good getaway. But once I graduated, I started doing like a lot of local performances, and I was like, man, this is like I can really start seeing this become a profession, you know. But a year after I graduated high school, the performance, I stopped kind of getting gigs and stuff, and I was just at home all day. And that's when it happened. 2017 is when the whole filming yourself at home and making YouTube videos about making beats and stuff, that was the turn of everything. And so there was a guy named Pat Ryan. He's kind of like the godfather of YouTube producers, and then came Aries and Ramzoid and all these different people. So 2018, it was like the first week of 2018 was when I was like, all right, I'm gonna start it. And it took me a year and a half just to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. It was the longest grind.
So did you reach out to a music producer? Did you get reached out to because someone recommended your stuff? Like how much of your process is just you publishing to your own channels versus you working with like a publisher to help get stuff out?
Yeah, I mean, again, before I even had a name or anything, I was doing obviously 100% of everything on my own and uploading everything and stuff. But now, since everything has changed, because again, after that year and a half of being on YouTube and not really getting anywhere, that's when I turned to TikTok, and everything blew up for me after that. And for the past 2 years, we've used TikTok as just like the tree branch, and everything has kind of just branched out after that.
I got a question for you though. Like if you're doing lo-fi beats, you can't just all of a sudden do screamo music and have the same audience.
You know what? It's so funny because I think the music industry has changed a lot within the last few years. People started getting more comfortable with the idea that people can do all different types of sounds. So when TikTok happened, I was doing these lo-fi remixes. So people just labeled me as the lo-fi guy. But then I started making more upbeat songs and more funk and EDM type of stuff. And then people were like, oh, he can do that too. That's pretty cool too. So I don't know, but some people can't do it, you know? I mean, people try and people are like, okay, it didn't work out. Like go back to that old sound or something like that, you know? And especially with like the alternative pop punk scene in like the early 2010s, a lot of people tried making that transition. They're like, I kind of just like all that older music and stuff. So a lot of it does have to do with luck. You know, I mean, a lot of people are talented and stuff, but if you find yourself in the right niche at the right time, you're kind of golden.
I'm so happy that like pop punk is sort of making a comeback now. Like, you know, Machine Gun Kelly came out with a pretty good album, because I grew up on like, you know, Linkin Park, Green Day.
Sure.
My first concert was Green Day.
Wow.
So fun.
Nice.
And yeah, now it's making a comeback. I'm pretty happy about that.
It's so funny because in middle school, like, or early 2010s, you were either like a scene kid, you know, listening to all that music, or you weren't, you know? And I was one of the kids that I wasn't, and a lot of those people got a bad rep for it, but my wife was, and so when I met her in high school, she kind of like showed me, I was so against it. I was like, oh, you listen to that type of music, right? But then once we graduated, she showed me like all the music, and I actually fell in love with it. So now we're all into that, and but you're right, I'm super excited that it's kind of coming back.
How do you handle when people don't like your music? Like I would always listen to my own music on stream, and I would feel really bad when people would like hate on the music that I liked a lot.
Oh, wow,
and I imagine that it's even more like that to a greater extent when it's music you actually created. So like, how is that for you?
It's funny, Tyler, Creator, just had a recent interview, and so I'm kind of going based off what he was saying, because he was talking about this, and he basically said it's all about like your reference point. And so when someone has an opinion about a certain style of music, whether that's people who love country music and people who hate country music, it's like no one's wrong there, because it's what they were either raised around or what they like, and everyone is right, you know? So if they say my music sucks, they are right, because they're entitled to that opinion. But some people may say that I'm their favorite artist or something, you know? So to be honest, yeah, I mean, of course there can be some comments or people hating that is just like, oh, ooh, that one hurt a little bit more. But you can't, because I mean, there's probably a lot of music I hate that people love, you know? So, but people that get like really deep into it and they're like hateful because you like that sort of music, that's pretty scary.
It's over 1,000 views on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, literally. We need fun music, even if it's like not very, I don't know.
If it doesn't need to convey a meaning every time.
Exactly.
It's like tattoos, right? Not all of them have to have a meaning.
Bridge,
Yes.
you have to bridge people in to get deeper in content, right? So like that's what popular music is for.
Literally,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
So you can pick an artist, and then if you like that artist, then you'll listen to more of their songs. And then if you like that type of song, then maybe you'll bridge to, and that's how you, but you have to start from the top.
Yeah,
It was
100%.
it was same thing I noticed. This is going back like a couple years, but with like content creation in League with like analyst desk segments or like pre-show stuff. Because you can get so hung up on saying like the right thing, like being analytical and being like really smart. So you needed the entertainment to get people in the door, and then you could actually make your point.
Wow.
But if you're just making your point all the time, there's just like pretty much it's silence.
Do you have a moment that you remember that was like, this was my best segment on AD that had the goofiest thing? Because you were known for
Probably not. We did a lot. We did a
goofiest.
lot of good stuff on Countdown. In the first year we did it, the one
Beating
where
of
we
Zoe.
previewed the playoffs, and our producer Asa made this like incredibly stupid board with like all these pictures and like pigeons and like dollar signs over here, and I just like ranted about it for a minute, basically saying nothing.
Oh man.
And it got like 100,000 views.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like, what is my job actually doing here?
Before I started gaining an audience, I was like, I just need something to pull people to what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
I would actually do almost like really goofy stunts
Yeah.
just to get people to listen to music. So like I remember I used to make these like Instagram videos, and I would be playing this beat I made, but at the end I would like pour like water on my head. Cause just so it just like grabs some, it's really stupid, but you know, I was so desperate just for people to like hear what I was making, you know, and that video didn't work.
Keep your head up if you're trying to make it to the top. Cause looking down never shows you what the future got. I finally made it out the mud, now I'm settled in. And I kept banging on the door till they let me in.
He played season 1. I think you played like 2.6K
It
ranked
was
games.
the most no one played.
It was the most.
If you
Wow.
counted
Yeah.
normals, that must have been at least 3,000 games
Yeah.
that season.
Each game probably 30 to 45 minutes with queue time. So that's like 2,500 hours in a year just playing League.
I
a full-time
failed
job.
college that
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
that
you know,
was
man.
your college, though, like in a
Yeah,
way.
exactly. Yeah,
right?
definitely.
It prepared you for your career.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry if there's a personal question, but like, did you guys go to college or?
Oh, same boat as
Okay.
a lot of gamers have this same thing. And in my freshman year, I actually had terrible internet in the dorm, so I couldn't play very much.
There you go.
So I got decent grades my first year. Second year, I had great internet,
Wow,
and
then-
my grades were not
Great
good.
internet, bad grades.
I want to know something from your coaching perspective here,
Yeah.
because an interview came out with Hans Sama, one of the better LEC AD carries, where he's saying, I'm not playing that much.
Yeah.
I'm visualizing League a lot of the time. Eyes closed, I'm visualizing League. I'm not playing solo queue. Let me just visualize 8 hours a day.
I would say on that one, anytime I see an interview where a player justifies not playing is them just trying to
But
make
they're really
themselves
good.
Right. And I think usually that is kind of like the pride before the fall.
But don't you see a difference, though, between just not playing and actually an active visualization of the game?
Right. I think when I hear that, though, I'm just thinking like it's a player trying to justify not playing.
Wow.
Is a way of being like, okay, yeah, you know, I know it looks like I'm not playing, but trust, like, someone who's
He's
like,
like on his Switch. Like, I'm
I mean,
visualizing. dude.
like players will be like, oh, I'm always watching VODs and I'm not playing. And then they're probably just like, they have it open on their second monitor. They're not actually watching it. It's like, I don't know. I'm not saying
Yeah.
it can't happen. I'm
it's
just
interesting.
saying it
Like
doesn't.
if it's a purposeful League activity, I don't think playing is like the only thing you need to do. But if he's doing that and in a way of being like, oh yeah, I only need to scrim, and then I'm visualizing outside of that, that's probably not enough. Right. And I do kind of agree with Medios' point here of usually when you hear players talk about not needing solo queue, that player usually drops off in the next 6 months to a year. Because I think I'll actually use like casting and content as a bit of an example when I had my wrist surgery. So when I was a caster, I tried to stay like relevant, at least in the game. So I'd try and stay like Diamond 2, Diamond 3 or whatever. And I'd play, I don't know, 400 games of ranked a season. Not a huge amount, but I played enough. And that's going to take, I don't know, 5 or like 10 hours a week of gaming. Really not that much. But when I had wrist surgery, that went to 0. But while I was recovering from wrist surgery, I actually made some of the best content I'd ever made as a caster because I literally just had more time to work on this stuff. So instead of playing solo queue, I'd be writing a script for Teamfight Breakdown. So at the time I was doing like Teamfight Breakdown, the dive, and I think League was doing the like best of 3. So I was just like hard grinding for like 6 days a week of content. But after I did that for like 5 or 6 months, I stopped having stuff to say because I was never taking in new information. I wasn't learning new champions. I wasn't finding new experiences in the game. So I think solo queue can be kind of similar to that.
The way I would always see it is it's like, I'm not learning something every game, but I would just play all the time because it was just what I did. I enjoyed it. It didn't feel like work at all. And then like maybe once a day I'll have a game where like I learned something. It's kind of like, you know, you're sifting through sand to find gold kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you know, most of the time it's not like you're actively getting better, but it keeps you from getting worse. And then you will, randomly stumble across something that's good.
You got to keep sifting.
Yeah, just keep sifting.
Yeah.
It's really fascinating to like hear this perspective because it's very easy to stay stagnant and just to do the same thing on a loop, on repeat. Because really the only way to like really learn about different stuff is like by watching tutorials and stuff. Or like you going on Twitch and watching other producers do their thing. But it's very possible to kind of just stay stagnant. But, you know, to see how much you guys can play and how many, you know, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the issue always comes up with the fact that like players are humans and it's not actually viable.
Yeah.
It's not viable to play 16 hours a day all the time. Like eventually life catches up with you. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. It's something people are still figuring out. It's like, how do you get the most out of a player?
And everybody wanna talk about me. You think it's funny, but you really looking insecure to me. And that's assuring me that you don't really like the way you live. So take your own advice, cause you got a lot to give.
How important is it in your guys' world of being a personality versus just being an extremely skilled gamer? Like how important is that to have like that personality aspect and to be face value and stuff?
Almost every player I've met, they go in wanting to be the best, right? It's like, I want to be the top of my role, like the top of my craft. But it also helps to have that personal brand thing. It's like for me, for instance, like if I didn't have any personal brand, I probably wouldn't be here doing this show because
Exactly.
That just came from that.
Yeah.
If I remember, I had never thought about wanting some sort of brand. The only reason why some personality showed up is just because I thought it was ridiculous that I was being paid to play video games.
Yeah.
So I just thought this job makes no sense. I'm just gonna say whatever I want in these interviews, and then
let it go from there.
That just became my brand. I could just say anything.
Yeah.
And so that became the brand.
Wow.
And then that worked out.
I think it is definitely way more important than most players think it is. Because there's like this whole, maybe this is me getting too cynical, but there's like this circle of influence that happens, especially in League, and it honestly probably happens in other bigger sports as well. But like the public perception will get seen by important decision makers who will then pass that opinion along to the staff who will, and it actually circles. So a lot of times, whatever the opinion is can end up being like a teammate's opinion of their teammate. That can actually happen. But in terms of how important is your brand for your career, as these guys said, like, I don't think any of us would be here if we didn't have a brand while we were competing in some way. And for me, it's been a really interesting journey because I was a commentator, which is, your craft is obviously very important when you're a commentator, but your brand is kind of equally important of, do people care about what you're saying? Except then when you enter in to head coaching and for a year, you're just like working 6 to 7 days a week, your brand definitely takes a back seat. And in a sense, like your brand becomes the results you can produce. But I honestly don't even know how much that helps your brand. Like I'm sure there's tons of people who didn't even know I was coaching Team Liquid because I was like very rarely on stage and we were in COVID pretty much the entire time. So it was interesting actually, devoting like probably more energy than I've ever spent on a thing in the past year. And I don't know if it actually helped my brand that much.
I've got a lot of questions, but I'm just going to start with, did you join coaching because from being a caster, you got frustrated at watching all the teams make the same mistakes years after years, and you just thought, I can do it better. Like, I know what they need to do. Let me in there. And is that why you did it?
I mean, there was definitely a little bit of ego in like wanting to try, because there's sitting on the sidelines and criticizing, or sitting on the sidelines and cheering. And it's another thing to actually be like, can I make a difference? And honestly, like that was kind of my goal. I was like, I want to beat Europe.
Yeah.
And technically my international record against Europe is 2-1.
So you did
So
it.
kind of.
We got it.
Yeah, didn't get him enough. But then the other side of it is like the absolute like life controlling aspect that coaching is, if you want to do it well, is like really extreme. In terms of like getting into details of what happened, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to air laundry, especially when Team Liquid is playing their like semifinals match on Sunday against TSM. And if they win that, they go to Worlds, right? So that'll pretty much continue their season and kind of make it a success. And there's been like a really topsy-turvy summer split. So I'd say like the first year of the job was really stressful, really good, but really rewarding. And just because like it didn't end great doesn't mean that it was a bad experience.
Wow.
How does it feel seeing their success now? Because Liquid was a really, really interesting team where although Liquid's successful, they were, up until their most recent match, they were one of my least favorite teams to watch. But then their game last week, and they just played completely different from how they normally play. Normally they're extremely slow. They don't go for many, like team-oriented plays where they're all moving around. But they did that, and they just demolished Cloud9. It was an extremely one-sided series. So it's been really interesting seeing them just go from this team that takes no risk to just completely turning it on come playoffs.
Did you see that style of Team Liquid always lingering inside them, or is this something that they just randomly adopted for beating Cloud9?
Yeah. So, I mean, which version of Team Liquid are we comparing to? Because in lock-in, we were really aggressive, picking mostly for like counter lane matchups, not thinking too much about the team comp, and then just kind of having overwhelming force and being able to win the game. And then when we struggled, we started picking more like glue picks. So that's just like more scaling. Except like in summer, there's been so many different versions of Team Liquid. Even during summer, there were a lot of games where TL would have pretty dominant early games, and it was the mid game where the like engine stopped working. But that was to me the biggest change about the series against C9 was when they had like the 1,500 to 2,000 gold lead, they could like blow the game open. I don't think there was like a huge mindset change because the team is actually always pretty aggressive in early game and pretty good early game.
We've got TL versus TSM coming up. The winner of this match will go to Worlds. What do you think about that match?
I think TL has an advantage coming into this because they look so different from the regular season. So to study them would actually be probably harder for TSM. And I think TSM has doubled down in the last few weeks of the split in their old style, which was control mage in the mid lane, Huni occasionally on carries, and Sword Art with roams. And they just made sure that they were practiced on this before playoffs. And that's what they're going to go into it. So I think that if they go with a more standard kind of draft against TL, who can play early game aggressively, and if they choose to do so, I think they'll catch TSM by storm.
I want to see which version of TSM we get. Because I think when they have to win games, they play like super hard topside. Sword Art leaves lost frequently. They're going really hard towards Huni. And then PoE's champion pool is going to be really fascinating to me. Do we just see them back on control mage, scaling teamfight comps and trying to play that game? Because they're actually pretty good at that game. I don't think anything is wrong with that. But yeah, by no means do I think the like 5-0 in the regular season should be used as this, they are so much better, because actually it stands at 6-7. And
so
it's
do you
really
think
close.
that TSM's best strategy is to play topside then, if they're constantly playing two top when they need to win the most?
Yeah. I think that's their best way of playing. I think getting sorted on the map as soon as possible is really important for them, and then having better team fighting. Like if I thought even in spring they were maybe the best team fighting team relative to where their positions were in games. Like they'd have so many games where they'd either be even or losing, and then it's like, wow, they just clutched a team fight again. So I think picking like strong team fighting comps is their strength, and then it's a matter of if they can hold on to what TL is going to throw at them in the early game. It's going to be a really interesting matchup, and like the loser gets put in such a tough situation because then they have to play like once you knock that down, would be C9, whoever lost 100 Thieves versus EG, and then them with like literally only one world spot. So I actually think TSM probably doesn't pick TL if they have the choice, if they didn't make the format change.
Between EG or
they'd
TL?
have to pick EG or TL.
Yeah, I would have taken EG.
I would not take EG.
Against
I
Dig,
think right now
they lost the game against Dig.
they trolled.
I'll still take the team that trolled.
In my mind, EG looks like the strongest team in the league right now. I feel pretty confident that EG will make to Worlds.
Yeah.
And I think of the other teams, it's a total toss-up.
You're either going to be really right by the time this airs because the EG game will have already happened. They might have swept.
Yeah, I'll be right.
Or really wrong.
I'll be right.
Okay.
Tell it straight, I don't have the time for a featherweight. I've been in the major leagues, finally time to separate from everybody thinking that we on the same level. I'm running ESPN, all the haters change the channel, no escape, cause I'm on and it's only gonna grow. People got a lot to say, cause they always on their phone. This is real, man, I don't get my happiness from Instagram. And that's good girl, cause I heard that she my biggest fan.
I have been working on this actually all week. We have Europe still happening. They're doing something over there for some reason. There's a lot of question marks going on as well. So follow the string. Is it indeed Azael's time to shine with a Scoots face? I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's
Kobe was
questionable.
on COG. There's a lot of pigeons on this board. TSM Jets, interesting. Captain Flowers and a bush. Something is
What's
going
he
on
doing
there.
in the bush?
I don't really
Nobody
know.
knows. I mean, I thought C9 would be harder than TSM, so I'm feeling pretty confident going into season.
I'd say I align. Every time I'm the most scared I am, that's always against Cloud9 because I know if they're really gonna take, like if they control the early game, like they'll just take over the game and the game will be done. But when I play TSM, I don't feel like they snowball as cleanly. I feel like there's a lot of errors they do in their gameplay, whereas like I feel like Cloud9 just kind of like when I watch like China play, just like once you have a lead, the game is over. Whereas against TSM, I feel like it's more like, I wouldn't say like the NA style, but more like they like control mages that like taking games slow and go to like late game, which means we have more opportunities to win.
Hello and welcome to the LCS. Some choice words by Team Liquid, Jensen and Santorin, but always so eloquently spoken.
Yeah, I mean, they've been talking so much smack with these two teams in particular. You know, they don't even think that TSM's the biggest threat that they faced in playoffs already, and they just 3-1 the people they thought was stronger.
Yeah. And I think it's like a team-wide, trash talk assault. I think the only one I haven't seen anything from is Tactical. Maybe he said something on Twitter today. I want to hear the TSM clapback. Where's that?
I mean, they weren't in play. They got a bye. I think the silence speaks for itself. The silence is definitely. They don't even need to respond.
They were the first team.
It's like, we're already here.
Yeah, we were waiting for you.
Sure.
Yeah, TSM's just been getting in the moment this entire time because Team Liquid, they do have the opportunity to back up this smack talk that we are witnessing oh so wonderfully as they grapple against TSM in the fight for one of NA's spots at Worlds and a shot at the LCS Championship.
This is huge because these rosters were constructed to go to Worlds. The amount of money both teams pumped into these lineups, the fact that they got these players, imported them, brought them to North America, the entire point is to then go on to Worlds. And so with one of these teams, they're going to be sorely disappointed at the end of today.
Yeah, and they're going to get knocked into the lower bracket, go against IMT, and then the winner of C9 EG. When we look at the lower bracket, it's pretty stacked. So there are multiple teams down there that one could say should be a Worlds contender. But at this point, only a few can make it.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about the way this bracket works with 100 Thieves already taking that spot. Everyone has their eyes on Team Liquid, TSM, C9. Which of those teams are going to be the ones that take those final spots?
It's tough. I think this match is going to be really tough. I think it's going to go to 5 games. It's really going to depend on what TL shows up because the TL that we saw last week was definitely not what I expected in draft and also in execution. They were incredibly good, especially in those first 2 games.
Yeah, I think they surprised everyone. We saw Jensen on the Lee Sin pick, and it was probably the best Lee Sin performance I've seen out of him in years. And I think if TL is able to bring the much more aggressive style than we associate with them, it's going to look a lot more like their last 2 best of 5s against TSM where they did win.
I mean, the thing that was working well for TL in that series was that no one expected that angle from them. TSM has had a week now to have watched that, broke it down, analyzed how they got those advantages in the mid lane and top side of the map, and prepare their counter. And I mean, of course, TL also can try and add a new wrinkle to it, but at least the fact that they're now playing a really aggressive play style isn't necessarily going to come out of left field for TSM, who hopefully have had the opportunity to, cook up their own special stuff.
Yeah, I heard the talk that y'all had on the dive. That one series was enough for so much perception to be changed around the TL team.
I mean, no shade to C9, but I was like, they didn't look that good. I was surprised everyone was off the TSM bandwagon. I am still firmly in that bandwagon.
And as we are going through, Champions League, Emily, how much were you reverting your thoughts over here?
So I was like, unlike Mark, who gives predictions differently every single piece of content,
covers all his bases.
I'm sticking. I said before that I thought TSM was going to win the series. I'm still going 3-2 TSM. I think it's going to be close. I'm really curious to see how this draft goes in particular.
Wow.
I think taking the Gangplank and the Camille off the table is really interesting. I'm wondering if TL will still continue with the Ziggs, and if so, what TSM have to answer that.
Well, TSM have a really weird red side ban phase right now, where they have hard targeted TL specifically on red side. Usually red side is the general bans where you have to target the OPs like the Zins and stuff, but they said screw that, we're gonna leave everything up and we're gonna ban your top side snowball potential and especially Alfari.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense. When we think about TL, we think about top lane, right? It's all about Alfari and having Santorin support him as much as possible. And because TL's on blue side, they don't have the option to counterpick top. top. So I think it makes sense if they immediately just go for the Gnar. It's a pick that he's comfortable with. It's a pick that he can split push and side lane on. But I do think this is already a draft from TSM that puts TL in a situation where they're saying, hey, look, we're gonna require you to play through other lanes to win.
Well, and TSM being the higher seed had side selection. They chose red side for game 1 for this reason. And I think it's interesting because TSM, Huni, is no slouch in the top lane either. And so, you pinched so much already.
Well, and also I think that when we're talking about, like we were talking to Abadaga yesterday on the desk in terms of what he thought, how he thought these two teams were going to match up. And one of the things he mentioned was topside and how TL are going to focus on it. I think the cool thing about TSM is that Huni is actually pretty good, especially now that his communication has improved with the team, in transferring his topside pressure to map advantages for TSM.
Yeah, many will remember even on the nerf to Nocturne was still making things happen for the rest of the team and pulling bans away. Making our way through Champion Select here though, Team Liquid also securing the Xin Zhao.
This is one of the key parts from their previous series was the Trundle, Xin, and also how Thresh worked into that. And so here they get the two parts that work really well together, and it makes it a little awkward for the Trundle counterpick to then have to try to counter the Xin and work through a Thresh's zoning tools.
Yeah, and I like this this two picks from TL because it gives them so much control over the early game. You know, there's still a lot of mid lane picks that give you the magic damage you need, like the LeBlanc, like the Syndra, and we know that Jensen can play both of those. And when we think TL, we think early game. I mean, this is one of the top 3 early game teams in the league in terms of goal difference at 15. So it stands to reason that they want to focus on getting a lead as much as possible and focus on getting core out of lane. I think that was one of the things that was most powerful about their game against C9. Core basically spent 0 time in lane with Tactical. He was in every lane but bot lane, and I want to see them continue to do that.
Yeah, Thresh is such a powerful tool in this draft. The thing that's really interesting to me is that it's TSM that's going with the Ziggs, right? Ziggs is a massive power pick. I also think, interestingly enough, how we talked about last week when TL drafted it, we weren't sure how it was going to fit with the playstyle that we'd seen them go with, especially in the final 2 weeks. Lost has not played Ziggs, but I do think the way TSM plays suits the way that Ziggs plays.
Yeah, I think it works well with trying to unlock Sword Art Tournament around the map, and especially if you think that's how TL is going to approach it. That is the question for me, though, coming into the week was, is TL going to try and replicate their game plan against C9, or was that a perks targeted, he dies a lot in lane phase, he led the league in deaths pre-15? Is that what you were aiming for? Because PoE is on the opposite end. PoE dies the least pre-15. He'll sack waves. He actually takes a lot of losing matchups. So statistically in lane, it doesn't look great, but that's PoE consciously taking tougher scaling matchups. And so I'm wondering, when you look at Jensen and PoE, you're saying like 2 control mage players, and I wonder if TL are going to try and ram this aggressive melee style down PoE's throat, or is it going to be, hey, let's handshake on some of these LeBlancs and Rises and Syndras and Oris and stuff?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be more of a handshake. I think it's actually pretty curious that TL chose to ban Lucian, given that Lucian is a pick that TSM has just not looked good on. That said, when generally people pick Ziggs, you're anticipating that Ziggs unlocks them to be able to play an AD mid. But there's still some power picks available, like the LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc would be good on either side. When we think about one of the most potent mid-jungle duos, it is LeBlanc-Lee Sin.
LeBlanc, or I'm going to interrupt just so I can get it in before the pick. I'm actually wondering if they're going to go Lulu here. It's something that I think any sort of thing that buffs the Xin Zhao is like insanely good. I've seen it in LPL before, and it would not match. It would match up with like, they don't want to take Lucian. LeBlanc is still up though, so that is probably a better pick. Yeah. But I was curious if we would see that, because Lulu can actually, like Lulu Xin can take over an entire game.
Yeah, and we do know that they play Lulu. They've played Lulu with Alfari on Malphite before, but I think in this game they're looking for LeBlanc. It gives them a lot of early game potential. It gives them the magic damage that they need. It gives them many options in terms of coming later into the game with side lane and 1-3-1. So I personally like the TL draft so far.
I think the Lulu would have made sense because TL has done it, but you and I were talking before, Emily, about how across the world, LeBlanc that we find was the most played mid laner right now, has a lot of good matchups.
Except in NA because of the Rise games yesterday.
It's a little stacked against it, but
yeah, that's not a knock against NA. It's just because that series went the way it did, Rises.
Yeah, so TSM instead, they do go for the Azir, going for that control mage like we were expecting them to go for.
Yeah, we often see a lot of individuals going towards comfort later, but we all know this to be a very powerful pick.
Too. That's a choice.
Yeah, just a choice.
I mean, it used to be a really common matchup when the E from the Azir could knock up and interrupt the dash in from the Blanc. It was a really, really skilly matchup. Has gotten a little worse over the years, I would say.
Now it's a little different.
Kaizen, quick thoughts on which draft you're preferring here.
I prefer the TL draft. I think it plays perfectly into their early game focus strategy. You have the most powerful jungler in the game in Xin Zhao and LeBlanc in terms of mid jungle prio. I mean, it pretty much doesn't get better than that. And as I mentioned before, Core JJ on the Thresh, constantly having the ability to roam and unlock his lanes, I think will give them the lead that they need.
Team Liquid and TSM both very aware of the stakes that are on the line here today. A Worlds qualification will be going to one side or the other. Let's find out who gets the leg up.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It's here. It's time for another episode of the LCS playoffs. And we got TL versus TSM. After yesterday's series, I am expecting nothing but the very best here today. I am hoping for a full 5. My name is Captain Flowers. Casting beside me, Mr. Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley himself, the literal world champion, my friends. And you're already seeing some of the banter being thrown up on social media preceding the series today.
I love it. You gotta trash talk before the series. Not not after the series. That's weak. So these teams getting it in there. I love it. And I'm excited to see TSM coming out here, picking red side that is so atypical in NA. You know, most of the teams do prioritize blue side. And, you know, they didn't get a chance to talk about it. But to me, it's very clearly to set up for this top lane counter pick of the Aurelia. You know, it was going red side, looking for a soul lane counter pick. The Gnar was picked early. There were so many bans thrown towards top lane, but they do get the Aurelia here. They have Spica on the Lee Sin, so it's early power from the jungle. It is this aggressive matchup for Huni here, who wants to go right at Alphari, who I believe is the best laning player in the league, period. Not for top lane, just all over. This guy has been dominating lanes, so it is a bit of TSM throwing down the gauntlet. And in a best of 5, it really can change the context of the series and the kind of outlook of this series. If Huni wins this lane, if he can get this counter pick and slam Alphari, well, the games going forward are so much different. And if he loses this with the red side choice, with the counter pick, TSM are going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to find a different way to really go at Team Liquid.
It's one of my favorite things that stands as a difference between best of 1 play and then series-based play, particularly for the longer one like a best of 5, is just how impactful the ability to answer the... Oh, wait, hold on. Talking about answers, we got a little bit of damage, baby. We got first blood from Core JJ 2 minutes into this game.
I mean, Sword Art and Lost are contesting way too much against Thresh Varus. They have an insane level 1. It's Hail of Blades here as well on Tactical. And Sword Art was just taking so much damage there. If there's one weakness that people will point to for TSM, it has been the bot lane 2v2. Sword Art has been good at the roams, but Lost is not a strong laning player, and Sword Art and him have not been a strong duo in the 2v2. And this is just straight disrespect. You will not win this level 1 at all, especially with Hail of Blades on the Varus. They just have to kind of accept the fact that the wave is really out of their reach. TL is playing this so incredibly aggressive, trying to actually zone them off experience, and TSM trying to contest it. The Flay connects, the Ignite is there, Flash E auto comes through from Tactical. That is enough to get that tick of Ignite to actually grab the kill from Core JJ. And already they're off to the races. The only slight condolences there kind of for TSM is the fact that the first blood actually went to Core JJ. But still, it's looking rough already on the bottom side.
That's not a very good silver lining for the dark cloud that is dying level 1 there. Very unfortunate for the TSM bottom lane, and very well played by Core and Tactical. Remember, for all of our Spanish-speaking viewers, check out FlyQuest's Spanish co-stream over at twitch.tv/FlyQuest. Freak made the joke yesterday, hey, at least they made it to playoffs. I'm not going to be that mean to them because, honestly, FlyQuest does a lot of good stuff out there. I like their Spanish streams. I like their positivity on Twitter.
Okay.
Now, let's see if Spica can make it happen here in the top side. Alphari will be forced to flash away.
This is actually so big because look where the wave is, right? This is a wave that is going to freeze against Alfari. So now Xin needs to come up here and he needs a TP back and they need to fix the wave. Because if you just try to walk back to the wave and you don't actually TP, you're going to lose so much experience, so much gold there on the top side. And without your flash, it's incredibly difficult to do that. So that is why Santorin is heading up here. They are going to cover the reset of the wave, try to force Huni back, try to force him to actually match with his teleport. I don't think TSM will fight this, especially not with CoreJJ here, and this is just good play to cover Alfari, who's in a pretty difficult situation.
Yep, bringing up CoreJJ, looking to be the X factor here.
He's got to be careful.
As Huni's trading pretty aggressively with Alfari, but the thing is, now he doesn't have that defensive cooldown. Also, no mana left here in the tank, but he does have enough HP. It's still early on enough in the game. He can fall back to safety.
But if they actually delay his base, it's really bad. Swordart and Speaker are here. So now he has to stay around, and TSM are going to have to try to defend the crashing wave with 3 members because they want Huni to be able to pick this up. It does mean that the experience is going to be shared, unfortunately, amongst those members, but Huni at the very least will be able to pick up the farm. He won't be able to stop the wave from crashing, and that's why he was trying to play it so aggressively. He was trying to put it into this awkward spot. Instead, Alfari, with the help of his team, proper coverage from Santorin and CoreJJ, he gets the crash, so he'll just take another recall there, go back to base, refill his resources. He grabs a refillable potion, grabs boots.
And now he doesn't mind walking back, right? Now
exactly.
It's fine. Now there's not all that pressure just built up in the lane. Huni will now use his TP to get back into that lane, so he'll be first to the wave. He'll continue to have that priority. Remember, he does have a slight EXP lead here in the current state of things. And you can see Lost is just doing what he can, farming up here. One of the power points of Ziggs, the champion's got a lot of power points, but his autonomy and wave clearing is a big one.
It absolutely is. The scary part is when the wave is pushing away from you because you're pretty susceptible to getting wrapped around on. You know, if the Thresh comes behind you, you are in trouble. Lost getting put low, but has farmed well despite, you know, his support going down. It wasn't a kill on the tactical, it was just the assist, and he'll be able to TP back to actually catch this wave. We'll see if he has Lost Chapter gold. Doesn't look like it, so you'd always love to be able to hang around in lane longer to really get Lost Chapter. Once you have that mana, you can start to feel comfortable.
Right.
But you can see the respect that he's actually paying this, TPing back further, because he knows if he TPs to that tower and he gets hooked on arrival, you'll just get straight up.
Yeah, you're just dead, right? Then you wasted a summoner spell to give them money. Very unfortunate stuff.
That's a terrible summoner spell.
Yeah, we don't want to use that
cooldown. Gives your opponents 300 gold.
Pretty bad stuff right there. You can see here some cool stats on the side of the screen, though. Power of Evil, 24 and 15 on Azir. Overall, I don't know what that percent is off the top of my head, but I know that Jensen is 20 and 4, and that is also some other percent that's even bigger.
It is.
Yep.
Yes.
So
true.
2 very impressive numbers here on our screen right now as TSM is moving topside looking for the dive. Perhaps Swordart is just level 3 here on the Leona.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we're going to go through with this.
It looks like inaction, but it's because of proper response. So you have to give credit to TL. If Santorin is not there, Alfari just dies under the tower 1v3 with no flash available. But they have been covering him. It was a good early gank from Spica, actually forced the flash, but since that flash has been forced, CoreJJ as well as Santorin move up. They cover the crash, allow Alfari to reset. Then on the attempted redive here from TSM, again, he is covered by his jungler. And this is both teams looking to play around what they know their opponents want to get done here. And Huni, you know, will move aggressively, hits the E, but it's not going to be enough to actually fully commit to the dive. He is level 6 to level 5 right now, and it is Mininar, so this is kind of a dangerous time for Alfari. But with the wave pushing towards him, and Spica going back to base, Alfari should be fine to just farm this up under his tower, hit level 6.
Yeah, the EXP is a big thing I'm noticing right now in both top and jungle, because you can see it's actually Spica that hits level 6 before Alfari, the enemy solo laner, does. Santorin's still here at level 5. That smite fight over the blue buff did go the way of Spica, so grabbing a lot of extra gold EXP along with that buff. But not a whole lot of action to speak of here 8 minutes into the game because of those proper responses from both teams.
Draw your eyes to how defensive this build is from Power of Evil. It's all about survival here. Verdant Barrier, I believe, plus the Merc Treads. So super defensive build here. Lots of MR. The CC reduction as well, knowing the roams could come through from CoreJJ. And wanting to stay safe against Jensen. Very clearly with this build, your goal is not to fight. Your goal is to just fight the minions and absorb the pressure that's going to come in here from Jensen.
Right.
This speaks to wanting to scale. This speaks to wanting to be stable, utilizing the Azir as well as the Ziggs for an enormous amount of wave clear. It's very rare that you would have 2 control mages like this on the same composition these days. So it's going to be largely about buying time with Power of Evil, with Lost, for Huni. And that puts a lot of pressure on Huni as this one kind of X factor who's supposed to create advantages, who's supposed to create pressure on the map, while everyone else just withstands the pressure that TL is going to be putting on.
Well, hey, there is a lot of pressure up in this top lane on Alfari. He is down 30 farm in the current state of things. TSM with a 4-man rotation up into the top side. His Power of Evil goes for the shuffle, but it's Core JJ with the flash to safety.
Always good trade, though. Quick roam, force out the flash. Jensen moving over here. I don't know that they're going to fully commit to this. With Power of Evil showing mid lane, maybe they poke and prod forward, but it's going to be too little too late. So TSM should be able to back it up, and we'll have to see how much damage Tactical is getting done on that bottom side, because he has been pushing in the 1v1. He's going to be trying to threaten this Ziggs. You know, he has the Vamp Scepter here early on. Will likely be working towards an Eclipse, I would assume, with that early Vamp Scepter, and trying to shrug off the poke here from Lost, attack his mana, try to force him to take damage on the tower or take bases at poor times. But thus far, it's been a pretty even farm lane down there with both supports roaming around, and really all the action has been focused on this top lane. And it's kind of similar to when TL played Cloud9 as well. We had that one game where Core JJ had 0% duo procs.
Yeah, that
and
one.
it was almost none for Vulcan as well. This time, though, it's kind of the shoe is on the other foot. It feels like it's been mostly Sword Art dictating the pace and Core JJ being forced to actually match to cover his top laner.
Well, right now, we're still only at 1 kill, 10.5 minutes into this game. In terms of objectives, TSM is going for the first one of those here as well. This is the Rift Herald first objective taken on the map, considering that Ocean Drake has been live this entire time. No team showing a lot of interest in it here. Instead, prioritizing early gold. Okay, Rift Herald picked up. Eyeball secured. Core JJ throws out the hook, but it leads a little bit too far forward. Jensen jumps in for a little bit of damage. Chains on the Power of Evil, roots him up. The follow-up is not there. Core JJ with that death sentence on cooldown from where it missed earlier means Power of Evil walks away.
Yeah, Power of Evil, super tanky build, doesn't panic flash. He didn't have the ulti, so just knew he could stay calm. Abilities were on cooldown. He was going to be able to survive and just walk it out. But yeah, I mean, the Dragon has been ignored because it's been all about getting this Aurelia ahead and all about, for the TL side, minimizing loss on the top side. But now, oh, Core JJ's behind him.
Okay, death sentence misses. Core JJ thought he would backstep a little bit, and Lost just kept running home.
That's one of those things, man. You gotta guess which way they are going to go. Lost makes the read, continues moving forward there, does stay alive, and it will be Tactical push back to base here. Santorin is around to try to protect this. I don't know that they're really going to be able to get much of anything, as Lost likely will have to back it up, but they're going to actually bring the Herald to this lane, try to pressure forward, try to get this relatively low, because you know Herald plus Ziggs can equal a tower.
Oh, it's so good.
You get it low, you execute with the satchel. It's not going to be a W max second, it is just E, so you will have to get it quite low to be able to do it, but Speak at the very least trying to help cover the Ziggs on the push here, and will utilize this pressure to take a Dragon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to see a whole lot of a contest here. You even saw the exclamation mark ping come out from TL. They're saying, all right, don't worry about this. Nobody go risk anything. It's not really that much of a big deal at this point in time. So TSM will grab themselves that objective. First Drake of the game, Ocean. Second one's going to be Infernal, so it will be either an Earth or a Cloud Rift here 5 minutes from now. Team Liquid, though, still having about just near 1,000 gold lead. You can see that Eclipse will be our first mythic item completed in this game. That Varus for Tactical on his way to becoming that very powerful mid-game piece that a lot of teams want to fight around.
Exactly. It'll be interesting to see how TL wants to utilize him and how they want to do lane assignments with Jensen. Because Jensen's going to have his Mythic completed massively earlier than Power of Evil, who's gone for the Tier, the Verdant Barrier, the Merc Treads, all these kind of pit stops, the Dark Seal, the Corrupting Potion, like so much towards laning and just kind of survival.
Yeah.
So you don't really want Jensen just stuck in this lane against this guy who's stacking MR. You want him out to a side lane trying to pressure. So I do think that soon enough they might move Varus towards mid lane, have him laning against the Azir, put the LeBlanc in the side lane against Ziggs, and really try to get some pressure going. Okay. As soon as that Mythic is complete for Jensen, you want him active on the map, because the last thing you want with LeBlanc on your team is him AFK farming against an Azir.
Yeah, especially in Azir that you just saw some of the damage potential back when we had the camera on mid lane and we saw the trade. LeBlanc jumps in, spell, combo, and it takes off 20% of his health and he just walks away. So LeBlanc players, that is not the gameplay fantasy of the champion when you lock that in and go into the game.
Are you sure?
That's not what LeBlanc players are queuing up for. Gore Drinker done now here for Santorin, so a little bit of extra survivability and burst power in those team fights here for that powerful jungler. And honestly, the pace of this game is a bit surprising for me just because of what both of these jungle champions are. I would expect it to be bloodier after 14 minutes.
And I think it's not because people aren't trying, but because both teams are responding properly to the attempts, right? We've seen multiple looks towards the top side where both teams have covered. We have seen proper roams from the supports, getting vision, sweeping out enemy vision. And it's very difficult to make these effective plays happen when the other team is always there to just stop you in your tracks. And we can see how defensively Alphari is having to not only play this, but build this.
Yeah.
He got himself a Phage, but it's the Bramble Vest and Tabby super early on. Lee Sin plus Aurelia, it's going to be effective against both, but it means his Mythic is very delayed. Sword Art up here again. I think he will be spotted by the Pixel Brush, so Alphari is just moving back. Very likely this ward in the river would have spotted him on that roam. So again, it's inaction because of proper defensive play. TL has it warded out, has it covered, and they're looking for a counterplay on the bot side. Lost is looking pretty dead.
Yeah, Lost already lost half his HP there to Tactical's combo, and it's enough for Santorin to finish the job. TL with a 2-0 lead, but it will be TSM taking first turret of the game.
So, not a bad trade. We'll see how much tower damage TL gets. They are going to be resetting here and trying to move up towards that top side, very likely. Huni getting so much gold. You can see Alphari, above the supports, but that's about it. Whereas Huni is the richest.
That's all he's got.
the richest in the game. So, that 1v1 is not going to look good. The game will not be about Alphari. And so there's going to be pressure elsewhere on the map to carry. Alphari is going to have to play this supportive role, going to have to look for playmaking in the 5v5. And your laning experience is, I'm trying not to die.
Yeah, and this goes back to what you pointed out at the very beginning when we first loaded into the Rift. This is why TSM picked red. This is the counter pick in top lane to play around Huni and enable this champion and support him. So they're sticking to the game plan. They know what their guns are and they're ready to shoot them. We just got to see if they're firing blanks or not, because we've all seen Huni's highs.
Nerf gun or bazooka.
And we've all seen Huni's lows.
That's true.
So
they
here's hoping.
Pretty separate.
Playoff Huni is in effect, or at least all the TSM fans are hoping for that, because a lot has been put in his hands here in this early game. Down here in the bottom lane, they're looking to make the dive. Bit of damage coming through, but is it enough? Doesn't look like it. Jensen stays alive, and he flashes back forward. He wants to make sure Power of Evil is dead. He will get his wish, but he'll die doing it.
Yeah, they do get the kill. It is a trade, so Alphari getting a little bit of gold off that TP. Nicely done by him. Again, as soon as Jensen completed that Mythic, as expected, he went out to the side. But to circumvent this LeBlanc versus Ziggs matchup, they've just moved Lost mid to match Tactical. Sword Art getting dove.
Sword Art just gets deleted. Santorin's got the power there to make the turret dive happen. Core JJ stepping back outside of the sweet spot on the ulti, lowers the damage enough to live. Huni's ready to go. He has his flash. He could just flash the wall and go crazy if he wants. Let's see. No.
No, not going to be able to make it happen.
Nope,
he got slowed immediately on TP, and then that was actually, it looked like an invisible box.
Yeah, it was the box. You can see it's on cooldown on the left.
So stepping through the box, gets slowed by the boomerang, is on arrival. Ben has to walk through the box. If that boomerang was timed incorrectly, I do think we see an ult flash and likely a double kill, because Santorin and Core JJ both had no flash and were down about 20% HP. So important timing. Speaking though, forcing the flash out here.
Yeah,
this is the second Herald of the game early, and that's likely going to be the tower dead with Ziggs here in position, no plates available. He's already prepping that W.
Yep, with the satchel already in place. Boom! Even though Shelly can't kill it on her own, Ziggs and Shelly are just best friends here in the early game on Summoner's Rift. So Tactical cannot defend the tier 1 turret there in mid. TSM with a 2-0 turret lead. That's making up for a lot of the gold difference in the kill advantage that TL has found for themselves. So 4-1 there in kills, 0-2 in turrets means a game that's not even 600 gold apart. But TSM has now stacked their second Drake. Cloud Soul this time around, if they can get 2 more of those. Up here on the top side, Jensen will be crashing the wave into the turret as Power of Evil has Sword Art right behind him just in case a dive is coming.
Now, while I don't think Cloud is what they were hoping for, Cloud Soul, when you are playing these heavily split push games, especially melee versus range, can be really nice for the chase down. If you do get Gnar in an extended lane as the Aurelia, you pop the ulti, you get that move speed. So yeah, that was just the boomerang slow, steps through the box, just showing that. So It wasn't a bug on the player side. It's just a spectator thing where I think with the toggled vision, we couldn't see that as he walked through. But either way, TSM keeping it very close as far as the gold lead goes. They do have just a 600, or I guess about 800 gold lead now for the XTX gold advantage on the TL side, but TSM have 2 dragons, so they'll be working towards that soul and trying to utilize that in the side lane for Huni, that additional move speed to really stick to this Gnar and not allow him to get away.
Well, at least for Alphari, Divine Sunder is up and running. You already mentioned how the lane difficulties coupled with the fact that that snowballs on itself and makes you have to build more defensively meant that was going to be a way away. Well, hey, we're there now. At least he's got that up and running, right? A little bit of a power spike on that. But looking back over at TSM, we've also got both those Leandries running for the 2 mages that are available here. And there is so much AoE, so much wave clear between these 2 champs as the game scales forward. That's one thing that I always look at in any Ziggs game. The team that's up against the Ziggs, you better have damn good Baron use because otherwise you're playing League of Legends against Ziggs trying to push.
Well, and it's tough because it's not even just Ziggs. It's Ziggs and Azir, and TSM have the side lane advantage here with Huni, which is why it's somewhat interesting, I think, that Huni isn't actually building for that 1v1. You know, grabbing another Phage here is likely going to be Sterix, so it's more the team fight setup instead of something like the Blade of the Rune King. Or even the Wit's End, you know, it's more likely those on
you just want to see like
builds.
Like the Bork, dive onto the guy, kill one dude, specialize in the side lane role type of build.
I think if you're going to commit to the side lane, but this to me says that TSM says we're not going to be able to get enough of an advantage in side lane. It's about creating an advantage in side lane, then taking it to the 5v5.
Okay, well, we got a crazy fight here from the bottom side. Alphari's going to get jumped on there as Huni's going in, but now they're switching the attention over to Core JJ, and the man's already down. Santorin's in the middle of 5, but he's got to get away somehow. Gets kicked back the other direction, and Jensen's made his way into the fight. Health bars are dropping here on both sides.
Huni wants more.
Huni's going in, but he's slammed into the wall. Here's Alphari. Jensen keeps on looking, but now he's got to back on out. Spica and Lost continuing throwing out a couple of projectiles. Alphari's nearly dead, but nearly is not enough. TSM continue just trying to shove this wave out, buy themselves the time to get away. It'll be 3 kills for TL, 2 for TSM.
Oh, that was such a close fight there. Huni just barely not able to actually connect with the E, with the stun on Alphari at the very end of that. Alphari with the sidestep meant he went Mega. He gets the Mega Gnar out. The initial play here from Huni, moving aggressively forward. The first pick comes onto Core JJ, who just gets locked down by a great ultimate there from Sword Art, be able to burst him down while Spica is kiting back and the TPs do arrive. Santorin, no flash available. The scoop in here from Power of Evil is good, but Jensen got so much damage down with the double distortion forward, chains up and locks down the Azir for Tactical, who's able to snipe him out. Then, as Alphari comes in here, he sidesteps the stun from Huni, able to get the Mega Gnar off on Huni, means Huni goes down. You know, that would have been a kill on Alphari before he could Mega out instead, which could really change the fight. Maybe Huni's able to go forward and actually continue to get even more done there. But Alphari survives. Huni goes down. Tons of damage coming out from him, though, in that fight. And honestly, impressed by the amount that Santorin got
That's
done.
what I was surprised by. 3,600 damage from the Xin Zhao in the middle of everybody. Yes, you would expect the Irelia that's been given all this attention and all these resources to top damage charts. Otherwise, you've got a problem. Yeah. But looking at Xin Zhao, you're like, wait a second. This wasn't a bloody early game where he's got 5 kills out of nowhere.
I mean, he got zero-ulted into the team and topped the damage.
He's just... Holy cow, that is the kind of performance Santorin needs to be putting on here for TL to get a dub in this game. 1,500 gold lead. Tactical's pushing things up here in mid. Team Liquid still without a single turret to their names. Trying to play this objective game a little bit. Jensen jumps in, Lost in some trouble, but Jensen is too far forward, and TSM sits him down.
Jensen seeing that juicy Ziggs. That was the kind of damage you're looking for as one of those LeBlanc players, but didn't realize how many members were behind him. You know, you might expect 1, you might expect 2, but there was 4 members from TSM mid there covering their Ziggs. The CC chain comes through on a Jensen. He gets absolutely knocked off the map. And with him dead, this means a 3rd straight Dragon likely going over here to TSM. We'll see if they want to try to go for a flashed in, lantern out, or the steal play. They look like they're setting up for it, but is it worth the risk here?
Okay, hook comes out. Nope, that ain't gonna happen. But at least it saves the flash. The hook onto the enemy player allows audacious charge. Now we don't spend a 5-minute summoner spell.
Yeah, that was well played, I think, by both sides, honestly. You know, Spica securing the smite, but as you say, it was not a costly attempt at the steal from TL. So he goes over, he lanterns back. Both sides kind of play it right, and TSM, who had the man advantage, end up coming up on top, as they should. But it does mean that they are now at soul point. You know, the Mountain Soul would have been better for them in this situation, trying to stay alive against some of these bursty champions. The poke coming through from Jensen and Tactical, but you don't get to choose what you get. And they'll have to make do with this and try to see how much they can get done with that potential Cloud Soul in a side lane if they are able to get it.
All right, so let me ask you this, Isaac. Let me put you on the spot here a little bit. Is this 200 IQ or is this just Mega Papega? You just give it over. You just let him have the Cloud Soul, so now there's Elder to fight for, and you don't have to be stuck in that situation of low reward, high risk. Just get rid of it. Bye-bye Cloud Dragons, Elder Drake for the rest of the game.
So I think the question becomes, do you think you can win the 5v5 for that Elder, right? Because if you just give it over and you can't play for the Elder either, then it's definitely Mega
Okay, then it feels bad.
You know, then it's like, you've got the Elder Dragon to fight for now. And they're like, yeah, we'll take this too. So I think it really kind of depends. You know, I think they're going to contest. Whether or not they will try to trade something else for it. You know, to your point, hey, if you're not that worried about Cloud Soul, maybe try to trade it for Baron and try to set up those sorts of plays. But they've become very difficult as teams have gotten pretty adept at defending that.
Jensen flashes away, trying to survive the attempt on his life from TSM. Another distortion to gain some further distance. Spica keeps on chasing. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, no energy left. They brought in Huni too. The entire cavalry has arrived, and Jensen will finally die. They give the kill over to Power of Evil.
The problem for TL is there was nothing on the map for them to really take, so they're pushing up mid lane. They will try to take this tower. I like this kind of line of defense they're setting up here with Santorin and CoreJJ, trying to poke people out, keep them away. Ziggs will wave clear some, but at the very least...
health! That's one button. The dude pressed one
button. It's a good button. It's about the quality of buttons, not the quantity of buttons, you know?
As someone who plays Scar,
that's a Gucci
never
button right
understood that. I press Q 900 times per game.
But and what does more? You're ulti. Quality button right there.
All right, quality buttons versus quantity buttons. Well, hey, we've got some items stacking up here in this game. That tier of Power of Evil, almost full stacks. Muramana for Tactical, that one's fully stacked. That's fully evolved. That's always a huge power spike pretty much whenever you see a champion having that item completed. Sterix Gauge, the top part of both teams. 4 out of 10 champions have Sterix Gauge ready to go. So survivability in the team fights is now through the roof.
Yes,
the ability to bait, the ability to outplay and know your limits for all 4 of these guys is going to be very big here.
I think one of the scary things here for TL is that Power of Evil, he went this early defensive build. He's now kind of past that power trough because he's on 2 completed items and they are not defensive ones.
No.
He has the Void Staff. He has the Leandries. His tier's almost fully stacked, so likely going to be building that up next. Huni also went for this more kind of tanky build, but he's going to be moving towards the Wit's End as his next item as well. So moving into more of these luxury items, trying to really kind of shore up their offense as the defense is really good to go for everyone except Ziggs. And it's going to be about keeping Lost safe and him positioning well because he is so squishy. He is so clearly the target for TL.
Oh, yeah.
That if you're cut out, you can instantly die to LeBlanc. You could get poked out and burst out by Tactical. Even Santorin could knock you down. Everyone else is pretty tough to knock down right now on TSM.
So also, third item, non-boots item, I guess I'll whatever, that's what I was saying. Anyway, let's hold on. We got ourselves another fight here. Tactical takes a whole lot of damage there from the bomb, but they're able to disengage. What I was going for, Serpent's Fang in Tactical's inventory. Yep. He's recognizing the Sterix. He's recognizing the Locket of the Iron Solari. Now remember that the item does only have 35% of its 35% of shields being reduced instead of 50 because he is a ranged champion. But that can still go quite a long way when you're dealing with a shield that procs for 1,000.
Absolutely. And I mean, Safeguard's going to be spammed out between these fights as well. You know, Lee Sin shield's going up there. It is high value, and it's a decently efficient item, even without the shield reduction. So, you know, grabbing lethality there makes sense here, I think, in this situation. Multiple members here from TSM coming mid. They're looking for a play.
Okay, Spica with a kick. They're going after Tactical, but they can't quite get him. Sword Art now stuck in the middle of 3 with the rest of TSM, unable to jump into the fight. They don't want to put anybody at risk, so instead, Sword Art will be the sacrifice. Jensen picks up the kill, and it's 8 seconds until the Drake. That was a critical pick before the Soul.
And a costly mistake from Power of Evil. I think he flashed into the wall there and ulted. He was trying to get over the wall to actually scoop in Tactical.
Oh, no.
And with his flash on cooldown, with his ult where it was, that looks like a failed play from him, which means instead of them getting a pick and getting their soul, they are delayed on it. We'll have to watch him one more time. So he's up on this top side right around here. Power of Evil, I do believe, is trying to flash over the wall and follow this up. He's not against the wall right now, though, yet.
Oh, yes!
You gotta be hugging that wall to make that flash happen, and a critical misstep there from Power of Evil. He's so good in these late game positionings, in the 5v5s. He has a costly misstep there, though. Was not positioned against the wall when he went for the flash. Ends up meaning Tactical gets away. They lose Sword Art. TL delays the soul here, and now they're up gold. The soul has been pushed back, and they're getting themselves into a better and better position in this game.
Yeah, those are the ones that haunt you at night. It's one of the universal rules, I think, just in like the typical League of Legends experience for anybody, not just pro. When you're having a very close game, it doesn't matter if you've been the guy who's been doing everything right so far, or you've had the most pop-off plays, or you've got all the kills, because one mistake can weigh more than 10 good plays if it's at the wrong time.
Exactly. I mean, they're all not built equally, right? You know, we kind of joked about quality buttons, quantity buttons. I mean, it's a similar thing here with the plays, right? If you make an error around the Baron, if you give over something like a Baron, even if you have made a bunch of small incremental advantages happen, you can give away more with that one big mistake. We've all felt that playing League. You know, you get the Baron stolen from you, you throw with a lead, and those plays hurt. And they have got to collect themselves mentally, prepare for the next Dragon here, and tighten it up a bit, because TSM want to grab that soul. They've been working towards it for 30 minutes, and they've got to grab the reward.
Now, the nice part is, it's not like, you know, they lost an inhibitor, their base got cracked open, Baron was just completely given over to Team Liquid for free. It's not that egregious of a mistake, but it is some things that they should have had that now we're still waiting for. 3 minutes from now will be when that Drake spawns. TSM again looking to make some sort of play here in the top side jungle. Power of Evil will be the one shutting out the wave, while Spica and Sword Art are both here in the shadows, making sure that this is done properly. Jensen will just back on up. Doesn't want to lose his Banshee's Veil unless he absolutely has to, so keeping a good amount of distance from those soldiers. Core JJ is here. Jensen jumps in for a little bit of damage onto PoE, takes about half his health. Santorin and Tactical also coming in here on the flank. Santorin just trying to make sure he's staying in range there with a sweeper for Tactical to clear out the wards. And now that the Team Liquid Cavalry has arrived, TSM does need to be a bit more careful.
Absolutely. They've got to back it up here. Santorin will be spotted. They've got to continue running, though. Power of Evil getting poked down to about half. So if he gets caught at this point, it's going to be rough. And I mean, TL are on the chase. Alfari is here as well. They're so far out on the map.
I mean, Huni can teleport to this. Let's see if they end up trying to defend. Okay, Power of Evil with the turret. So at least they got something to hide underneath. Lost is waddling up here. Huni's still in the bottom lane. Alfari going forward. Sword Art might be going down. A lot of damage down on the TSM support, but they won't be able to kill him. Meanwhile, Huni's grabbing a tier 2 in the bottom lane. It's working out well for TSM.
So that engage looks really funny, but it's actually really smart from Sword Art. He is going in to create space here so his teammates can walk out above safely. If he does not go forward there, they engage onto Power of Evil, who is in more danger. Not only does it buy time for his teammates to walk out, it buys time for Huni to take the tier 2 on that bot side. So yes, it costs Sword Art his flash, his ulti. He puts himself in a dangerous spot, but it is to the benefit of his team. And that is smart support play.
That's support play right there. Being able to recognize what is the greater good of the team and play around it properly. Good stuff for Sword Art. TSM still keeping this game pretty close. 2,000 is the amount of gold that Team Liquid has had ahead of them, and it's been that way for quite a while, so it's not like that's ballooning super high.
Some big buys just happened. Death Cap, both just purchased. That was a full Death Cap that they just bought.
And now you're in a world where you've got to try to somehow continue pushing against Ziggs or Azir, or hold on, maybe we should try the Baron. Oh wait, we can't, because it's Ziggs and Azir, they both have a death cap.
That's
the
scary,
choices are being choked, Mr. Azael.
And even if you get the Baron, the wave clear is so powerful. You know, when you do have these AP carries, these control mages, they can clear out Baron minions. So we'll see what TL wants to get done here. Huni has been bought so much time for his team. He was given resources early. Really, they have not gotten paid back for that yet. He is still in a pretty strong spot. Completes the Wit's End, is going towards the GA next. We'll see where TSM wants to fight. I think it's just going to have to be this 5v5. We'll see if they want to try to go for the soul, or if they're just going to give this up and try to take the tier 2 top.
Yeah, the tier 2 top is rather low already. Huni's up there, keeping that one pushed. Now down here, We got Team Liquid with the 4-man squad. Jensen is up a little bit higher. He's ready to flank if needed. Lost is teleported down to join the other members of TSM. Huni doing the push there in top side. Takes the tier 2 and he backs away. Not pushing any further just yet. Team Liquid are onto the Drake. They're making the catch. They've already got Lost. He's out of the picture. And Alfari's going in for more. Sword Art's going to be your next target. Huni decides to teleport in and join the fight. It'll be a 4v5 here in the bottom lane as TSM are running towards the Team Liquid base. Can they reach a turret ruin? I don't even believe Power of Evil has the cooldown on his turret ready to summon. Santorin's going in. He goes for the crescent sweep, and Huni fires off the ulti, and he doesn't hit a damn thing. Huni sends it into Timbuktu, and TSM will not have a prayer. Huni finds nothing, and they're all eviscerated except for Spica. Team Liquid marches to Baron.
Team Liquid have withstood the storm. They get the kills. They're gonna take the Baron all off this pick. Lost separated himself from the rest of the team there. It was a 4-man squad from TSM, but he face checks the brush towards the dragon when they're not even gonna contest the dragon there. Lost gives over a freebie, and everyone on TSM pays the price for it. It's now up to Spica trying to see if he can get a miracle steal here, but this is going down so fast.
All right, Spica. It's unlikely. Okay, it's impossible. Alfari's completely running interference here. Does not want to allow him into the picture. The chain CC coming down. They will remove him from the equation. Baron is smoked. And Team Liquid 13-5. 5,000 FTX gold advantage now. This is a team that is set to break some bones in the TSM base.
Yeah, they're looking like they're in such a great spot. And it's all about Lost here. You just got to keep your eyes on Lost, where he is going. The rest of the team is heading down here. He's heading up here by himself. Gets absolutely destroyed by Jensen and Core JJ. We talked about it earlier. You are the guy who is not building any defensives. You are the guy without the self-peel.
You're the glass cannon.
Exactly. You have got to be behind the squad. When he goes down, Huni decides he's got a TP here because he's trying to defend the rest of the team. Yes, Huni does miss on the ult in this position, but let's be honest, it's so difficult to actually fight your way out of this 4v5. Jensen on the sidestep from the ulti there. Huni not able to connect, and without him going nuts in the fight, there's really not much going on. The hook lands on Power of Evil. He's gone. It's not even close. Huni almost takes down Alfari, but they were going to get all wiped regardless. And TSM have just made some critical mistakes at important times. The fail flash from Power of Evil over by that initial take from the Soul. They fail there. Then Lost gets picked off in the bot lane here, delaying the Soul, giving over the Baron, and TL have created their first significant advantage of the game. They're up 6K now. They're in the driver's seat. Let's see if they can hammer it home, because TSM does have incredible wave clear, so they can hang on and delay.
We've got a minute and a half left on Baron. So let's see if Team Liquid can reach that base. They can breach those walls. Now, right now, Spica wants to hang out, see if maybe there's a kick to be made, right? Just one pick during a Baron push can stall for so long. It's not like your opponents can just brute force things in a 4v5. But Team Liquid will not give them the opportunity to do that. Tactical also doing a good job. He's hiding in the brush, firing off the arrows whenever he can, does not want to present himself as a viable target because he knows, similar to Lost, he's going to be the one they're looking for. Spica getting caught out a bit here by Santorin, just getting his butt whooped, not even close in that fight, as now Sword Art will be forced to flash away to try to stay alive. Team Liquid doesn't want to overcommit for that when they almost kill him off with a piercing arrow, and Jensen goes on a rampage, 4v5 for the next 40 seconds.
Jensen gets the earlier pick on Lutz, gets another pick here on Sword Art, and now down a member, pushing in waves across the map here, TL. Even getting the flash off Lost. They are closing the trap here on TSM. They're pushing in on all sides. They're going to knock down at least one inhibitor here, if not two.
It's looking pretty dire for TSM 38 minutes into this game. Inhibitor number 1 is down. Inhibitor number 2 still has its turret standing, but not by much. With Baron about to expire, Team Liquid's recognizing, hey, the push is pretty much over. That's Ziggs and Azir without Baron now. Let's go back and spend the money.
And I've got to say, this is honestly classic TL at their best. They are often a team that withstands the onslaught, that depends upon playing more clean League of Legends, punishing opponents' mistakes. They are willing to play the game slowly because they have such confidence in their setup, such confidence in their ability to execute in these difficult situations. They gave up the early Dragons, but they have been steadfast. They never gave up the soul. They have been the ones to find the picks, to make the plays when it mattered in the later stages. And now as a result, they have taken full control of this game. Nearly 9K ahead. They are cruising, and we'll have to see if they can close it out.
And you saw it right there, how easy it is to not even need to get a kill. Jensen's just jumping in like this. Anybody that he finds, boom, pop, pow, comic book noises everywhere, and he's getting 2/3, 3/4 of your health bar. Doesn't matter if you're not dead. You're going back to base, and Team Liquid get to do whatever they want.
Absolutely. And you wouldn't know how much pressure Alfario was under at the beginning of this game if you checked in now.
Yeah,
108, he never died. He's got just as many items as Huni does at this point. And he was under constant pressure, but TL did such a good job defending all of these plays. Core JJ, Santor, and Jensen moving around the map, defending their teammates, playing to cover their opponent's win conditions. And as a result, TSM could never really close the door on TL.
And TL with 3 of these Cloud Drakes, I mean, Cloud Drake gets memed a lot, but when you have 3 of those stacking up ultimate CDR, that actually gives you a ton of extra power to go fishing with some of these abilities like the Varus ulti.
GA is gone.
We've already got a GA out of the picture. Okay, Death Sentence comes out just a little bit late. Power of Evil! Woo! Nearly sent straight down 6 feet deep. He survives with 100 HP. He's walking back to base. He's got a heal. Team Liquid continue to push now. No Baron on the map for 1 minute, so it's not like there's anything else to be interested in. They are just going for this push. That mid lane wave is about to collide. Tactical firing off the arrow. Won't quite hit the mark on it.
Man, I mean, Jensen is becoming such a terror now. He has so much CDR with his build, and then Triple Cloud, it's an 18-second cooldown on the LeBlanc ulti. Every time that is up, he can jump forward with a W, QRQ. That alone, at this point, with how much AP he has, is threatening the squishies, threatening to blow them up. He's got the death cap done. He's got 11 stacks on the Magi's, and Jensen has been having such a good game here.
Yeah,
TSM have been hunting him, but they can't take him down.
It's 6-item LeBlanc with maximum ulti CDR, just constantly popping you over and over and over again. It creates this just war of attrition where, okay, once we're on the front lines, we've probably got about 20 seconds before someone's nearly dead. So we got to make those 20 seconds count, and it's so difficult to do.
And, you know, on the TSM side, you know, they're not out of it just yet. It is Baron respawning. They only lost the 1 hit off the last play, so we'll see, can they find the X factors here? That's what you're looking for. Power of Evil in trouble.
Oh, Power of Evil nearly dying there. Staying alive just barely yet again. And Sword Art, with no flash this time, has no way out. 4v5 again. Sword Art has died 7 times this game. All of Team Liquid put together has not died as much as Sword Art has. He has been the one trying to be the sacrifice, trying to make sure that nobody else on the team has to be the one who gets killed. But time and time again, TL's finding something, and it's always him. Jensen's unstoppable. Lost has not been where he needs to be in the second half of this game, and Jensen's just making money hand over fist because of it. Double kill for the Team Liquid mid laner. The Baron is easy. The team fights are free. Come on down. It is a Team Liquid party.
Jeds is just styling on him at this point. And they're making TSM look silly with these face checks because they absolutely dominated the vision around the Baron. TSM had no vision in that area. They knew that TL could be on it. They knew if they lost the Baron again, the game is likely over. With the base already cracked here, they face check, they try to prevent the Baron from going down, but TL punishes, they turn, they kill them off, they don't risk the 50-50, and now TSM in such a difficult position, they're going in.
Sword Art with a flash engage, but he's just gonna die instead. Huni tries to fight here on the front line, diving into the back, but his Guardian Angel is immediately popped. Now we'll come back to life in just a moment. However, that life quickly returns to yet another death. Tactical picking up the kill. There are only 2 alive right now on the side of TSM. It is the wave clear mages. Do they have what it takes? It doesn't quite look like it. Spica rejoining now. It'll still be another 25 seconds until Sword Art is back on the map. 2 different lanes now. Have those inhibitors destroyed. Team Liquid marching in. First Nexus turret already gone. Second Nexus turret. Nope, they're going after Spica and lost. Santorin needs a little bit more damage, but will not find it. It doesn't even matter. The Nexus is exposed. Spica gets hooked in. Jensen goes legendary. Team Liquid. Oh, they'll finally lose him there at the very end, but it's still 20-6. They dismantle TSM.
Such a well-played game here from Team Liquid. TSM creating big advantages on the top side in the early game, committing so many resources up there. But Alfari playing weak side very well, having his teammates cover him when he was at risk, never going down until the game literally ended.
Yeah.
TSM just couldn't create the advantages they needed to justify picking red side with side selection, to justify the Aurelia counter pick. They couldn't get the solo kills. They couldn't take down the towers and really close this game out. And I think it's going to be a tough call now. Do you repeat the same strategy, or do you go back to the drawing board? Because while it's easy to say this didn't work, you also got to be honest and look at a couple key mistakes for TSM that really cost them.
Yeah.
You know, their first attempt at Soul, the fail flash from Power of Evil, them losing that off of that, and then as well, Lost getting picked down on the bottom side, resulting in an ace, resulting in Baron.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's
That
your
would felt
takeaway?
even more.
Exactly. It's so tough because what is your takeaway from this game? Is it the strategy works but we failed and risk losing a second game with the same strategy? Or is it abandon ship on the strategy with the potential that you had it right, you just didn't execute?
And these are the fun questions that we get to answer because we are in the middle of a best of 5 and we are just getting going. Time for us to step away, but as we go, earlier this week we had a chance to check in with our final Summer MasterCard Player of the Week, Spica, and grab his thoughts on the road ahead for TSM. Check it out.
It is about time we honor our LCS Week 9 recipient of the MasterCard Player of the Week. This time around, it is TSM's very own Spica. Now, since this is coming at the end of the regular season and it is such an honor, I want to get your reflection upon your performance throughout the split, especially with your name being so prevalent in the Honda MVP discussion.
Yeah, I think this split, I've been playing a lot better than last split. I think another reason is that, you know, our team cohesion has gone up a lot. You know, last split, we were a really, really new team. So I think it is difficult for a jungler to, like, look good when you're still figuring out how to play the game as a team, right? So I think as we play a lot more together, just the team just looks better together. We're working together a lot more, and I am able to just look a lot better than last split.
And it's very important to have that idea of who you are as a team going into playoffs. This award is coming off of a 2-1 week, but that one was from a more fun side game against Dignitas. What was it like ending the season on such a note with some very strong performances, but some shenanigans thrown in there as well?
Well, I mean, I definitely hope to win that last game. You know, it's my first top lane game in competitive, so I was really hoping to win that one, but Huni, you know, had a different plan in mind.
Yep, going into the series as the #1 seed from the regular season, what do you see as the value of having this extra time to prepare because you get to go into that next level of the bracket versus being a team that has to play through even more of these best of series?
Well, I mean, personally, I feel like I don't really feel a difference of getting the bye, right? Like last year, we played a playoff series every single week. I think actually I prefer just playing every week because I feel like, you know, getting the playoffs experience is really important for some players, just getting into the mode, right? Like, you know, this is playoffs, it's do or die.
Yeah, what did you make of TL's performance against C9, considering that they really altered the look that they had on the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think TL definitely surprised a lot of people last week, and they were playing a lot better than they were before. You know, Centaur's coming back. I believe they've had a lot more practice than before, so it's going to be very interesting going up against them. But I also think that C9 is not a very strong team right now. So, you know, their performance might be a bit inflated. They look so good because enemy wasn't that good, right? So I think we're going to be having a lot of a better showing this C9 has shown, and I think we're definitely a way stronger team as well.
All of that being said, it was also a surprise to hear from Jensen. That was later confirmed by Santorin as well, that they believed going into that matchup that C9 were going to be a tougher opponent compared to TSM. Do you have any response to that?
Well, I mean, Jensen, you know, he always trash talks after the game, so I'll show him what's up.
All right. I know we're all looking forward to the showdown between you teams that it is going on. So, Spica, thank you so much for stopping by, and congratulations again on this honor for MasterCard Player of the Week.
Thank you very much.
It's never been easier to stay in touch, so we never miss the chance to show how much we care. And thanks to all of you who used your MasterCard to order online or tap in store at restaurants and grocery stores, MasterCard is donating $5 million to Stand Up to Cancer. Together is how we help start something priceless.
You know what's funny?
What?
Money.
You want it, I got it. You want it. The money, the power, the fame and the glory. Been putting in hours. I just want what's ours. The money, respect. Put that on our name. It's getting too easy. We milking the game. Everything I always wanted, I got it. Took a minute, but I did it regardless. Working for days. Can't keep living up no minimum wage. I've been down before, but I want the ball. Sometimes I come up short, I wish I was tall. But when the pockets fat, they get right back small. I used to wish that I could shop at the mall. I ain't stopping till I reach the top and that's all. I can't stop until my family evolve. Don't make me have to get my family involved. You don't know how much your happiness solves. You never know what you can be if you quit. That's the reason that we even exist. People hating, it don't stop me at all. Who are they to tell me I ain't the shit? We ain't never gonna die. We're living on. We're running out of time. We're in control. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Invincible. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Invincible. We ain't never gonna die. The money, the power, the fame and the glory. Been putting in hours. I just want what's ours. The money, respect. Put that on our name. It's getting too easy. We milking the game. Putting in hours. I just want what's ours. The money, respect. Put that on our name. It's getting too easy. We milking the game. We ain't never gonna die.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are here at the State Farm Analyst Desk following the first game here on this Sunday between Team Liquid and TSM. A bit of a different pace from yesterday's matchup, but in the end it went over to TL's side. Yeah, you know, different vibes for different days. But we did want to go ahead and kick it off with the draft here because some interesting choices made on both sides, some comfort picks as well, of course.
Yeah, and I think the vibe and the pace were exactly what TSM wanted. Right? You want a situation where you have the late gaming option in Azir, you have the late game option in Aurelia. You also have Alfari in a situation where he does not get the ability to counterpick and just decide what's going to happen in the side lane. So I thought the TSM draft was fine, and I thought the way that they played it early game was fine as well. Whereas on the TL side, what I liked about this, and I said this going into the game, is it gave them a lot of aggressive options. Unfortunately, they ended up on the back foot, so they're actually playing defensively all game.
So let's take a look at that top side, right? Because when we look at why TSM are here on red and what they drafted, they obviously prioritized the Aurelia counter pick into the Gnar. And we were talking about how like a lot of this is going to come to top side, right? So as you can see, You know, Spica started bot, he passed up, he got that level 3 gank, he burned the flash. There was a lot of attention paid to the top side. And then so on top of these stats that we have with all of the jungle help that Huni was able to get in this matchup, the CS difference he had and the forward percentage, you then have the support duo procs because once again, you have Core roaming up there really quickly because he has to, you know, respond to the fact that, and Swordar also roam topside, that they're going to be focusing topside so heavily. And that was very obviously the tactic for them, and it unfortunately did not pan out.
Yeah, and we should remember, they also like basically triple banned Alphari. They banned the GP, they banned the Camille, they banned the TF so that they could not help Alphari top. And they put him behind as much as I've seen him behind in a long time, and it still didn't work, right? So I think this is really concerning for TSM because when you think TSM, you think, okay, we neutralize laning phase so we can get to a late game scenario where we're comfortable and then reactively team fight back into the game. And that's not what happened. That was actually TL's playbook.
Yeah, some clear playbook for that top side play from both of these teams, but I do want to make sure we get a look at one of the most pivotal moments in the game, and let's go ahead and see what Mark Z has to say about it for State Farm Neighborhood Tactics.
That's right, another installment of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics, and in this one, I want to talk about the game-winning play for Team Liquid, and especially how they were able to set it up. Specifically, kind of you heard Kaizen talking about the mid to late game decision-making in the lane setups. And so there was initially a chase down in the top side sequence that you saw because it was Azir and you also had the LeBlanc. And so here, going into the Dragon situation, as we roll the clip, you'll see that the Azir is going down the bot side. And even though the Gnar Aurelia went really in favor of the Aurelia and the CSD as you saw, the Azir never really feels comfortable going into the LeBlanc, and so there's a lot of resources committing into trying to protect PoE. Like I said, in the previous chase down sequence that happened in the top side, it was another similar situation where the support and jungler are actually working with PoE instead of working in mid lane, which is how you see most 1-3-1 setups. Realistically, TSM's comp wants to be a 4-1, pushing in through the mid lane with the Ziggs and Azir. Neither want to be matching LeBlanc in the side lane, so you end up in this sequence where the Ziggs is actually TPing from mid lane, as you can see, down to join up with TSM. And it makes it a really awkward fourth Dragon setup. And so as we roll the clip forward, they have totally ceded river control. This gives TL the inside track to just start up the Dragon while TSM's kind of trying to get bot lane wave push, which is not at all the setup that you want to see. Ziggs tunnels during this point, Lost is thinking, okay, I gotta try and steal the Dragon, loses track of the TL members, gets picked off, and now, because you're in this weird bot lane situation, you're on the wrong side of the map, you're cut off, and an entire chase down sequence follows. They get 4 Farode, they lose the fight, they lose the Baron, they lose the game off the back end of that. And so this is one of the areas TSM will have to clean up heading into game 2 against Team Liquid, and to see how they're gonna do that, let's go jump back over to the desk.
Well, I'm glad you pointed that out, Mark. I think Santorin said about facing TSM that they give them a lot more openings because their games end up being longer, because they end up being slower and drawn out. I think there are a few key like individual misplays, and this goes TSM's way. So I'm actually really curious to see how the draft goes in the next game, if they're going to continue to target topside and Alphari, because this isn't a definitive don't do that, in my opinion.
And with that knowledge, though, we also know that TSM are electing to stay on red side here. Where do you want to see the changes, Kaizen?
I like that they picked red side. I think it gives them the ability to shut down Alphari, and I think that the way they play the early game with constantly camping the Gnar and exploiting the fact that when he's in mini Gnar, he's super vulnerable and he has to call for his support in jungle up, I think that was the exact thing they need to do. I actually loved everything TSM did until that Dragon fight we saw. So I think draft the same, play the same early game, but later in the game, understand what your lane priority should be and don't contest things that you don't need to be contesting.
Yep. An in-game focus here from Kaizen. Soon enough, we'll be getting into that second game. Team Liquid, they do end up backing up all that big talk with this strong performance here in game number 1, and we'll see if they can continue that clapping or if TSM are going to bring it on back right after this.
Not gonna lie, Jake from State Farm. That Daniel deal got me some sweet savings on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. Tell you what, I'm not supposed to do this, but I'll let you try the chunk, honey.
Oh, I'm good. Here's the deal. Great rates, kinda our thing.
You wanna meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. Tell me what you wanna hear. Tell me what you wanna do. All night, yeah. Tell me where you wanna go. Tell me how you wanna roll. All night, yeah. How about the backseat? How about the front seat? All night, yeah. I don't no apology. I don't want no apology. All night, yeah. Hands up, don't get hit with a pistol. Hands up, don't get hit with a pistol. Hands high, waving back at the pistol. Hands high, waving back at the pistol. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah. All night, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to Team Liquid versus TSM here in this best of 5, the winner of which will punch their ticket to Worlds. Joining 100 Thieves will be our second team that will be guaranteed to be going there. But hey, we still got plenty more game to play. We had one of our games completed already, vastly in the favor of Team Liquid. They played better. It seemed like a close early game, close enough at least, but some critical mistakes from TSM ended up costing them. And last time, Azil, beginning of the last game, you were talking about how it can change the draft, it can warp things if TSM can show this Huni win condition, right? Save the counter pick, play around him. And honestly, it didn't work out.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I was touching on after that game is, will TSM adjust their strategy now, or do they have faith in their preparation? They're back on red side. So I think it's full steam ahead on that strategy. They picked red side coming into game number 1. We're now going into game number 2. They're on red side again. And I want to see, will they be willing to go right back at Alfari? Okay. We know that Power of Evil, you can give him counter pick, but let's be honest, we already kind of know what he wants to play. He wants to play control mages. That is his bread and butter. That is his real strength. So most of the red side advantage for TSM is gained through top lane. They committed to that strat in game number 1. They got Huni way ahead. It did not result in any significant advantages. I think that the key mistakes were not made by Huni, so you can look at it from that perspective. You can look at it as execution based, but he also was not able to extend any sort of lead or really create any solo kills or any big advantages after he was given so much pressure from his team.
And I think last game, when you pointed out the comparison saying, hey, you wouldn't recognize Alfari's bad early game experience from the stat line that he's putting up now, it's because at that point in the game, you know, he's 1-0-8, Huni is 1-2-2 or whatever. Yeah, that's not entirely on Huni, like it's a team game, but at the same time, one of these is clearly better than the other.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing is just when you're 30, 40 CS ahead, later on, like, you know, you expect that to expand. You expect that to result in lots of tower kills, in side lane kills, in 1v2 pressure, in the ability to really open up the map and get a lot of objectives and advantages for TSM. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, we saw Huni in side lanes being able to take tier 2 turrets while the rest of TSM managed to stay safe and outplay Liquid's aggro attempts on them, but it wasn't able to turn into enough. The first time, right, it's just you get Sword Art's flash, okay, whatever, and then you get the tier 2 turret. The later time, though, that was when Lost got caught in the bottom side. So now here in this draft, let's catch up with where things are. Viego, Leona, Irelia, Gangplank, Thresh, and TF all banned away. It is a first pick Syndra for Team Liquid, and the response from TSM locking in the Azir yet again for Power of Evil, and this time around, it'll be Spica on the Xin Zhao.
So it is worth noting that the Irelia was banned out, blue side here by TL, so they may still want to blind Gnar, and we'll see if TSM is willing to go to a different pick. Instead, it's actually going to be the Jace, so it'll be interesting to see what the answer is here from Huni. I actually think Tahm Kench is really strong in the Jace. I don't know if you want to play Tahm Kench into a Trundle comp, though. That is one of the problems. Malphite, another pick that if people want to play tanks and want to play Engage, is good, but it kind of struggles with the same problems. You can look towards something like Camille and play for post 6. The early lane is very difficult, but if you have Xin, if you have the Camille ulti, you lock down the Jace, you can definitely take him down in that type of a situation, because largely this is going to be based around what kind of a pick, again, is Huni going to bring out. They do have some power picks here for bot, for jungle as well. I like Lost more on the marksman than I think I like him on mages in general. So this composition may just be kind of rounding out better here for TSM, but you're on red side, you're looking for counter pick, and now TL has 2 bans to protect Alfari on this Jace. So whatever he considers to be the biggest threat is likely what we're going to be seeing getting banned out.
And as TSM have drafted their bottom laner already, and they see the enemy team with a capable side laner, they ban out the Ziggs. They're saying, all right, we don't want to deal with this. The permanent wave clear that will enable better split pushing elsewhere. Take that off the table. I like the choice there in that ban. Team Liquid will now ban out the Lucian. And let's see what the last one of the draft here will be for TSM.
So it's interesting seeing the Lucian there. It's like they're saying that they think Huni might actually play Lucian top. We barely see any Lucian top, but if there is someone to do it, I do think Huni would be willing to kind of throw down the gauntlet and believe in his ability to execute at a high enough level to make that pick worthwhile. Again, I think if you're concerned less about the early lane and more about the combo, Camille might want to be a ban here as well, because it's very difficult post 6 if you have not blasted the Camille to deal with Camille plus Xin. Easy hookshot in, ult up the Jace, lock him down, take him down there with the assistance of that Xin. The 1v1 is difficult. There's also AP options. We haven't seen a lot of it, but Cassio top is coming back, and Huni is one of the old Cassio players, one of the guys who is really comfortable playing on that style of pick. So pretty interesting stuff. The GP ban seems completely out of left field. Like, I don't understand that at all. Or, well, excuse me.
I was going to say, the GP ban is the first one.
I was looking at it reversed.
All right, all good, all good.
Never mind. So Nautilus has the last ban here, just the pairing with the Varus, and it's going to be Wukong. So another aggressive counter pick. TSM are going at them. It's a different matchup, but it's the same strategy, right? It's melee versus range. It's advantageous matchup. The early levels are not as good for Wukong as it can potentially sometimes be for Irelia versus the Gnar. It's mostly about the ability to all in, especially post 6. You can Nimbus Strike in with the E, you slap them up, you go into the clone, you use that to kind of retreat, where that's where Jace gets most of the damage done, is you're able to get the damage done on melee champions as they're backing out. Your clone kind of covers you on that. Yep. And post 6, you can definitely set up the ability to all in. You can set up for ganks, not as effectively as maybe a Camille with the lockdown, but still really powerful stuff. But Bard, let's go.
Bard for Team Liquid's bottom lane.
This is really cool here. With a Bard coming through, there's some pretty low mobility, you know, on champions like Varus Power of Evil, if he has a soldier in place, can maybe kind of dash out and dodge some of these ultis, but Varus, it's very difficult, especially if you see Varus charging up a Q, the self-imposed slow, you throw an ulti on his head from that position, his only chance to dodging it is actually a flash. So it's going to be a lot about the setup with the Bard, the pillar to follow up, this initial engage that's going to be coming through here from CoreJJ. You can expect him to be roaming heavily towards mid. Pillar plus Scatter is also a very good combo with Syndra and Trundle that allows you to set up on Azir very effectively. You're slowed, you're kind of held against this little mini wall, and you can nail skill shots so easily.
It's the same kind of a thing where people talk about, oh, Thresh feels great to play with Trundle because it makes it so you always hit your hook, right? Well, very easy to set up for Syndra to scatter the weak there. The one thing I do want to point out here, when we look at Team Liquid's composition, there will be a bit more difficulty in execution here because the front line is Trundle. And generally these days you're seeing Trundle go for more bruiser style builds compared to like the pure tank builds of some metas in the past. So that means there's less room for error here. If you're on Team Liquid and you get caught out, you're probably dead. And that means we need to see proper play around these pillars, proper kiting back as a team using these tools and this range.
And there's also not a tank to kind of make Trundle into a tank, right? Yeah. You can ult the Rel with Aftershock. That's going to be your best bet, but there's no true tank to steal stats from to really add to your survivability in these fights. But it's high damage on both sides, let's be honest. You know, Varus is in there, plus Wukong, plus the follow-up there from Azir. You have Syndra plus Jhin, very upfront burst as well on the other side. Jace poke to add into that. So the possibility for explosive team fights, explosive engage is very, very high. I'm excited to track the top lane again. It feels like it is going to be the critical piece here for TSM. If you lose 2 times in a row on red side, counterpicking top, you've got to abandon ship on your strategy. You've got to try something different. So TSM feels pretty all in doing this for a second straight game.
Okay. Faith in Huni it shall be for TSM. Looks like not a whole lot here at level 1 in this second game. Teams are drawing up the line of scrimmage. Okay, Santorin walking a little bit further in here. Huni knows he doesn't want to deal with this 2v1 situation, so he'll back away. They will be able to drop the ward down there with the tri-brush, but no closer. So we're not going to see any vision from either side so far on the camps. Sword Art might be able to just ward this Raptor Pit here. I think he's just going to wait for as long as possible. Speaking of Sword Art, hey, ProView this game. The world of supports and the AD carries they have to carry. Check out that ProView in bottom lane to see Sword Art versus CoreJJ. Improve your own support game the next time you get auto-filled, you dirty Yasuo players. And let's see how Tactical and Santorin are going to start this one up here.
No Bard allowed.
No Bard.
If you're an auto-fill support player and you pick Bard, I'm dodging. That's reportable right there. That's griefing for sure.
All right.
A couple things to point out here as far as the item starts. It is Spell Thief, so very aggressive stuff here from CoreJJ. Mostly in competitive play, you see just like Relic Shield, you know, that sort of a more defensive route. Also, Longsword 3-pot start here for Alfari, so expecting it to be heavy trading. He wants all of the additional sustain. He's going to go right at Huni right off the bat, popping a health potion here to absorb that E damage, and that is a brutal trade already for Huni. He took every auto there, took 2 Qs as well, I believe.
Yeah, Huni's hurting a little bit here on the top side, but as things are starting to get underway here in the lanes, Dash caught up with Cold for a sideline interview. Let's see how that went.
Thank you very much, Jens. Lucky enough to be joined by Cold as we jump into game number 2 of the series. Cold, a couple quick questions for you as we get underway here in the top lane. Very different looking drafts from game 1 to game 2, so I'm just kind of curious, what did you take away from that first game, even in the win, to decide to make these kinds of pivots?
I think it was pretty clear in the game that there was a lot of top focus in the game. That's kind of what we expected. As you guys can see on the screen, there's a top gank, failed. But yeah, a lot of top action. So we needed to change our bans a little bit to make sure we were the ones having the stronger top side.
Well, so within that kind of jumps right into my next question, which is when you looked at TSM, a team that we haven't seen play in a couple weeks here from the regular season, what did you pinpoint as their strengths and weaknesses that you could dismantle coming into this series?
I mean, without spoiling too much, I think it's pretty clear that the mid laner plays one style, and it's about the top and bot lane that creates action for them. So if we stop that, we should be winning.
All right, awesome. I did see that cheeky video that Jensen threw out. Game 1, he felt like he had to int just to make it a little interesting, but I'm sure you're looking for the team to clean up
He
play.
definitely tried his best to int.
He tried his best, but you guys still came out on top. Well, either way, as we have action in the bot lane, First Blood going over to TSM, I'm going to let you go. Get back to your squad so you can prep up. From here, we're going back to the casters. Feel free to take off. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, we got to play here for the top side with teleports coming in from everybody showing up to party here. Jensen's up in the top lane. Power of Evil's up here in the top lane. Spica, Santorin, everyone is invited. Hooney's at about 250 HP, staying safe for now. Team Liquid might look to make a dive here onto Power of Evil in a 3v1, but it will be a 3v2 with Spica sticking around. They don't want to go in any further and risk anything, so TL back away.
You know what sucks?
What?
Having to base with 3 CS as a top laner.
Hey, he got a green potion.
He did. That's true. You take those.
That thing heals you twice, Zale. Or has potion value.
Wow. Well, this lane is going to be horrible from now on. It's really tough because he lost that trade so heavily early. Then Spica committed to a level 2 gank, so there's a big cost to that. Santorin was up on levels. He goes up as level 3 into level 2, and then they're able to zone Hooney, who's already been chipped off, utilizing their TP. Even though Power of Evil is there to cover, even though no one dies, it's so costly to Hooney. When you play this style, when you're playing Wukong into Jace, the only way you get pressure is if you can threaten an all-in. And it's so tough to threaten an all-in when you got nothing going for you.
And the most interesting part of this is this now feels like the exact reverse situation of game number 1, where Alphari is stuck underneath the turret. He's 30 farm down. He's trying to make sure that he's able to stay relevant. And we saw him navigate it, and we saw him be relevant wonderfully. So now we have to pose the same task to Hooney. Hey, this lane sucks and you want to go next based on this experience, but we need to see the best performance possible under those circumstances.
I mean, it's so much worse, honestly. Like, the situation currently is so much worse, and he's also playing a champion that cannot lose gracefully in the same way that a Gnar can. He's not playing the range champion who can, focus on utility, can build tanky early. Wukong is just giga useless. There's 4 top. He's gonna die. I don't see how you ever get out.
Oh, he's already stunned. Core JJ with the Bard CC into the wall. Give it over to Santorin. Hit him on the head with the bat. Pop goes the monkey. And Team Liquid take down the Wukong 4v1.
I mean, it's completely overshadowed that Lost and Sword Art got a 2v2 kill. They are deserving of credit for that. That was First Blood. And it's like, great job. That's huge. But the problem is you're losing so much on the other side. There's a huge amount of pressure now on Lost to extend his advantage. He's doing a good job of it. Spica's down here, so they're pushing Tactical off. They're trying to create, some sort of an advantage on the other side, but it's 1,100 gold on Hooney. He has literally half the gold that Alphari does right now. It gets to that point where when you're this far down, there is no outplaying. You just lose based off the gold. You just lose based off the stats. You're so down in experience, 2 levels, plus you have half the gold.
It's a red crystal versus Dirk longsword and a tier that's now going to start stacking towards Muramana as well. There's so many problems with this situation for Hooney. We'll have to make sure to keep an eye on it as things move forward. Down there in the bottom lane, it is a pretty massive advantage for Lost over Tactical as well, with Core JJ doing all that roaming. About 25 CS lead. It'll shrink down to 20 if Tactical can farm most of these. Yeah, he's got the dancing grenade mechanics down. Now up here on the top side, we are seeing a couple on my way pings from the side of TSM, especially once Hooney hits level 6. That might be their window to try to make something happen.
The problem is you committed to early level 2 gank, you got behind, they zone you off all this stuff, you never even force this flash, so even though you can put on some pressure, there is an opportunity cost that every single time, because Jace is in such a comfortable spot now. TSM have no choice but to continue going there, but you're going to a losing lane, and they're going to try to just overload it, 3-man play here. They need the W cooldown from Sword Art, but they may just go here with Spica, try to stun him up, and we'll see if they can pull off the dive, but they already have tower aggro.
It's the whole squad coming in. Alphari's already dead. Lost takes the kill. 5 top for TSM. Power of Evil was approaching on the flank, ready to cut him off if he somehow got past the other 4 dudes. Okay, Spica jumping in now, but he finds himself in a 1v2. The damage comes through. Spica's taken down, and Santorin's grabbing the kill. Subjugate keeps him healthy enough to walk away. CoreJJ is trying to keep everybody alive and around long enough to take him down. Gets to the wall as Hooney's now going to take a lot of damage. Jensen grabs the kill on him, and he goes on a magical journey. Very, very short-lived. As Team Liquid continues walking away, Sword Art's now in a bad spot, and it's time to bring down the hammer. Or is it? Alfari just gave him the Grubhub delivery kill of the game right there, 8 minutes in.
Oh, that is big for TSM. They needed to get something back. They have been destroyed on the bottom side. Jensen in trouble now here, too.
Jensen hanging around a while, does not find himself in range of the piercing arrow. Team Liquid with very injured health bars. TSM hanging around to see if they can get another freebie, but they walk away.
So TSM 5 to the top side. They are rewarded with a number of kills. Hooney, unfortunately, doesn't cash in on anything there. Is still massively behind, but TSM know they have got to get Hooney into a place where he can contribute in the game, where he can be a threat in the 1v1 and in the 5v5. Wukong has no fallback plan.
No.
It's monkey go forward, and that's all you got. So TL, they knew that they had Jason in a good spot, and he probably could have outplayed a 1v2, but not a 1v5. Everyone coming up here, Lost even arriving. They get the flash off of him too. Then on the invade, it's TL responding, but they don't have their Jhin here, so there's always the extra members around for TSM. So the extended play, they get the initial kill. Jace is coming back out of base, but Sword Art is here as well. They force the flash off of CoreJJ, and despite the low health bars, they're not really able to finish any of the TL members off. They escape. Then Jace seeing, hey, it's Lost on this side. He's relatively squishy. I can go in for this, but he goes straight into the stun. The E-stun comes through from Sword Art into the crash down. And when you are locked up for that piercing arrow, you are going to get destroyed. He dies again, but they're down on the bottom side, and they are pressuring here hard. They just can't answer the Jace because TL is now supporting him. So it's counterplay on that top side with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald, you love to have that in these situations, trying to race down the turrets. You can see they've already got this one lower than the one in the bottom lane is, so TSM now both games taking first turret. Team Liquid should be able to respond rather quickly here in the bottom side as Santorin works together with Jensen to keep knocking this thing over. You can see FTX total gold there on the left side of your screen. It is Lost, who is the standout so far with 1,700 gold, higher than the second place rating.
Yeah, he's very far up there. Full 1,000 over Santorin.
Full 1,000, not 17. I trolled, my bad.
It's okay.
Counted wrong.
It's okay. You know, it's not a big deal. But he is very, very rich here. He is looking good. And we'll see what kind of an advantage he can actually extend, because it's kind of the opposite situation he was in the last time around. You know, he was not having this dominant game on the Ziggs. He is now on the Varus. He's in a position to carry here. He's already got the Muramana. He has a serrated Dirk on top, so he is looking really, really good. We'll just see what he can get done, because so much of the heavy lifting has to be done by him. Since Hooney is like a ranged minion. He's nothing right now. He's got 36 CS post 11 minutes. He is just so far down. Yes, he got some of the gold from the tower going down, but he is still going to be incredibly useless and very, very squishy. So it's going to be a long road back here for Hooney.
They're just hoping they can get a couple of good Cyclone pop-ups onto an immobile target like Tactical, like Jensen, see if they can get some sort of value out of him that way. But he is the same level as CoreJJ. There's nothing he can do about this. I would honestly take CoreJJ in the 1v1 fight because I think he's got more money still. Now they'll zone Hooney away. He has no way to be around any part of this. So instead, he will TP into the bottom lane. He will just decide to support his team however they can, trade these turrets, fine, whatever, anything but here.
The problem is, you know, I think he's doing what he can. You can't try to stay there. You'll just die. There's no one on the top side to actually match, right? It's clearly a split map situation. You look at the closest member on TSM, they're down here. Everyone from TSM is down on that bottom side, so he will get some plate gold. He will get some tower gold again, but every time the wave is going to crash, TL move multiple members up and they zone Hooney off the wave. So he's just not getting any farm, and all the experience he's getting is shared. So that is the biggest problem, but TSM now trying to make a play here. Two members are top.
TSM going for the dive. First Cyclone's going to find the mark. Second one does the same. A lot of turret aggro over onto Spica as Jensen teleports in, but he won't be able to find much of anything. Blast Cone is there to get him away if they need it. Curtain call coming out. Let's see, do we have the snipe? One last shot going through, but Sword Art does a good job body blocking that one. Pressure continues on the tier 2 in the bottom lane, but the tier 2 in the top side was already taken by Santorin.
Man, this is such a wacky game. This is not one of those game states that you get to really practice, where teams are committing so heavily to denying different members from the opponent's team. You know, TL are always sending members up. Anytime a wave's going to crash for Huni, 3 members top. Stop them from getting that wave. And as a result, TSM are trying to get things done elsewhere and really are succeeding. You know, they are up in gold despite the fact that their top laner is this far down. He actually has a Divine Sunderer now because he has gotten so much tower gold. They took down the tier 1, the tier 2 bot. He got gold and plate gold off of both the tier 1 bot and the tier 1 top. So he's getting into a somewhat relevant position, and Lost is getting further and further ahead here. Power of Evil has been getting a lot as well. And I like that TSM are just kind of accepting that they can't defend Huni and overloading elsewhere, making aggressive plays happen, making dives happen elsewhere on the map. And it's just become this battle of kind of like who's going to carry, because the golds are in very different places. You know, right now, Santorin has a ton of gold for his team, and for TSM, it's very much so about Lost.
And Santorin is that bruiser-style Trundle that we talked about a little bit earlier, right? Like the Divine Sunderer gives this champion a lot of potential threat. He immediately goes for the Subjugate into the red smite, into the absolute beatdown. Sword Art is the next target, and Santorin will be continuing the chase. Ooh. He gets chomp after chomp after chomp. The ulti comes through from Core JJ to look to set it up. Now, remember, TSM is still around with Lost and Power of Evil both posing threat. They don't want to chase any further, but Team Liquid earns Drake 2 off of that.
Yeah, Jensen lived with 10% HP max from that last Q that hit him from Lost, so narrowly avoids taking him down. With Huni top, though, no TP. They clearly do not want to challenge at this, but a good job by Santorin, finding Spica there in the river, utilizing the pillar to get the pick, just commits the ulti. The follow-through was there from Tactical. And it's just a nice little lockdown combo to take out Spica and get another kill on the board here for Santorin.
And I like how Santorin's not afraid to just immediately go in. He's thinking, all right, yeah, you're not an Aftershock Rel or whatever, but you still ult this target. Xin Zhao's tankiness just comes from being able to block everything outside the circle. The big troll with a baseball bat is inside the circle. You are getting beat over the head, and you have no defenses against it. TSM grouped up as 4 here in the top side river. Looks like they want to contest this blue buff that Alphari is trying to take. Team Liquid bringing in plenty of backup just to try to make sure they can defend their own objectives, their own jungle territory here, as the blue buff will be given away to Jensen. Don't know if we're going to get a fight here. TSM seems mostly interested in the Rift Herald, and Team Liquid isn't moving over to stop them very quickly. Now, though, we are getting those rotations. It's Power of Evil and Tactical clearing out the wave back in the mid lane. Rift Herald still with a ton of HP remaining. Core JJ does not have the Bard ulti. Santorin just now getting his own ult back. Maybe. That means we might have what we need here. Huni taking some damage here as the curtain call opens up. Rift Herald down to 1,800. Huni still walking away with a 4th shot coming in. Now we got the damage over onto Power of Evil, and the man's already dead. Santorin getting himself away with Sword Art. Now going to be focused down by everybody on the side of TL. You got to stun through the flash onto Lost. Spica's jumping in, looking to somehow kill Core JJ, but it ain't going to happen. Alphari's ready to go, baby. It is gas, gas, gas. Pedal to the metal for Team Liquid with 4 dead for nothing.
TL get everything there. They found Huni on the flank. They destroy him. They even got the Rift Herald. Alphari was able to secure it and pick it up. So bad goes to worse there for TSM, who had been creating a small gold advantage. They decided to commit to this. They want to try to come from multiple angles. Huni's supposed to come here. Power of Evil's going to flank here. But Huni gets found out. He's out of the fight completely. So TL say, all right, let's just go at this one point. One side of the map has already been destroyed. They find Power of Evil. They knock him down. Both your soul laners are already out of there. Then in the middle, this perfect ulti catches Lost and binds him to the Herald right after it with his flash, by the way, because of how the timing on the Bard Q works there. It was perfect from Core JJ. The tether had already connected before he flashed, so he gets rooted up. He gets taken down. Jace takes the Herald. And that is just a disaster fight for TSM, but so perfectly done and so perfectly managed by TL.
I don't care what you said earlier this game. People are playing Bard after this one in solo queue tonight. Damage dealt in the last team fight. A big old donut from Mr. Huni. It did not work out for him. Meanwhile, Alphari is topping the charts. Top diff pretty massive this game.
Yes, sir. And TL just deserves so much credit for their vision around that fight. They had everything spotted. They had Huni spotted on one side of the flank. They had Power of Evil spotted on another side of the flank. They were aware of everything that was going on. They did not rush in. You know, if you just sprint into that Herald trying to steal it right away, then you get flanked from two sides, and that fight probably looks horrible for them. TL, really patient, really good team fighting around that Herald, and as a result, they're really getting very, very far ahead. Almost 3K now, FTX gold advantage. They are looking towards the Mountain Soul, which is going to be very effective against Varus plus Wukong. A lot of upfront burst, a lot of engage.
So I have to ask, we saw the attempt at the flank in the last fight, right? Like, you understand what the goal was, seeing Huni with the flash ready over the wall, Power of Evil coming in from the flank. What now do we need to see from this squad? Because Huni doesn't have a flash, right? You don't have the ability to go for those sorts of crazy plays. What does TSM need to do to win one of these fights? Because it feels like we're starting to go down that slippery slope where Team Liquid seems better prepared, and if they take another one or two of these, it's done.
I mean, I think a lot of it is to do with denial of vision, right?
Okay.
It's because TL had eyes everywhere that the fight looked so bad for TSM. I think their setup was actually pretty good. If there weren't wards on them on every side, then that could have been a successful fight. You have to go from multiple angles. You have to look for the engage. You're playing with Xin, Wukong. You're playing with this Rel. So it's got to be about the hard engage, but they have got to sweep out wards. They've got to have pinks down in advance and make sure that TL don't have eyes on you, or you can get peeled apart just like they did.
Okay, they've already busted down the mid lane tier 2 turret. They are threatening Inhibitor before Baron has even spawned. Inhibitor turret is down in the mid lane.
Great.
Inhibitor itself will now go next.
How far do they go? Are they willing to give up double inhib at 19 minutes?
TSM, okay, TSM's just deciding to go for a base race, but it's gonna be one inhib versus two inhibs. That is not a good trade of inhibs. Here on the top side, Team Liquid putting the damage into this top one. Need a little bit more to finish the deal. TSM do want to try to stop them. Let's see that damage continue to pour on in here. CoreJJ has been sent back to the base. He'll be the one trying to stop TSM. Throws out his own ulti, gets hit by a piercing arrow, but stays alive with a heal. We have had 3 inhibitors now taken between the two teams at 20 minutes.
This is pretty crazy. The one advantage that TSM gets, of course, if they are down an extra inhib, is that they took the bottom lane inhibitor, so that puts more pressure on Baron. Because these lanes that they lost the inhibitor on, you know, it's going to be pushing in here, it's going to be pushing in here, but you want to push out those waves anyway to get access to the Baron pit, so it's not as bad from that point of view. They are trying to rush down this dragon here. We'll see if they can take it. They want to stop the snowball to Soul, but that poke is tough.
Santorin's nowhere nearby. However, TSM under a lot of threat here. Spica just smites the crab, saying, all right, we're not leaving completely empty-handed. I got to take something. But they don't have the manpower to fight back. Even though the enemy jungler is only just now joining the fray, it will be Drake number 3, Soul Point on an Earth Soul for TL.
So there is some pressure on TL to be able to go to the Baron now, try to take that, not allow all this gold that's going to be funneling into TSM to just go into the hands of this Azir, farming up multiple super minion waves and getting super strong. But that said, they are more than far enough ahead to really utilize this advantage. They just need to now get over in this Baron area if they want, try to set up vision around that. Instead, it looks like they want to try to just focus on bot lane. They're taking over vision really in this entire section of the map. They're trying to clear that out, and they're trying to actually use the 2 super minion waves of pressure to just grab a third inhibitor and kind of seal the game potentially.
Right. I mean, if you're stuck dealing with double super minions every single wave 22 minutes into the game, that's difficult. There's nothing else for you to be occupying your time with because it's so all-consuming. A teleport into the bottom lane to guarantee that the minion lives long enough to get that tier 2 turret. 8 turrets now, the count for Team Liquid 21 minutes into this game.
That's crazy.
They'll continue pushing up here. Baron is live on the map. No Drake for another 4 minutes. Team Liquid's push continues. Tactically, it's a little bit of damage, but the curtain call opens up. They will try to force TSM away from their own turret. CoreJJ goes on a magical journey just to make sure he's not caught out by Huni too badly here. Lost eats so much damage there. He's forced back to the fountain.
He's forced back to the fountain, and the supers are stacking. Someone's got to answer these waves. And this is the timing. This wave right here is when TL want to push forward and try to take down this tower, because they're going to have to see a response in mid, in top.
This is a scary version of TL. This playoffs TL is some sort of really, really mad, just woke up from hibernation monster.
The weights are off. They are here to play. They smash C9. They're taking down TSM. They are looking really, really good. And it's going to take something special from TSM to be able to claw their way back into this game, because Liquid does have full control of the map. You can see CoreJJ trying to escort in these minions. They're trying to threaten Nexus towers. They're realizing that the wave clear is strong enough that TSM can actually just clear out this bottom wave, then bounce back. And I don't think they're going to be able to actually crack this third tower here, this third inhibitor tower, unless they're willing to commit to a dive, and that would be very, very risky. So TL may need to just back off and go what I originally thought they were going to go for, which really would be the Baron. You know, that would be the more kind of standard play.
Yeah.
Because TSM withstood the storm, and that does mean that the gold is going to kind of close slightly with all these minions they're going to be farming up.
We are hitting that point. We're a little bit over a minute before all the inhibitors respawn. All three of them, despite the fact that they were taken on opposite sides, do have very close respawn timers. 54 seconds versus a minute 9.
He doesn't know. He hasn't actually checked that box. There's a ward behind him.
Santorin. Let's see.
Now he knows, and now you want to run for
Now
your life.
it's time to dip. TSM with a multi-man collapse. Yes,
did they
he's
go for
tanky,
Baron?
but it ain't tanky enough.
No.
TSM with a pick, but all the pressure back on their base. It's not enough to go for Baron.
Yeah, they're not going to flip it. You know, that would be a pretty desperate play, so they're not feeling in that mindset just yet. But TSM, it's going to be tough, because one of the untold stories about that siege is when you're pressing that hard for that long, you lose all your vision, right? Like, look at this. Yeah. No wards in this quadrant of the map whatsoever. You have such a tough challenge now to get down here, clear out vision in all of these lanes, all of these areas, watching out for potential TP flank wards, and all of these things that you got to deal with. And that soul is going to be available in a minute. Yeah. So TSM have got to move forward, get vision, get ready, and fight this, because I don't think that you can really come back against a Mountain Soul given up this early in the game.
All that pressure just becomes that much more condensed when it's in such a short time frame. 50 seconds now before the Mountain Soul is on the Rift. CoreJJ will continue just throwing out whatever poke he can find. Yeah, that's it, right? Get the primary engage down to the point where he dies instantly once he goes in. Guarantee yourselves a good setup with that. Okay.
There's some handy hunting fruit right there. Sorter got a lot of health back. It's actually pretty important, but it's still 30 seconds. So they're in the river right now. Hooney's trying to flank from the top, though.
Nicely done there. The root, the damage, the pop. Good night to Lost. And TSM will try to fight back, but it will not matter. Hooney tries to get out, but no. It's more of the same in the whole damn game. Power of Evil's gone. Shut down over to Jensen. I'll tell you what, Azale, they might have just stopped the soul because you don't need it when you can march in and win the game.
The Nexus is the better objective, baby. They're going to be going down mid here. Spica trying to escape. They're pushing on all sides. They won't look for the end because the respawn timers are very short. But Jace is going to be able to take this soul. They're pushing in mid. They're pushing in bot. They're going to TP over to the Baron here, and they're going to be starting this up. With Spica dead for 30, it should be theirs. And it feels like that's probably the nail in the coffin here for TSM. Trying to TP to contest, but they don't know that Jace has already got it.
Yep, already taken care of. Team Liquid divvying up the jobs, making sure they're not putting too many guys on the Drake. And there it is, Mountain Soul, Baron, big team fight win. Back to back to back, Team Liquid is set up for success.
Nearly 8,000 FTX gold advantage there. TL are crushing in this series. Back-to-back games, TSM going to red side, trying to play through top, trying to really make their advantages happen there. In game one, they got a significant lane lead, but couldn't really execute in the team fights to make anything good on that. They had some critical mistakes. So they didn't doubt their strategy. They go right back to it. And this time again, you know, Hooney's trying to come from the top side here in this Honda performance play. You know, looking for the flank. They're trying to come from multiple angles again, but it's preempted by the CoreJJ ulti. The fact that Spica gets hit by the ult and Lost doesn't actually ends up working against Lost because Spica can't block the Jhin ulti shots coming through. The AD goes down. That is their gold advantage. Power of Evil is just getting burst out. Hooney can do nothing on the other side. He only got to the Jason. You don't win that 1v1. So TL have taken everything. The Flash is going to get caught by a binding.
Oh, Hooney's trying to protect his buddy. He gets him out of trouble, but what is the cost? Spica down to a 3rd HP now as well. He can disengage, but again, no ulti means no team fighting now for the next minute or so. Power of Evil stunned up as he tries to dash away. The soldiers can do nothing to protect their Emperor, and TSM can do nothing against TL. They will march into the base. They will smash these inhibitors yet again. They don't even need the bottom lane this time. Azael with Power of Evil down. The wave clear is crippled. The damage continues to pour into the health bars. Sword Art goes in a last-ditch effort, but the only ditch is the one TSM has dug for themselves, and Team Liquid's happy to fill it with bodies. Lost goes back to the fountain. He'll go back into the fountain, and Team Liquid takes the 2nd game.
The ace to finish it off. Team Liquid are cruising, absolutely destroying TSM in these first 2 games. That second one did not feel close. They got everything. Huni was dominated through the team effort of Team Liquid in the top lane. Alfari, the early levels, his laning was incredible. He put Huni low, and then it's Team Liquid. It's a group effort to really hammer home that advantage constantly. Every time the wave was going to crash, there's 3 members top. They're zoning Huni off the wave. If the Wukong can't threaten the all-in, the Wukong cannot play the game. And that is what we saw from Huni. Not only that, but even though TSM created great bot lane advantages, I mean, they got the 2v2 kill with Lost and Sword Art. That was good. They took a lot of towers. They were actually up gold before that big Herald fight. But TL played better in the team fights, had better vision, better setup. They marked Huni every single time he tried to flank. They marked Sorter every single time he tried to flank. And they just erased any chance that TSM had to really make their comp work. And this is a TL that just looks terrifying through 2 series against 2 of our best teams.
That's what I'm saying, is this Team Liquid, the preparation and the coordination, which are 2 of the areas that we find ourselves criticizing a lot when teams drop the ball with a lead or don't respond properly after they get thrown a curveball. Team Liquid seems to be lined up and ready to go. They did their homework. They even did the extra credit questions. And you know what? They are passing with flying colors right now. And it's TSM who's got to find some kind of an answer.
The drawing board.
Team Liquid take us to match point. And on the other side of this break, the State Farm Analyst Desk are breaking down the win and getting us ready for game number 3. Don't you miss it.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold.
Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming. They get what they need. They got the mids. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
shit. I know something that you don't know. Been through hell, how to come up a flow. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. Came through stunning, yeah, I'm in my mode. I know something that you don't know. Run black man, better get that dough. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. I know something that you don't know. You don't know. Every day we caught up in problems. I'ma need revolver to solve them. So I do the marathon with my hands tied while I'm naked, making big fight. I'm trying to die legend, Michael Jackson justified. Liberate a young man, they won't keep my mouth wide. Every day caught up in problems. Middle finger out to team 12 till I die. I feel like a superhero. I got the chip on my shoulder cause I was a zero. Passing CDs out in the hallway. I caught the bus, I had no
Welcome back to the LCS. Still hanging out here at the State Farm Analyst Desk and some more dominant play from Team Liquid's side to bring this series to 2-0. But some different looks from both of these teams, too. We had Team Liquid singing a different tune, bringing the Bard out, and a lot of eggs in the Wukong basket for TSM.
Yeah, I think when you look at the draft, it was still very top lane focused for both teams, but TSM electing to stay on red side for game 2, change up the bans a little bit, and you saw the early Jace pick for the side of Team Liquid, but it still felt like the game plan for most of these teams, like given that we have a Bard which wants to roam a lot and, you know, supportive or utility marksman, that a lot of the focus was going to go topside.
Yeah, and the big difference between this and the last match is Jace is much more lane dominant than Nar is going to be into an Aurelia. So I think TL, if you look at this draft versus the previous draft, it feels a lot more in their comfort zone. On the TSM side, I mean, in an even scenario, I think this is a fine draft. You know, you have Rel, Wukong, and Xin into two immobile, an AD carry and an immobile mid laner. So I think in a straight up 5v5, it's actually a pretty good situation. But of course, you need to get there.
Yeah.
And we saw some leads being afforded by some members of TSM, the Bali, and we'll get to that in a bit. But top is really where we saw the action kicking off once again, as expected.
And so Huni actually takes a really bad trade, which forces Spica. I mean, he didn't have to do this, but he kind of did. Top lane was pretty doomed, and this feels actually so bad as a jungler to have to end up going for this, because it's not like you have kill pressure here, right? Like you're not going to be able to go. It's to reset the lane state, and it was important that they did that, but it feels really bad, and you saw Santorin immediately go in to contest his chickens after that as well.
And off the back of that, TL answered right away, and it was just all top lane focus. And Wukong into Jace, like, you really turn online at 6 when you get real big kill threat, especially if someone comes and ganks for you. And even post 3, your trading becomes a lot better. It's still a tough matchup a little bit. You have to play it well. But all this is going down, like, pre-3 with the Wukong already chunked. There's like 5 or 6 men up there, so it's not like you're 1v1ing the Jace. And, I mean, TL just played around the priority that came from having the Jace pick so well.
Yeah, and TSM did try to respond, right? We saw Lost get a huge advantage. Actually, he was, you know, I think at least 2,000 gold up at some point on his lane opponent. He had multiple plays bottom. He had Varus, which was one of his signature champs. So it's not like TSM didn't have advantages elsewhere on the map to play around. The issue was just Huni was basically a non-factor. I mean, he was essentially like a overhyped minion at this point in the game because he had nowhere he could even farm safely. And that's why I think you saw them eventually just have him TP and join Lost bot and say, hey, we're all just going to split the map and try to push.
I mean, it speaks to TSM's having like some difficult lane assignments because there was the TP mid as well. And not including that fight, there were times where they actually did dive the Wukong. There's like a 4-man play we saw from TL, but TSM had their own. But it just never felt like they were really getting a foothold in the game, even with TL not feeling that great. Like we talked about, they had their own advantages. Both CS leads were pretty much mirrored in top and bot lane.
And we've seen that before, bringing the solo laners down to the bot lane to try and create those advantages for TSM. But even with that being said, when we take it to some of the later fights that happen, that lead was mitigated.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a big credit to TL's vision setup here. You know, you can see that at the start of the fight, they have full vision on Huni, but if you look at to the right side, they actually end up having vision on PoE as well. And I thought this was a really, really good movement by Jensen to go off to the side, hug the wall so he's out of vision of PoE, and then pick him out immediately. So On the left side, Hooney's getting picked out. On the right side, PLZ's getting picked out. And in the middle, everyone's getting blasted over this Rift Herald that arguably they shouldn't be going for because they actually don't have control over the river. There's so many angles for TSM to get flanked here. So I think this is the second game in a row where we've seen TSM lose the game, not in draft, not in early game, arguably in my opinion, but actually in team fight and objectives. And these are the areas within the game where we expect TSM to be the stronger team.
I also want to point out one small thing to wrap up our entire conversation about these team compositions. We had talked about what the Trundle does into Xin Zhao that's so strong, and it's that, you know, he stymies when you want champions that want to go in. It also works with the Wukong as well. So I actually really, really liked the Trundle pick here because I think a lot of people have been either pro or anti-Trundle, and I think it's very dependent on what you want to do. And this is a very, very good instance of a Trundle pick.
With all that I'm hearing from all of the analysts here, you're all very aligned in the fact that it's the in-game action that maybe we need to see from TSM. I want to bring some attention to Spica. He's a Honda MVP candidate. When you were on the back foot in the 0-2, what are you looking at from him in this position?
I mean, that's why I wanted to point out that initial play topside, right? Because that really affects his early jungle clear and what he's able to do. The big thing for Spica is that he just needs to get involved as quickly as possible. He's been the primary person behind any sort of proactivity that TSM do have early, and that's why he needs to, you know, get involved with his lanes as quickly as possible in a way that's not trying to rescue them.
I mean, he's in a really tough spot because right now, top lane seems pretty doomed. TSM has opted in on red side multiple times to just try and attack it, and it has not led to any tangible advantages.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you might have to just triple ban Alfari straight up. They've been doing this like 1.5, 2.5 ban situation. It might just be GP, Jace, Camille, so that Spica can just farm safely and do what he does, which is carry for TSM.
Blue side game 3, though, so maybe they'll totally throw the playbook out.
Yeah,
triple
blue
ban
side,
and take a pick.
Okay.
Finally making that switch. We'll have more of an opportunity to get into what we want to see from both of these teams as we'll be at Champion Select here on the desk afterwards. For now, Grubhub is delivering the LCS Championship, and this next taste of local features Hanser from TSM Academy Squad. Remember that thanks to the new Grubhub guarantee, you'll always get the lowest price and on-time delivery, or Grubhub will make it right with a perk for at least $5 off your next order. And if you're looking for some order inspo, Hanser loves a Pokeball. Check it out.
Well, when I first moved to LA, I discovered so many types of food. There's Korean food, good Mexican food, fusion, good Japanese food. Like when I'm back home, I really never used to eat that stuff. Sushi, Korean barbecue, all these kind of things are really new to me. I like poke bowls because they're generally like very healthy. I try to keep my diet pretty clean. I think having a good diet just makes you feel better, you live healthier. It's kind of like the perfect dish for me. It's just like fish with some rice and like some kind of sauce. And basically whatever they think makes it taste good. There's avocado, or you can get like seaweed. There's just so many good restaurants in LA to order from. Pretty much no matter where you live, you can find good food.
Car and Driver is called the all-new Civic. More fun to drive than top competitors. More power and sharper handling than its rivals. The all-new Honda Civic. Contact your Honda dealer today or shop online.
It all comes down to this one last dragon fight to call the whole game. Boom! Look at the damage on the wombo combo. All 5 enemy players down. GG!
You know what's funny?
What?
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk here at the LCS. It's time for us to get into game number 3. I feel like I have to lean this way to match Mark here.
Yeah, what?
I don't know what's going on.
I predicted
this
TSM.
side.
I'm messed up.
I know. Wait, I need to duck out.
I did not.
Also predict.
Neither did I.
Lean in.
Only standing tall on this side of the desk. But we do know that TSM's making a little bit of a change. As we noted before we went into the commercial break, they have elected to go to blue side. Emily, as we get into champion select soon enough, anything in particular you would like to see from them here?
I mean, if they're going to go comfort, blue side is probably a better option for them because, once again, I mean, I was talking to these guys about this off camera, but TSM really haven't been able to make the most of the strength that red side gives you, which is being able to counterpick certain lanes. So, you know, going forward, if they're just want to continue to draft like something that they're really comfortable with and execute on that, especially around PoE's Azir, I don't think it'll be heavily contested.
And to go a little bit deeper on that, when we say counterpick, we don't mean the champion necessarily, because I think both game 1 and game 2, Emily and I were aligned that, hey, these are decent counterpicks for what Alfaro was locking in.
Yeah,
and overall, you know, another team that's more comfortable snowballing aggressively in the early game could have made that happen. It's more about how they're actually executing on that than the drafts themselves as red side drafts.
Yeah, very important note, something that we were touching on going into the break after game 2. And when we were talking amongst ourselves, I know Emily, for instance, bringing attention to the first game, Kaizen, where it felt like it was a bit of even footing on both sides, which brings all the more pressure for one of them to perform in that moment.
Yeah, and you know, in both games, we saw the top side focus be tremendous. You know, at some points, it felt like there was like a 5v1, I think, on Alfari. So I think both teams, like understanding that top side needs to be the focus all series, given how good of a player Alfari is and given TL's playstyle, need to draft picks accordingly that can cover that, right? You want to have supports that can be unlocked to leave lane. That's why I like the Bard from Core JJ. That's why I think Thresh and Leona become really important as well. And just generally, you want to have picks that can be very, very proactive and untethered from their lanes in the early parts of the game.
I think one of the reasons that it's difficult in this matchup is because Santorin is so good about punishing mistakes. You know, Emily was talking about the struggle of having with topside there. Well, then you have someone sitting on your chickens waiting for you to work with your mid laner's priority that they had with the Syndra. Like, Santorin has made 3 straight finals with a small asterisk that he couldn't play in the final one in spring, but he made back-to-back with FlyQuest, then made it with TL. He's trying to make it 4 in a row. Like, he is, in some sense, the hottest player in the LCS in terms of postseason success, and I think you get to see his influence in these games with how much he can control the pace of it.
And he has been very vocal about how hungry he is for that title, having so many second place finishes and great performances across that. No surprise to see some continuation of that top side focus in the bans with the GP, but Emily also paying some respect to the other lanes as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that they keep taking the TF out, but that is something that we've seen Jensen perform really, really well on, and TF is just like an insanely strong pick. The Jace ban from TL is very interesting to me.
I actually would have liked to see TSM just drop the TF pick, the TF ban. I think there's picks that are available to deal with it, and there are combos available to deal with it. For example, Lee Sin and LeBlanc keeps getting open. They keep on getting Xin. There's so many picks where you can put pressure on the fact that TF is somewhat vulnerable, especially early in the laning phase, that I get that TSM's trying to prevent Jensen from getting in a situation where he can go top and help Alfari. But I think if they want to play this early game oriented style, they should have confidence that PoE can put pressure on the enemy mid laner.
It's a tricky situation because they did the thing where you do a really specific ban throughout the first 2 games, and then in the 3rd game, it's like, well, do we finally leave it open? Because I think it was High talking about it earlier in the week about, like, you want the first game to kind of be your experimental one, see what's giving you trouble. Now, if you leave open the TF in your critical game that you haven't played against at all in the series, especially if they've had scrim data that, like, hey, we're struggling against this pick, I can really see them being scared too. And I like getting off the Azir. It's so hard to really make Azir work right now, in my opinion, at least from what I've seen. And this gives them a lot more pressure around the mid lane to actually play around it. Before, you were kind of just ignoring mid lane. You know, PoE roamed, he followed, he did well, but now you can actually make plays through him.
Pivoting away from the Azir, but an abundance of control mages in the mid lane.
Yeah, and obviously they're totally comfortable with the Trundle, right? And that's going to be a jungle Trundle. So I think it's interesting that TL are sticking with that. I wanted to point out the Xerath hover is not necessarily troll and can work in certain situations. I did see it in LPL where it lost, but as a Syndra counter, Obviously, Ori is much more safe, and she fits into a variety of compositions, so it's not surprising to see that locked in, and Jensen, we know, is an Ori player. It is kind of interesting, actually, to compare these two teams specifically in regard to mid lane mages, because these are the two players that throughout the season we're like, we want to see that. This is a very aggressive topside look from TSM here with the Lee Sin Renekton.
And I like it, because it's much more self-sufficient by TSM. We talked about Spica needing to be able to step up. Well, I think he can only step up if he's in a situation where top is relatively safe. And I really don't want to see TL actually draft Zac here, because I think if they draft Zac, that's basically conceding that, hey, levels 1 through 5, you're good, Huni. You're going to be safe with your Renekton. You're not going to have any pressure. So I would like to see TL also choose to draft something more aggressive so that they're not in a situation as TSM where they don't have to worry about top anymore.
I was so sure that they were going to flex the Renekton top when they started hovering the the Trundle top into the Renekton, which we've seen played before pretty well.
Or
and then I thought they were going to take Xin or something.
Yeah. Which we also saw, and I was like, wow, TL have been hovering everything that was in the LNG Suning series.
I didn't think that was going to support. I just meant that I thought it was an interesting takeaway given that the Xin was still up and you take the Trundle blind to be like, Spica, what are you going to do about this? And they just sacked the Xin. So I thought it was potentially a really tricky flex where you get the Xin and the Trundle. Not the case. The Gnar I do like a little bit because it's more self-sufficient than some of the other things that you would maybe play into the Renekton, which want to scrap even harder. And I could see a world where TL focus on their bot lane a little bit more with this draft being more scaling focus and front to back based off the first 3 picks.
Yeah. I guess my thing is, Mark, I don't like TL being a scaling focused team.
Me neither necessarily. It's a little weird.
So I prefer that they don't, especially given that these last few games have been so early game focused. That said, I think they've actually proven this series to be the superior team fighting team. Right? So maybe you just say, hey, look, today we're cosplaying TSM and we're just going to draft the way they would play.
I totally agree, actually. I mean, if you look at the early games, the gold leads fluctuated quite a bit until this 20-minute game breaker that happened in both situations. So you're saying, TSM, you're not good enough to punish an early game. We'll outscale you, maybe.
I mean, and I think this is something that Santorin kind of hinted at, again, when he talked to us on the desk, where he was like, TSM, in the fact that they do play slower, give us a lot more opportunities, and when they have a lead, we're not as confident in their ability to snowball that and close out. And honestly, they've been calling their bluff here.
I think especially bot lane with all these bans coming in, you take the Aphelios and then give Core JJ counter pick. This could be like a pretty bot lane focused game plan where you say, all right, Gnar, you're on the island with Renekton. I don't think the Lee Sin and Syndra are going to get up there enough. I mean, you do have to be careful because that is still scary that they can dive mini Gnar over and over.
Yes, that is, guys.
This is a little bit weird to me. Personally, okay, so the nice thing about Ashe is she has a pretty good laning phase into a lot of matchups. The W harass is just can be really, really oppressive. But the thing is, this does put you in a situation where I think if you're looking to long-range engage, then you're playing Ashe in a situation where you just don't have that much follow-up necessarily. So I guess TSM is going to opt to take away Bard, which leaves Core JJ, I guess, in a situation where you can play Nautilus.
Well, I think because Ashe is a better weak side champion than the Aphelios. And so I was saying, oh, they'll be playing through bot lane. But the Ashe, with the hawk shot, with the volley spam, you can actually play a little bit better. And so I think TSM got scared that they would go Ashe Bard or something and just abandon bot lane. And so they leave it alone and they go really safe with Bard Ezreal wanting to continue that topside focus.
It always
Ashe
is
Zyra would be incredibly entertaining.
Please do it. Please do it.
That would be the most
okay, it's a Nautilus, yeah.
One other thing I did want to point out is that with a lot of, if you do want to hard engage, like since TSM are going to be trying to force having an early aggressive topside, this TL composition technically can just laugh at that and kite back. They have the Trundle, they have the Ashe, and then, you know, what are you going to do?
It puts us in an interesting spot from the viewer perspective, Kaizen. As you're saying, you want to see these aggressive picks. Even looking back to the series against C9, the game that they did drop was when they pivoted away from one style and went towards another.
Yeah, but I think the thing for TL, and going back to Mark's point about how Santorin is playing, is I think what made him so good this series is not necessarily being aggressive, but it's having an intelligent understanding of where he thinks TSM is going to attack next and making sure that he's mirroring Alphari as much as possible. So overall, even though this is not the kind of draft I would favor for TL TL overall. Given how they played in the series and they know what TSM is going to do, I think it's totally fine, especially with CoreJJ on a pick that can roam on the map and make plays in the Nautilus.
Well, and he has a best friend in the Ashe, because if the Ashe is on your team as a jungler, you love it because you can track the enemy jungler so easily. And that is another, I mean, we probably know that Speak is going topside, but that's another benefit that the Ashe brings to this competition.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, TSM are pretty much all in on an early game focus with all their champions and the bar wanting to go topside. It's very telegraphed, and it's just, can TL be there at the right times to match it?
Yeah, looks like we'll be getting to see that soon enough. TL and TSM. I know there was a lot of TSM favor on this desk. Kaizen and I were the only ones that got to stand high right at the beginning. But we are going to get into this game number 3. Will TL find the opportunity to close out the series? Let's send things on over to Captain Flowers and Nazale to find out.
Thank you very much, everybody over there on the desk. And let's see if TSM can strike back or if TL is going to make this one swift, because quite honestly, the first 2 games have looked pretty easy for them.
They absolutely have. And the fact that TSM clearly came into this series, they were going for it.
Oh, he just flashed Dredgelined? Is Tactical gonna flash over the wall and shoot him?
Yeah. Flash W. And that's probably a kill. I guess he doesn't want to go for it. I mean, you got the flash out. It is a trade of 2 summoners for the 1. That was a pretty slow reaction for Lost.
But he still has heal, so killing him is probably not going to work.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you flash in, he'll just heal. Honestly, I expected him to just E over the wall as soon as Nautilus went in there. You know, as soon as Nautilus came around the corner. But he didn't want to skill the E, I think. I think he was hoping he could hold his skill point and move towards just having that Q, having a more regular lane phase. Because your lane is going to be horrible now, right? Yeah. You're in this situation where you're up against the Ashe, who's a really strong laner. Ezreal's already going to be losing that early lane, and now you don't even have Q, so you don't even have an ability to actually farm from range. They can just step past the wave, and this is exactly how you should play it. Just stand in their face. The only way this goes bad is if you actually get bound together. Otherwise, it's very, very easy with this kind of new meta. Hail of Blades, Ashe. You get out those 3 quick autos after the W. It's really powerful for trading in lane.
Yeah, and the Ezreal E cooldown at level 1, I don't really play Ezreal, so off the top of my head, I don't know it, but I think it's around upper 20 seconds or lower 30 seconds. Yeah, 28 seconds. Every 28 seconds, you get an ability. Until then, you're back to auto-attacking. Over here in mid lane, this is one of the most classic matchups throughout the history of competitive League of Legends, is Syndra versus Orianna. I feel like if you're a pro player in mid lane, at some point, you have played both sides of this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jensen's most played in his career is the Orianna, right? People think about him as more on the aggressive side compared to Power of Evil, but Jensen has made a career out of being an excellent control mage player. Lately has been branching out more from that, but going to be in his comfort zone for sure, pairing up with the Nautilus here. And I'm just excited to see what kind of advantage they can really get on this bottom side.
And one thing about, talking about Jensen and Power of Evil and these guys that have been around and playing these style of champions for a while, a lot of people were excited about the meta shift back to control mages for playoffs because, oh, that looks good for TSM, right? Like, they got through more of the scrappy mid lane meta that's not so tuned to Power of Evil. And now he's back on control mages, so everybody's setting off the fireworks, hell yeah. Well, he just played Azir 2 games in a row, and there was not a hell yeah. There was a hell no. And that's problematic. If he's on his iconic style, on one of the most extreme versions of that style in Azir, and it doesn't work, well, hopefully they can turn things around.
Oh, they're trying to go for a top gank here early.
Okay. Alfaria's already jumped in. Santorin going for a little bit more damage. They switch their aggro over as Spica shows up. And TSM will walk away from that one, but it does cost the flash for Huni. Traded, however, for the flash of Santorin.
And it also cost some time from Santorin, because he actually skipped bot-side Scuttle, so Spica did get top-side Scuttle, and Santorin does have the pushing wave down there, so maybe he's thinking, all right, my bot lane is pushing anyway, I can come get this anytime I want. Spica's hanging around, though.
Yeah.
They're trying to potentially punish Alfaria on an overpush.
Yeah, you could die here. CoreJJ engaging there with a CC onto Sword Art. Gets about half his health bar. And now with a TP returning here to mid lane, it will be Jensen. The second Power of Evil had actually just gone back and shopped already. So they're both back here, they're ready to go. Jensen immediately arrives, finds some of Power of Evil's health bar, but considering they both have corrupting potions, lots of sustain available here. CoreJJ gone fishing yet again, and he just keeps hitting them.
Yeah, he's hitting everything. He's getting a little bit low on mana, but shouldn't be too big of a deal. Huni, though, early laning going really well. If you can get a nice trade down on your opponent after they TP back and then TP back immediately yourself, that is a great position. But he's got to be careful. He's getting very low, and he wants to crash this wave. They are moving 3 members top. I do think this could potentially be a risky dive with him that low on health, but they're trying to give Alphari the same treatment that TL gave to Huni on the Wukong last game, and at the very least, they will zone him off the wave.
But let's go back to what you said about this specific situation last game. Wukong can't function in a team fight or in a later game situation the same way that Gnar can because he doesn't have that transformation. He doesn't have the range. But Alphari does. He's on his Gnar again, and he is comfortable on the back foot.
Exactly. It's much more okay to be kind of gracefully losing on the Gnar to be building tank than it is on the Wukong. You know, he went boots and cloth armor as his first buy, right? It's physical damage from the jungle, physical damage from the top laner. So you're going to be feeling really good about actually going towards this very defensive early build here. Probably going to grab tabbies whenever he can. Huni, though, in a pretty good spot early. We'll see if he can actually extend that advantage whatsoever.
Yep. And just a quick reminder to everybody out there, remember that you can tune into This or That live this Thursday at 2:30 ahead of the C9 versus EG matchup. If you need a little bit more Kobe and Dash and everybody else in your life, that's the place to watch that one at, as Huni steps forward, just trying to go for that call for a heal a little bit there, call the meek. And Alphari can hop, skip, and jump right on back away.
So again, critically, because Huni was covered on the push, he didn't actually have to use his TP. So he is trying to hold the wave, and Alphari is just going to base, because Alphari doesn't know where jungler is, but he is mid.
CoreJJ could be in a bad spot. Aftershock keeps him healthy enough. Scout of the Week will not find a target. Power of Evil and Speaking now looking to disengage. Shockwave will not find Power of Evil, but it will tax his flash.
Yeah, so it is a trade back and forth there in that mid lane. Summoner off Power of Evil is nice, but Alphari did lose a full wave at the very least on that top side because he had to base with a wave pushing away from him. And this is because we hadn't seen Spica mid lane yet. He didn't know where the jungler was, so he didn't want to just walk up and die. Yeah. And this is the cost of playing that defensive style. But remember, he got way down in game 1. He never died. He was still relevant. But TSM deserved credit for creating an advantage here after what was a really rough game 2 for Huni and for TSM in general. They are up 20 CS topside. Huni will have a pushing wave now that, again, he's going to look to reset to base, and we'll see if they can get anything done bot side maybe with that TP.
And we still have no objectives taken here 7 minutes in. The Drakes have been a little bit slow so far in this series.
For the crash.
No focus on that one yet. The crash is coming. Is Alphari ready? He nearly has the Gnar bar maxed out, so just about to transform as Santorin makes his way up into the top side now. Having seen Santorin here, do they want to continue pressing forward with this? No. Everybody's going to dip. CoreJJ is also there. That would have been disaster.
It's so reminiscent of game number 1. You know, they are creating an advantage topside, but when it comes to hammering it home, when it comes to getting the kill on this top laner who has no TP, to taking the tower plates, to really making it so that Alphari has no way to come back, TL is always there to defend. They're always there to cover. They actually moved 4 members potentially top. I mean, Jensen went about halfway, then saw that wasn't going to happen, so he went back mid. But they are always moving members to cover. They understand their opponent's win conditions. They understand what TSM is trying to do. And we even heard Cole talking about it. He thinks that TSM get their advantages through bot, through top. That's where they want to play aggressively this series. And just honestly, based on the draft, you know that you're not going to be trying to play through the Ezreal to get an advantage there. Yeah. You're not going to be playing through mid lane because they just don't expect that from Power of Evil based on what Cole was saying. So it's got to be about Huni. And thus, your job as TL becomes about defending that top side.
And now you can see with the resources invested up in this part of the map, they can make their own proactive play going after the Rift Herald here. Santorin and CoreJJ will be left to deal with that one. Once they see that nobody is coming to interfere from the side of TSM, they can send Alphari right back up into top lane, make him miss less resources, try to stay as caught up to Huni's Renekton as possible. Now with this Herald secured, with Santorin at level 6, yeah, this could be a really dangerous dive against Huni here. He hits level 8. Alfari slams him into the wall. The chain CC's coming down. The boy's getting juggled around, but he's got away for now. No! First blood over to Trundle. It is traded 1-for-1. Bit of a misplay there from Team Liquid, but they got what they came for.
Yeah, and they're going to get the full tower, maybe a kill as well.
Oh, Swordart, what are you doing there, buddy? He goes on a magical journey. He binds Santorin into the wall, but the chase continues. Alfari goes in. Swordart, that was not it.
This is a disaster. TL had the perfect timing to protect Alfari on those crashing waves. And when they didn't, guess what Alfari did? He based, he gave up farm. When the inverse situation is happening here, no one from TSM is up there to actually cover the dive, and Huni tries to stand under the tower. What happens? He dies. They're going to lose, very likely, the entire tower. Maybe even zone him off more waves because they still have the Herald to drop. Now the Herald's going to go down, and Huni can't even get back.
Huni's trying to rejoin, but he's got Sword Art next to him, so Team Liquid can't just try to keep killing him over and over and over and over again. Tactical's made his way up here. Rift Herald will not quite kill the turret.
Yeah, he hit the eye right before. I think that barely protected it.
Okay, we missed a kill in the mid lane. Looks like Spica got involved here. They were able to use the power of Syndra and Lee together to get the kill into Ori. We'll get a replay of that hopefully here in just a second.
And that is his flash too, so that is very, very nice. But Alfari, you know, he's going to be in a good spot now. He got a lot of plate gold. He got a kill. He's going to be able to pick up this farm and be down, you know, maybe 2 waves, but nothing catastrophic by any means.
He's all right.
And TL have really good scaling in their composition. TSM are playing a much more early game focused composition. It's much harder to execute when it comes time to 5v5. So there's a lot of pressure on them to extend an advantage. And that's why they're just continuously coming up here. But guess where Santorin is? He knows what they want to do. Again, covering the crashing wave here.
Okay, Alfari flashes away. A teleport shows up from the side of TSM as well. They are committing to this. They are ready to go. Now let's see if they can get anything more up here. Instead, everybody else is going to recall. You've got Huni just putting in the work, taking down the turret plates, continuing to build that lead. Power of Evil has a pretty impressive lead for himself there in the mid lane of a couple of waves over Jensen. So solo lanes are looking solid here in game number 3 for the side of TSM.
They absolutely are. And I mean, Huni gets a plate there, but the problem is you lose a plate bot, you lose a plate mid, you lose the experience off of, you know, this whole wave, as well as the wave that's actually dying to mid lane right there also. So we can watch this kill now one more time. Q to the minion, flash, kick, right onto him, into the scatter. Very nicely chained there by Spica as well as Power of Evil. And Jensen tries to flash the wall, but the ulti was already following. Enough damage to finish it off. A clean gank there. But TL just feel like they're getting more.
Syndra ult is one of those things that feels like it can get more flashes in vain than most other abilities can, just because of the fact that it takes the orbs a second to all fly out, so players will often flash away not realizing they're already dead.
And again, same thing. Wave crashing, no one there to protect Huni. He can't defend the tower because it's already low. Santorin is up here. They have this ward, so Huni knows what's going on, but there's nothing he can do about it. And he's actually going to be losing in the 1v1 very likely. I wouldn't be shocked if Alfari has his Mythic on base. They have the Orianna in the mid lane. They have the Trundle in the jungle, both going to outscale their opponents. You're going to have Tactical, who not only is going to have a lot of utility on this Ashe, but it's a very tanky build that's meta these days. Shield Bow into Wit's End is almost always what you will see. So it's going to be tough to burst him out. And TL are just really in a great spot, looking so good across the series, and so much pressure has to be felt by the TSM members, knowing you are at match point here, and you're not in the spot you want to be in. You're down gold with the early game comp.
Yeah, this is, I mean, remember, this is for the second spot to Worlds, after which there is only one spot available to the teams in the lower bracket, which, if TSM loses this, will include both Cloud9 and TSM.
And EG, who was looking great in Summer.
That's 3 good teams that all know that the other 2 are right down there with them and want it that badly, and only one spot left. This series is very important.
It's extremely important, even just for confidence, right? You know, you come into a series like this, you've been prepping, especially on the side of TSM. You didn't
had a
play
week
the
off.
first round. Exactly. You had an extra week of prep. You come into this very confident of your red side strategy of playing through top, and it just has not panned out. And Alfari, I think, is honestly just kind of a different beast. He is such a good laner that they haven't been able to create the expected advantages. They haven't been able to find the windows to make dives happen, to take down towers, to really make it so Alfari is out of the game. It felt to me like that was the strategy and that was the game plan, but TL are just playing so well around it. Alfari individually, Core JJ, Jensen, Santorin all covering, and it's just making it such a nightmare situation now for TSM.
Well, for TSM, They will be putting plenty of damage into this bottom side turret. The plating finally falls. There's a little bit of HP left on this thing, but honestly, with turret plating gone now, FTX gold difference only just about 450 here between our teams, tells me that this early game, despite the fact that they might not have got everything that they wanted, TSM has been keeping it close.
Yeah, they've absolutely been keeping it close. And the lead comes from composition, right? The lead comes from where you're expecting to kind of have a significant advantage at this point because they invested in the early game. They want to be ahead. They're looking for a pick now.
Okay, Spica goes in after Core JJ. Goes in for the kick now after the Aftershock has already been procced and the enemy support is down. Nicely done from TSM. True Shot Barrage flies out, only finds Alfari. And with that pick, with this 4v5 game state now, that is TSM earning a dragon for themselves. TL says, we don't want nothing to do with it. We'll just trade you for the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, they are going to lose this tier 1. And they're also losing mid control. Spica is going to be starting up this dragon. We'll see if TL wants to go over to it or if they're just going to take the top side jungle. A kill, you give over the dragon, but you get mid lane tier 1, you take the blue buff, and they're going up to Herald as well. So honestly, again, TL getting an okay trade here. Based on the situation, but TSM trying to get more. They're going to take a tower themselves. And it was a good punish on Core JJ, not having his flash. That is a track timer. Spica knows that it's down, so he went for the hook, or rather went for that kick, and does find a kill for his team.
Okay, so TSM now with the Drake stack, 2 of them in their pockets so far, and it will be an Ocean Soul this game. So very powerful potential tool later on.
Yeah.
If they can secure those next 2, that will be a major point of contention in the next 5 to 10 minutes. And now we've still got ourselves a super close game. Team Liquid again having another bullet in the chamber with that Rift Herald could be another explosion of gold with proper use.
Yep. They're very likely going to look at that bottom lane outer. That's the last outer tower here remaining. Just try to continue injecting gold into this team that is going to scale really, really well here. Lost doing fine for themselves. Just kind of dead even farming between these 2 marksmen, so it's going to be about execution.
Yeah,
but Tactical does have that Ash Arrow, which I haven't seen used yet this game, and that is going to be a pretty powerful engage tool that you can set up for it with the Trundle Pillar. You can follow up very easily with the Nautilus, and they're trying to look for a pick here. Spica is behind Alfari. They want to get this kill.
Alfari jumping away, heading back towards his own jungler. There's your enchanted crystal arrow! Huni stays alive though, and now they're turning their attention over onto Spica. He gets away and tries to disengage. Jensen doesn't find the damage. He doesn't aim the skill shot right, and that means it's disaster. Team Liquid are being torn apart, and TSM are the ones doing the tearing.
TSM come alive! They get the kills in the bot lane there. TL wasn't able to finish off Huni, and then they land the arrow. Jensen flashes in, seeing blood in the water, seeing his opportunity to seal this series. But these early game champs, the plays are executed on. TSM turns it around and buys themselves some life in this series.
2-0-3 versus 0-3-1 here in the mid lane. Let's take another look at the replay. It was Huni starting things off.
Now, I want to track, the initial play was actually really nice because Spica's trying to come around from the top. They spot him, so they run up into the river. But I'm kind of confused as to why Alfari didn't commit in to try to finish off Huni here. He doesn't want to move into auto attack range. I'm not sure if he was worried about the Call the Meek, the Q heal or something, but as a result, Huni does live. His cooldowns come back up, kick flash from Spica, sidesteps Jensen's play, and then Huni, who was in the brush there, comes out. The spells are back up, stun onto Jensen, Gore Drinker plus Empowered Q on multiple members, heals right back up, knocks him down, and that is the kind of confidence booster that TSM need. That is the kind of play that they really needed here.
TSM waking up a little bit here in game number 3. You love to see it.
In your veins.
Let's do it. TSM got to keep that going, though. Still just a 1,000 gold lead here in this game. Very important timer in the top left of your screen right now. 2 minutes until the Ocean Drake. Now, remember, this would be soul point for TSM, and soul point on an Ocean map is so much pressure for every dragon thereafter.
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you are playing some of these resilient frontliners, things like the Renekton, things like the Lee Sin, you're going to be going to Sterek second very likely. If you get the Ocean Soul on top of that, it becomes very difficult to actually knock these champions down. Poke gets shrugged off very easily from the Ashe, from the Orianna. So it is a win condition here from TSM, and that Ocean Soul can do a lot of work to erase the scaling advantage that TL does have with their composition.
And when I'm looking at TSM, both of the frontliners of this squad, Gore Drinker Bruisers, but on the side of Team Liquid, there is no active Grievous Wounds application. Yes, there is a Thorn Mail, but you have to be auto-attacking that champion specifically. So that means there's a lot of potential to bait in and out-heal for the side. Oh, wait, never mind. Nope. Not quite enough. The thumbs up to let him know it was a good try.
Huni doesn't have TP just yet. It will be up soon. I'm curious to see if he's not going to base. I would expect them to try to go for this next dragon here. You know, they're playing the early game comp, but it's 40 seconds. They have no wards whatsoever in their bot side jungle. There's nothing here from TSM.
Awfully
With Huni
empty.
still on the top side, it feels like they may be giving this up, unless it's going to be the TP from Huni. But right now, he's just kind of lying in wait up in that top side jungle and does take the red buff.
Nobody from either side is around this dragon placing down early vision. There's no, generally, you know, there's always the conversation about you shouldn't be going to the objective when it spawns. You should be there 60 seconds ahead of time to fight for vision, to play for positioning, all this yada yada blah blah. Nobody's doing any of that. The clock says 6 seconds and there's not a soul around. TSM finally heading into the bottom side river. Yes, there is Scuttle Crab vision for TL, but nothing more.
So TL just decide, hey, okay, we want to play for late. We're going to give up this third dragon. We're going to fight it the fourth, buy some more time to complete additional items. You know, allow the Orianna to get a second item in there. Allow Trundle and Gnar to complete a second item. Tactical to potentially have that wit's end that he is going to be going for as expected. So it is this very durable build. Going to be difficult to burst down the Ashe unless you have an overwhelming amount of damage on top of them. And those trade for a little bit on this top side, but won't be able to make good on that blue steel. It's a lot of vision up on the top side, though, and I don't think TSM realistically have to be worried about a Baron at this point. You know, TL have all these wards in this area, and they will actually get the True Shot Barrage out to check, but with Tactical showing mid, it's 20 minutes in. That Baron would die so slow. So TSM aren't
there's no real worry about it, right? Like, okay, Trundle will hit it, Orianna will throw a couple spells, but it's not like you're looking at a Cassiopeia and a Kaisa burning the thing down at 20. Like, it's not not that big of a deal. But okay, Alphari continues farming up in the side lane here. You can see him working towards that Stair Axe. It's already completed for Huni. It's being worked on by Spica now as well. And Team Liquid still a little bit behind here, still having the pressure of that Ocean Soul on them here in about 4 minutes. Jensen not having the greatest game here. 3 deaths so far. Might just be the 4th. Spica goes in, grabs a lot of damage. Sword Art tries to go for the flash, but Jensen flashes away. His shockwaves have not been great this game.
No, they have not. And he's kind of known for not even needing the setup, for being so on point with it. So not able to connect there, but a lot of move speed on Sword Art. He has the Swifties, and they're going to turn to Baron here. They still have Sword Art's ultimate to try to turn and potentially deny a steal here from Santorin, because Santorin has his flash and he has vision. So I think the TSM have got to turn for the fight. I don't think you want to commit to this.
There is no ulti available on Jensen, but he's already stuck. They fire out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they're looking to find more. TSM's already got 1 kill. Team Liquid running away. Alphari nearly charged up with the Gnar bar. Scout of the Week won't hit a target. TSM, though, they're hurt enough that they're not back onto the Baron. So Team Liquid will trade their mid laner to stop that take.
They do get a kill. They continue putting on the pressure here. The turn was good. A little bit of anti-synergy was concerning with the Barra overlapping the Renekton stun. I thought things could have gone bad, but because Jensen had no shockwave, it didn't end up mattering whatsoever. And Jensen having a rough one. 0, 4, and 1 has died a lot. His aggressive plays have been punished. And TSM are staying alive here in this series. They need to win this one. With that kind of damage coming out from Power of Evil, that is terrifying. It's only armor on Alphari. He's got no MR whatsoever.
And this is what people want to see when they think Power of Evil control mage, right? The Syndra that's just able to play so aggressively because he knows that he has the timing to make sure that he interrupts any sort of an engage with a Scout of the Week, and he has the damage because he's been farming so well. And Core JJ now might just be caught out. He tries to drop the ulti onto Spica to get away, but the chase is on, and the targeting has switched to the enemy AD carry. Tactical with a flash over the wall. Power of Evil with another one for Jensen. 0 and 5.
Power of Evil gets the solo kill on Jensen in his own jungle. They get the flash off the AD, the heal off the AD, flash off Core JJ. They're onto the Baron here again, and they have Sword Art's ult again.
There is no Jensen, period. Ult or not, it doesn't matter. Team Liquid trying to stand and do something about this. Core JJ is nowhere nearby. If Team Liquid wants to go in for this, it is an absolute YOLO. Alfari's nearly ready to transform. He jumps over the wall. He's ready to go in. He uses the ulti on no one, on nothing. It does not work. Team Liquid are trying to stop it. Santorin's into the pit, but it's secured by Spica. Core JJ tries to run, but the True Shot Barrage will help chase him down. Double kill over to Huni, and TSM are putting Team Liquid in the dirt.
You can hear the chants kicking up now, Flowers. Thousands of fans at home. TSM, TSM.
I never thought I would say this, but I miss hearing that in person, man. TSM chants. It was a meme for so long. They get cheered at every game. TSM ain't even playing. But I miss hearing that right now because TSM have just surged in this third game.
And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the back and forth series. Both teams playing at their best, and TL has been running over them thus far. This turn, again, was a nice try from Alfari, but he whiffs. It's a sidestep from Huni, but Alfari, I don't think, realized he was going to have the double jump there. Needed to ult earlier on the transform. Does not actually connect with his ulti. The Bard ult over the wall, though, this is where it gets dicey, because they didn't actually have the damage to finish the Baron during it. It's a great Q smite, though, from Spica. Well done by him to actually secure that, but very, very close stuff. Because the intended play was you Bard ult Santorin, you burst down the Baron, but because Alfari was in the pit, he was really disrupting things and actually bought time for Santorin to have a shot at that. And had he stolen that, that could have been the backbreaker. But now, uncontested soul, 5.4K FTX gold advantage. TSM have everything they need to close this one out and potentially start to turn this series around.
The ball is in their hands. All they gotta do is get it delivered. They're so close to the finish line here in game number 3 to keep this series alive, to keep their chances in the upper bracket alive. Now let's see if they can end this cleanly. The inhibitor turrets will be the target. None of those are broken just yet. This one here in the bottom lane, the only one even taking damage, but they're trying to make sure they can force this all the way into the enemy base. Power of Evil sidesteps away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That's a nice thing to not have to worry about for the next 60 seconds as TSM continues applying the pressure.
Yeah, with Core JJ having no flash and that Ashe ulti down, that's most of the explosive engage that's really available. That's kind of the X factor that they do have. Spica's just been pushing in mid lane here with that Baron buff wave. They're just pressing on two sides though, and Jensen has great wave clear. The Ashe has great wave clear as well. So TSM are going to have to make a bold move here if they want to try to push forward and actually take down one of these towers. Alfari is charging up the Narbar, and he's trying to threaten the flank, but he is marked.
Yes, he does have a flash, though. We might see him try to go for something crazy. TSM has cracked their first inhibitor turret. Putting the pressure on the inhib itself. Doesn't look like Team Liquid's going to try to fight for this one. They'll give that over to TSM, and TSM back out. Only 5 seconds left on the Baron. Red Bull Baron buff got them 4,820 gold, but Power of Evil has been stopped. It won't matter. He won't die. He casually walks away, and TSM just continue keeping it clean.
Woo, that was a bit of a
all planned.
Dice.
All planned. All planned.
10 seconds
keeping it clean.
Guys would have all been gone.
Keeping it clean. All planned.
Calculated.
All planned. Now for TSM, the rest of the plan just needs to be how to seal the deal here. How to make sure that this one ends in a very concise, efficient way that doesn't involve Hail Marys.
And I think they've shown us what that plan is. It's around the Baron. The Baron's going to be up here in 2 minutes. You can turn with the Bard, utilize the portal over the wall to chase into the jungle to take down Santorin. You have a massive advantage. You just need to take that fight. You don't need to go for the 50-50. And the way you draw TL in is around these neutral objectives, these super buffs of the Baron and of that Elder potentially here. So right now they're trying to push heavily on the top side. They know Alfari's down in bot lane. He's showing on the wave. So they're going to get this outer tower. TL definitely won't contest for anything outside of their base.
Oh, no.
And the question just becomes, are TSM going to try to push aggressively before the Baron? And my guess is all they want to do is just control vision. You know, just deny all the wards in this area, right? There's not a single ward from TL in their jungle right now. This is the best they got right there.
Yep.
So it's not a lot right now.
I mean, they got this one blue ward down here in the brush. Nope, never mind. Sword Art just killed that thing. Now that's
the first if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's now a TSM Ghost Ward, so my bad on that. All right, 3 minutes till Elder, 1 minute and 20 seconds until Baron. Now, if you're Team Liquid, what in the hell is the decision you make on this one?
Well, I mean, it's going to be about delaying the game as much as you possibly can. Build up some healing debuffs. Try to prepare for the later stages where maybe the lead doesn't mean as much. Look for things like a Baron Steal. Look for things like an Elder Steal. Barring that, you just give up everything. You keep forming waves, and you try to slowly make your way into the jungle. Create pockets of vision here and here where you can actually check in to the Baron Pit. Because if you can't get access to this area to at least get an idea if they're starting it or not, then you don't have a snowball's chance in hell at really being able to contest the Baron itself. So, you know, TL have got to push out waves, try to slowly move forward, use tools like the Hawkshot, like the triple blue trinkets that they have to find an opportunity for a hero play. Because let's be honest, when you're down 8K plus the Ocean Soul, it's a really long shot to win this game.
Yeah, right. We're not talking about a game where it's very easy for Team Liquid to find that opportunity, that hole in the armor, and punch through.
Looking for the 5% chance.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and TSM would need to commit a pretty egregious error, I think, for Team Liquid to really come back into this game. And Team Liquid, well, TSM, I should say, is playing much better in this third game. The first two games, it seemed like Team Liquid was just playing better, planning better, fighting better, but TSM has struck back, and it's a lot of fun to see that competitiveness of this series that everybody wanted come to life here in the third game.
And it's also seeing that the control mages, that these kind of like hyper-scaling mid laners are not really working out, right? 2 games of Azir doesn't work out for TSM, and now Jensen is on the Orianna, and it's not really working out for TL. It's been the champions that have this early power that have been able to be more proactive, have been able to make a bigger difference here. And they're 2-manning the Baron right now. It's this 3-man TSM squad. They're trying to keep TL away. But TL, I think, have an idea that this is going on, and we'll have to see, does TSM fully commit to the Baron, or do they look for the turn now?
Okay, they're aware that the Baron is at about 6,000 HP. Team Liquid's trying to go. Core JJ setting it up here, but he is going to be hit by the Bard ulti right in the front line. Speaker going to be your target next, but he goes into the stasis, able to stay alive. Santorin with the flash over the wall, looking to chase, trying to find the damage on the Power of Evil, but the Ocean Soul is way too much. Speaker's going to be shut down. Santorin stays alive. It is a 1-4-0. Team Liquid has managed to win themselves a team fight, but the minions are destroying the base. Now it's up to Team Liquid to try to retreat. TSM want to stop them, but it's Team Liquid who now poses another threat. Huni's going to lose the Guardian Angel as Lost can't find the damage onto the low health bars. Huni continues running away. He's stuck in the Wraith Pit, and he dies there. It is still a 2-for-0. True Shot Barrage finds the first for TSM. Tactical will be number 2. Sword Art taking the kill credit on that one as now they keep the chase alive. Lost wants even more, and Power of Evil's ready to cut him off. Santorin and Jensen both looking for the way out, but PoE is ready to go. He slams the orb down on Jensen and buries him underneath it. TSM, I lost my words! They're just marching it down the mid lane, and they will slam that thing into the ground too. Santorin goes golden. He's at about 1/4 HP, and the man's already dead. Alfari tries to bounce on out, but 1v TSM, it ain't gonna work. Team Liquid, they looked so good in the first 2 games, but here in game number 3, it's TSM coming to life to get their first win in the series. They're even dragging it out, padding the stats here with a fountain. They get the ace, 18-5. It's a TSM win.
It's redemption for TSM in this series. Get crushed in the first 2, battling back here against elimination in this series. Would have been knocked to the lower bracket if they lost that one, and they crushed TL, largely off of this big skirmish in the bot lane, where they really out-executed TL, where TL overcommitted to the play, and TSM were there to punish, utilizing this kind of early mid-game comp. They were winning the skirmishes. They were utilizing that early game power to take dragons, to snowball towards Soul. And that big bot lane fight really kind of got them over the hump to get towards the Baron and the Ocean Soul and all these kind of key objectives that they really needed to secure the game.
This is exactly what TSM fans wanted to see. TSM are staying alive, and when we return, the analyst desk will take a deeper look at that victory, and they'll get us ready for game number 4. Don't y'all go anywhere.
It's time to scatter the week in this Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. Just as Cloud9 thought it was safe to escape a skirmish in the river, Jensen let loose a stun that set Santorin up for the double kill.
Damage, but now that he is 6, of course, Vulcan, oh my word, the health bar is gone! What a setup burst that they will trade one back. No, they will not. It's just all the damage out of Santorin. Coming alive in this one, walks away cleanly.
From day one, big head sauce, no A1. They say it's no way I'm gonna make one. Where you gonna be when the day come? Me, I'm riding off in the sunset. I'm just getting started, I ain't done yet. Long days, long nights, got no rest. Now it's top peeled off down Sunset. I paid my dues and I kept my receipts. Remember the days that I barely could eat. All of them nights that I slept on the street. Drove myself crazy trying to make the ends meet. I made a way like I'm parting the sea. No surfing my wave, ain't no bars for me. Just look where I started, no promise for me. School of hard knocks and I got my degree. Cause I've been there and I've done that. And I came up, never looking back. Since day one, I've been all facts, so don't call.
Welcome back to the LCS. That is a
Hoonie mad.
There.
Hoonie smash.
Have you seen someone that zoned in before?
Oh.
Can you think off the top of your
Yeah.
head? Yeah, that's a pretty scary reaction. If you're on TL side, you might be a bit scared of Hoonie for multiple reasons, though. This was a TSM victory here in game number 3. After some dominance from Team Liquid in game number 2, it really flipped the other way this time.
And I love to see it. This was a huge step up in performance from, I think, the entirety of TSM, to be honest, but especially Hoonie and Spica. And this was a game where we saw a draft from TSM that was focused more on being aggressive and more focused on the early game. And the early game actually didn't go that well for them, all things considered. But it was the mid and the late game, which are their bread and butter, that shined and showed us the TSM that we wanted to see this series.
It is very in line with some of the ultimate descriptions of TSM in the end. I do want to go ahead and pay attention to one of the plays that happened bot, because it comes down to some intricate decision-making by the individual players.
Yeah, and I think the first important decision here is for Alfari to try to kite to the left, because Spica is coming down to flank him. So I thought that was really smart, but then it's just kind of a head scratcher, because the Ash arrow is coming from across the map. It's perfectly targeted, and that should have been a free kill, but instead of going back toward the Renekton, Alfari continues to try to kite up toward the river. Even after that, he could have flashed back in to just finish him off with auto, and he doesn't. And this catapults into a complete overrun by TSM, and I think that was a big turning point in the game.
And Huni, with that extra life that Alfari kind of gave him, turned around and actually was one of the key people for re-engaging onto Team Liquid. And I think for Huni, he is someone who has, struggled in some sense in North America compared to the instant success he had in EU. The success he found with SKT in North America has not actually even made a finals despite how many playoff runs he's had. And I think you see that's why he's so angry.
That's why
so driven. He's like, I am going to make a finals, goddammit. So, I understand him being so hungry, and I think he showed that, if you give me an inch, if you let me live one time, I'm going to re-engage and kill you. And I was really impressed by that, mindset from him.
That's a face of a man who's tired of attempting, and he's ready to succeed.
There's so much explosive reactions from the audience to Huni's style of play. And Emily, I feel like it is because he's willing to put himself in those positions to really go for it, even in the cases where it doesn't work out. But when it does, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I was thinking of that on the opposite side of the matchup, right? And I was like, oh, if Huni is that Gnar, he's going in, right?
Yeah.
And that's not even like a ripping anyone apart. It's a massive play style difference. The other thing I wanted to point out with Huni in particular in this game is that I actually thought Santorin did a really good job of tracking what they wanted to do topside to the point where they didn't even get first Herald and actually ended up having to trade bot side pressure for it because TL actually got all of that early pressure topside. They tracked what they wanted to do really well, and Huni was not necessarily behind, but Alfari was put in a very good position where you would have expected TSM to actually be the one snowballing that top side. So this is a really good recovery because outside of that, this hard focused top side didn't actually work for TSM in this game.
Yeah. And we knew coming into the series that there was going to be a lot of focus topside. We've heard it from the coaches. We've heard it from the players. We've seen it in action. But it was another play with somebody else that was located kind of around the top side where we really saw TSM take advantage of the setups.
This bodes well for them looking forward to the rest of the series. I think that their coordination in the mid to late game looked much better. Here they're using Bard's map mobility to find Jensen extended in the side lane. They're able to blow his flash and ultimate. And then immediately after they get this, TSM's like, great. Now that he doesn't have those abilities, let's go force on the Baron. It's not a real Baron attempt. There's these ones where you actually we're trying to take Baron. And then there's times where it's like, oh, we just blew these cooldowns. Make them walk into us. And so the fact that they do this play shows that they're understanding the weaknesses of TL's comp. Jensen TP's back into a really risky position on the top side instead of being front to back with the rest of his team because he's under pressure that TSM is putting on them. And then, again, they're mostly looking for the turn. So as soon as they see Jensen on this ward, everyone's over the wall, everyone's punishing him. And, from this point on, they just picked on Jensen and killed him 2 or 3 more times in this game.
Yeah, Jensen, and this play isn't necessarily reflective of the game he had, but he did not have the best game, let's just say. Also, the gold graph really reflects a little bit of what we talked about, where I actually did think that TL had this early game pretty well in hand until that bot lane fight. Because until then, TSM, and admittedly, TSM are pretty good at this, they were getting cross-map trades. It just wasn't advantageous for them, right? So where they were supposed to snowball topside, they do end up getting pressure bot, but that's not ideally what they would have wanted to do. So I do think you see some of TSM's strengths as a team, even when they were behind and even when their draft doesn't play out as expected in when they are able to punish these mistakes, they're able to snowball it from there. And then additionally, when they do have to trade, even in a disadvantageous situation, they'll make sure they get something.
Yeah, does this feel like it falls very in line with what you expect to see from TSM when they do have the victory? It is that mid and that late game prowess that really comes to their advantage.
It is, and I think the early game is fine. I don't think TSM needs to win early game. Right, I think they're looking more to shut down Alfari and make sure Alfari doesn't win early game. So if they can continue to do that, I have confidence that the mid and late game normally is an area where they're comfortable and they're going to be fine. So I'm not looking for them to snowball.
I totally agree with they don't need to snowball point, as long as they still have proactivity and playmaking. Because I feel like sometimes with the Azir that can be lacking. They try to make it work, and I think that was one of the biggest pivots in this game, which is PoE can be a good playmaker for you. Give him something that can actually call its own shot. And I feel like he was able to do that on the Syndra. And so I really liked that change. While still, you can go scaling, you can be later in the game, but just make sure you have some way to punish when the enemy team mispositions.
Yeah.
And prior to that last game, TSM had played on the red side. Yeah, trying to think it in my brain.
Yeah.
So they were on
Two red sides.
They had two red sides. They just went to blue side. We do know that Team Liquid have selected to go back over to blue side in this scenario. So what are you thinking along those lines, Kaizen?
I really like it. I think given how top focused this series has been, I think it makes sense for Team Liquid to force TSM into a situation where they can actually just first pick blind a top laner. Like we saw TSM just do that last game with the Renekton pick. And I think what you're going to see here is a lot of focus paid around getting Alfari on a pick that can be proactive by itself. I don't love the Gnar for him, personally. I don't want to see that anymore. And I think that also TSM does not really exploit the fact that they're on red side. So I think it's smart by Team Liquid. And I think it puts TSM in a difficult position because I don't think they got full value out of counterpick the last 2 times they were on this side.
In the end, the way that the series has been going, TSM is in a position where they have to pull off the reverse sweep to secure that spot for Worlds qualification. We are going to find out if Team Liquid can clutch it out, though, and secure that spot for themselves, or if TSM will push this the distance for a second Game 5 2 days in a row right after this.
Push it, please.
You know, I thought of also that Team Liquid in their Game 4 or Game 3 last series was like party.
back, my friends. I have found my words, and those words are, we got ourselves a series. TSM strike back in game number 3. They look good doing it. They found the plays. They set themselves up for success, and there were a couple pretty big differences between the players in these roles. Mid lane's going to be where everybody's eyes were at. Jensen had a very poor Orianna game, while Power of Evil finally put the power in his name after 2 underwhelming Azir games. He pops off on the Syndra.
Yeah, he was incredible on the Syndra. I think Spica was huge for them as well. A lot of proactive plays being made by him on the Lee Sin. But TSM are going to be forced back to the red side. They lost both their first 2 games with side selection. They chose to go to red side, lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
They mix it up. They go blue. They win that game. So can they recreate a similar draft here on the red side? That is the major question for me.
Okay.
These top laners have not been very successful on the red side. And TSM, I think, really both teams are probably going to be looking more towards early game champs than we would have thought coming into this series. We've just seen how successful some of these power picks are. Things like the Bard that were completely out of left field have now been in multiple games, been very successful. And things like the Syndra, like the LeBlanc, are outperforming the Azir, outperforming the Orianna. So it does feel like there's a little bit of a paradigm shift.
And that's really fun to see, especially in the middle of a series and how it progresses and how it evolves and what it changes. Our bans are already done here in the first half of the draft. It's Viego, Leona, Renekton, Gangplank, Thresh, and, well, one more. I lied. I was hoping that they were going to finish by the time I finished my list and I would seem really smart. But yeah, I thought I was trying to outplay it, but there's a reason I only play Skarner. Anyway, Twisted Fate's the last one. They still don't want him in the game. And for Team Liquid, the first pick will be the Syndra for themselves.
No Crocs allowed. I like the Syndra pick here a lot for TL, not only because we've seen that it's actually pretty successful, PoE played it well, but honestly, it's the most proactive pick that I think PoE is comfortable on. So by denying that, you're kind of pushing PoE onto something that either he, A, isn't as comfy on, like maybe the LeBlanc or the Lucian or something like that, or B, you're saying, okay, you can only play Orianna or Azir again. Right? So that is really what I'm curious about. Like, what is the answer here for PoE? Does he want to go towards another aggressive pick that he's maybe not as confident on? Or will he go to his wheelhouse? But it didn't work out the first 2 games.
All right, well, they lock in the Lee Sin for TSM. They go for the LeBlanc as well. So Syndra, LeBlanc, we know we're getting that in the mid lane. Those were the 2 champions that you named before we even saw any of the bans as these sort of emergent mid laners that seem to be the most successful, and now we get the head-to-head.
Yep, so he's going to be on that LeBlanc. Has been pretty good on it throughout his career. 26 games, 57% win rate there. So it's not as though he hasn't played it a lot. It's just not really what he's known for. It's not his bread and butter. But it's going to be exciting because this is one of those explosive matchups in the mid lane. When you're playing these kind of burst assassins or whatever you want to call them, if one gets ahead of the other, you can start to 100-0 them pretty quickly, and it can become incredibly difficult. It's a very heavily skill matchup. Can the LeBlanc avoid these scatters with the distortion while still moving aggressively and trading heavily? Camille plus Xin, clear plan to go towards the top side to lock him down. You can play through that side lane heavily with it, and instead of going for an early answer here for Huni, they're instead prioritizing the Bard once again, something that maybe isn't going to be as good in the 1v1. You know, Huni will be denied some of those picks potentially, but the Bard can move to that side lane, can help to assist what will be a champion playing in that side lane against the Camille. And this is going to be really interesting because I'm expecting TL to ban out some of these picks that they're maybe a little bit more worried about from Huni, things that they think could be a good answer into the Camille. I don't know if Huni's going to go crazy here, but you know, something like a Jax, if you want to play, you know, power for power, answer in that side lane can be an incredibly strong matchup into the Camille. I don't know that we will see it because it's not really been something that Huni has gone to. But he is one of those guys that has supreme confidence in his own skills. And if there is a player just kind of busted out in a high-pressure game, I think it might be him.
Okay, well, we got the Jace banned away, so that's not a possibility there in the top side. What is going to be TSM's second ban besides this Nautilus? Still got a little bit longer to think about it. They pretty much know where all 3 of those champions on the side of TL are going. Yes, Syndra could be flexed into the bottom lane, but you much more expect Jensen to play it. So do we go for another support ban? Do we go for an AD carry ban?
I mean, if they want to ban out more of the engage that could go towards the Alistar, I like the Ezreal ban because it's kind of trying to accomplish a similar thing in a different way, right?
Okay.
It's basically saying you can't have the safety of playing this Ezreal 1v2 in the bot lane, which would allow CoreJJ to move up to the top lane and play around there, right? Yeah. Because when you lock in the Bard, you want to roam. The whole series has been about top lane, let's be honest. It's been about both teams getting up there, who can be more effective. And if you can put Tactical on something where he requires the presence of a support to stay safe, then you can limit CoreJJ's ability to roam just kind of by proxy.
All right, Tom Kench banned out now. They don't want to have Camille having to deal with that in the top lane 1v1. What will TSM pick here? We know their mid laner. We know their jungler. We know the support. Ooh, maybe
Jarvan
we don't
top.
know their...
I think it's Jarvan top.
Either way, we're getting Jarvan, and it could be Jarvan top.
I think it's going to be Jarvan top. It could be just Lee Sin top and then Jarvan jungle. That's also a possibility here. Speak has been so good on the Lee Sin, though. And I have not seen much Jarvan all of these days. It will be really, really interesting. It does have the ability to obviously, kind of fill a similar role to Lee Sin, but the engage is, I would say, like kind of less explosive because you don't have the displacement. Jarvan top used to be something that was kind of mixed in as far as top lane. You can play just like grasp Jarvan, Q poke through the wave, go for these short trades with your W, with the auto, with that grasp proc up onto Camille and gonna go for this somewhat tanky build. Galio coming through here with Camille.
Galio, man. That's some nightmare fuel right there if you get engaged on. There is no way out. Well, there might be one way out. Remember that one thing that Camille does not like is yeet abilities, of which Lee Sin has a very iconic one. So there is the potential to remove the Hextech ultimatum by knocking her out of it with that. Yeah. But that's about all you got. Man. And on the side of TSM, they're looking to maybe lock in this Aphelios here, and that will be their hyper carry. There's your late game insurance at the end of the draft.
I really would have liked Tristana so much more, I feel like. Aphelios with the Bard as your support, like, where is the safety against Camille, Xin, Galio, Callista, all these champions that want to dive in on you, stacking on top of you? Yeah, exactly. Like, something like Tristana, at least you have a shot if they dive on you, because you can actually buster shot the Camille out of her own ultimatum, and that breaks the tether, then you jump away. Also, Scales similarly strong. I do think this is going to be an incredibly tough game for Lost, and he hasn't had the best track record in this series, has been, I think, struggling in some of these games to stay safe, and this is going to be an incredibly tough one for him. Does look like it will be Jarvan jungle, Lee Sin top, so Huni just going to be kind of going toe-to-toe here with Alphari, but you're going to get heavily outscaled, and Lee Sin is taking a lot of nerfs as far as the solo lane goes. So it's like your early game isn't even that dominant against this Camille anymore. Your wave clear with the Emax is so much worse than it used to be. So it's tough, because if you don't create an early advantage as the Lee Sin against this Camille, you are going to get so hard outscaled in the side lane that you're pretty useless in the 1v1. So then it's just about, can you make plays? And we have seen, to Huni's credit, him make some really good plays around Baron on the Lee Sin for TSM to find these big picks, to find these big kicks. And it's going to be a lot of reliance on that. I just don't think Jarvan can duel against the Xin. I don't think Lee Sin can really duel against the Camille later on. So it feels like a lot of pressure on TSM again to get stuff done early, but TL has so much early power that it's tough to really find those windows here, I think.
And here we go. Game number 4 of the series. A win here is a win for the whole thing for TL. They will continue on in the upper bracket. If TSM wins it, we're going to Silver Scrapes. Level 1, let's see if we get anything on this. Remember, last time around, there was a bit of level 1 action with an invade from the side of TL. This time around, everybody's playing pretty safe. Dash over the wall there from Power of Evil just to set down a ward at the red buff. I like this. Utilize the LeBlanc mobility and snapback to get that ward down safely. Just keep track of where your opponent is starting. And yeah, nothing much more than that.
It's going to be the W start for Bard as well. So sacrificing some of your laning power in that 2v2 to be able to basically give, extra potions. Like 2 of those cupcakes or Hakokos, whatever you want to call them,
whatever
is basically the equivalent to 1 potion, because each of them are like a 70 heal or thereabouts, depending on how much AP you have and so on. So it is pretty nice. When you are trading heavily, you can sometimes get a pretty big advantage just by having those 2 extra little heals there for you to grab.
Good stuff there from Sword Art, just being the support Power of Evil needs before the game really even starts. As Power of Evil and Jensen, man, last time around, Jensen was the one who was made to play the fool. Power of Evil just coming out on top there in game number 3. You know Jensen wants to be able to pay him back on the same champion here in game number 4.
Absolutely. It's going to be this skill matchup. It's going to be Power of Evil trying to avoid the scatters, trying to hit as many skill shots as he can, while Jensen is trying to nail that scatter to avoid the chains being completed. If you can get far enough ahead, you can really start to run matchups like this where your opponent cannot contest you in trades anymore. It becomes incredibly difficult. Huni trying to utilize the early game power here of the Lee Sin, push in, use the E, safeguard just kind of on yourself for that leech. Just shove, shove, shove. Try to make it difficult for Alphari, but with the grasp, as long as you play around your passive on Camille, even against early game champions like Lee Sin, you can trade pretty effectively. You know, auto Q with the grasp proc that passive shield for physical damage reduction, and the trades can go okay with you. And that's why I think this champion is just so scary. We might see EQ flash here from Jarvan, could look for the early gank.
Okay, Jensen with the Scatter of the Week there stops Power of Evil from really being able to do anything that he wants to do. The chains come out. Jensen knows he won't get out of the range, so he tries to just stick around, grab a little bit of trade damage back. But yeah, Spica not getting a lot out of that presence mid lane.
Yeah, Power of Evil, if he doesn't want this to crash, he's got to start really trying to thin out this wave, because Jensen's just hard shoving. He's spending all his mana to push in the wave, and it will crash. So the hot Coco's there, not really getting any sort of advantage, and Huni gets connected with that hook shot.
Okay, but now it's Team Liquid looking to make the play here on the bottom side. They've already gone in with Galio and Core. JJ sets him up. Santorin knocks him down. First blood, Team Liquid.
Nice play there from TL. TP down. Core JJ flashes in. Santorin is there as well. 4 members bot. They kill off Sword Art. They deny the wave. So Tactile has double the farm rate now of Lost, who had to flash away to even survive, getting denied experience, getting denied gold. And on the top side, Alphari was having a pretty successful trade himself, you know, just trying to hit the outside of that tack sweep for the healing. If you can keep Alphari locked in a long lane, it can go more your way, but we can watch this one more time. It's the wraparound here from Xin. The TP's coming in. Core JJ, immediate flash. As soon as that hits, you're going to be taunted up. You're going to be taken down. Lost had to flash out of the taunt range so he could survive. But the price is very, very high as they lose a plate, they lose the farm, and the kill goes over.
Team Liquid starting off game number 4, looking pretty strong. Power of Evil with the chains on Jensen. Roots him up. Sword Art's here for a little bit more. Stun into the wall. Jensen at 200 HP stays alive.
Yeah, no cooldowns there for Power of Evil to actually follow it up. He had used his full combo. If he still had a rotation of spells, he maybe could have gone in to try to follow that up. But at the very least, Jensen has TP'd and Power of Evil has not. So if you get a big winning trade like that, you can force Jensen to base at a bad timing. Force him to actually lose some of those minions. But once again, Core JJ up to the top side. Just clearing out that one ward and placing a control ward of his own is really impactful, because that takes away the safety that Huni had. He can now not play in the face of Alphari at that tower, so he's going to have to base.
Okay, Team Liquid feeling all right about how things are looking here very, very early on. Jensen stacking up the tier, and we'll see if TSM find a response here early on, or if they're cool just sort of letting things move forward. Teleport returning to the mid lane now for Power of Evil. Remember that Jensen has already used his teleport, so Power of Evil now, with Jensen needing to go back to base, will have control and priority over this mid lane as Sword Art continues just roaming around on this bar. The importance of roaming in this series cannot be understated with how much impact we've seen both teams have all over the map very early.
Yeah, it's been absolutely massive. The supports have been everywhere, Bard becoming pretty important, and Sword Art, every time he roams here, even if they don't find a kill,
the Scout of the Week onto 2. Jensen trying to get all the way away. The flash will keep him alive. Jensen keeps his cool and stays safe.
Man, Jensen is so good with those little micro dodges, sidestepping the Bard Q there as he flashed in. If that hits, you're just dead, because you're going to see the flag and drag follow-up, you're going to have the Scatter of the Week follow-up, or rather the chains coming through. He nails the Scatter. He dodges the Bard Q there. Really well played from Jensen. And they're just trying to set up another dive here, potentially onto Lost. Core JJ has the wraparound. Lost knows there's a chance, so Spica's being called down. It could be Core JJ in a little bit of an awkward spot if they spot him, because he has no flash available, so he's actually kind of just got to like hide out right now until Santorin arrives.
Stay very still. All right, Core JJ with a blast cone gets himself away. There will be no dive to be found onto Lost here just yet. Remember as well that one of the other parts about this Kalista, it's not just the offensive capability at level 6 to throw Galio in like that bowling ball. It also enables Core JJ to play more aggressively and look for plays of his own, knowing that if he gets in trouble and Tactical is nearby, he gets out for free.
Absolutely. You know, it can play in the face of your opponents. Make sure you're moving and posturing aggressively to land taunts on some of these squishy champions on the TSM side that want to be playing aggressive.
Lots of pings all over the place from both sides here as we're looking to coordinate our next moves. 7 minutes in, Drake still has not been taken. We've also got ourselves about 45 seconds or so until that Herald spawns. We'll see how much attention is paid to that one. Teams have been prioritizing it pretty heavily so far in this series. Core JJ joins up with Jensen here in the mid lane. Looks like they'll just move to push this out. Jensen is down to about 1/3 there on the mana, so he wants to make sure that he's got his buddy there to help him push it up. Power of Evil going in. Chains down onto Core JJ, and the distortion back means the outplay for TSM. Jensen's now stuck inside the Cataclysm. Santorin's trying to get a kill, and he gets it. 3 Talon strike in the last hit, make sure it happens. Power of Evil now doing a lot, trying to get the last little bit of damage onto Jensen, but now he'll get jumped on. There's your double kill back to Santorin, and it's a bloody battle here in the mid lane.
You cannot ignore this Xin Zhao, Santorin running over him. Huni here on the roam. There's no flash on Santorin, so if he can get in there, they could get this kill.
He immediately puts a bunch of damage into Sword Art to make sure that he cannot be a part of the chase. He turns it around, he gets himself out.
Yeah, fighting out of there by Santorin. The ulti was also huge because he has the mark on the Bard, so he can actually ulti Huni away from him there, not allowing Huni to get behind him, because Huni would have wanted to try to kick him towards the tower to try to secure that kill, but the ulti comes out, denies that potential, and Power of Evil setting this up really well. Lands the chain, Sword Art is there. We know that Spica is arriving as well. Snaps back after the chain is landed. Spica able to pick this one up, and then Jensen locked down. But this whole time, look at that damage coming through. The ulti from Jensen plus Santorin is just running wild. Power of Evil gets scattered back, has to commit the flash, didn't have any spells available to finish him off besides that. And now Santorin's 3-0. He grabs the Herald, and he's going to be in such a strong position here, such a commanding spot in this match point game for TL.
And this is the kind of guy that you want to have those resources and have that lead and put the ball in his hands, right? Santorin has been popping off here for this squad. He seems hungry to get back in here and prove himself after having those difficulties this split. Huni goes for the kill, but he kicks Jensen away without enough damage, meaning Core JJ can try to go for the counter punch and force the flash out of the TSM top laner.
And Huni's kind of just not about laning anymore. Already, this early on, he's moving towards mid. He knows he's got to make plays. He knows he's got to snowball. And every time you walk away from that Camille lane, the Camille is on that ticking time bomb, just getting closer and closer to getting to this point where you cannot contest in the 1v1, where Camille is going to run over this Lee Sin in the side lane. And I think we're really approaching that point here pretty quickly. Already up in gold, probably going to get 2 plates at least, and then base with the wave pushing towards him. LeBlanc is moving up, so if Alfari overstays, he could be in trouble, but will back it up, and he's going to be getting pretty close to the Divine Sunderer likely here.
And that Divine Sunderer power spike is oh so scary. The burst power of the thing, the trading power in those really snappy short engagements, the extra sustain you get out of it, very, very effective item. As Huni will clear out this cannon. Nope, okay, hits Alfari with that one. If Alfari had stepped up enough to avoid that Q, Huni could have potentially face-checked, and then there could have been some problems.
Yeah, because Huni spent his flash and his ulti in mid lane, right? So you are not in a position to take the 1v1. And when you are getting outscaled and you're having to play on the defensive, it's definitely really tough. And Alfari is just, honestly, such a tough nut to crack. He's so good at laning that he puts so much pressure on you to get things done against him, but he handles that pressure incredibly well.
And he doesn't take the bait on stuff like this either. You can see how far forward Huni was, just trying to dare him. Santorin with the second auto attack on the ward to make sure that the next one will be the knock-up. Just a little bit of extra Xin Zhao mechanics there, but it's not enough. He can't close the distance to get that third attack onto Huni.
Yeah, those are the kind of more ward mechanics you want to see.
That's like the equivalent to the butt twist on Skarner. It's like, this is a very basic champion that doesn't require a lot to play, but here's one cool thing you can do with it.
Yeah.
All right, Shelly, let's see what we can get done here with the Rift Herald. Nicely done from Sword Art. That's one of those things that Bard is just so good at, is stopping the Herald, rotating around, following the Rift Herald play, and denying a valuable use of that.
Just a great read on when Santorum was going to drop that. Knew he was up around that top side after they had that little skirmish. Had the read that it was going to be getting dropped, denies the value there. That would have been the tower almost dead, to be honest, because that's just a hair over 3 plates, so it'd be down to like half a plate or so left, and could have potentially been that first tower gold into Alfari's pockets, which is such a tough position to be in. But TL moving down towards this bot side, trying to control vision here and threatening around this blue buff and around the dragon area.
Yeah, even though Team Liquid misses out on the money from that Rift Herald charge, FTX gold advantage still 1,500 in their favor in these first 12 minutes. Santorin, Core, and Jensen all working together to steal this blue, and Jensen will do literally just that. Just yoink it away, make it so there's no contest. Santorin with the good timing on the auto attack to secure the Scuttle Crab as well, and Team Liquid get what they came for when they get right back out.
Yep.
Now,
backing it off.
For TSM, we'll see how well this Aphelios can continue scaling. Because remember, you had concerns about this in the draft, saying, where's the protection? How do you keep this guy alive? Lost hasn't been having any issues so far. Yes, he's a little bit behind in farm. But again, it's Aphelios. We know what he does if he gets to all those items that he wants, if he has the right guns. So I'm very curious how much attention TSM is going to be paying to him as we move forward and get closer to those bigger team fights in that mid-game phase.
I mean, mostly it's just been about trying to make plays with Lee Sin, with Jarvan, with LeBlanc. That is kind of your core squad that they're trying to make things happen with. But they haven't really been able to make much of an advantage. Yes, Lost is there as kind of that late game win condition, hopefully. But only thing he has to keep him safe is Flash.
Okay, Santorin wants to disengage as Power of Evil and Spica make an attempt on his life. Core JJ immediately ready to respond with the ulti here, going after him. Power of Evil is stuck in the Hex Tech ultimatum. It's pretty easy to tell which one's the clone when it walks away and the other one is trapped. Easy pick up there for TL, and with that kill on the enemy mid, they will earn themselves the first Drake of this game. 13 minutes and 45 seconds in.
The whole series just about top lane. Dragon's not in the top lane, Flower, so you don't need that.
An astute observation, my friend. I see why you were a world champion.
Well, Alfari TPing down, grabs himself a kill, feeling good about that. And yeah, I mean, Lost can scale up. Lost will have threat in the team fights. The problem is just going to be, how do you stay safe when you get Camille Galio ulted? Because that's going to be it, right? You know, it's going to have to be some sort of like defensive Bard ulti to keep him safe, or try to kick the Camille out of her own ulti so that you can then maybe flash away from the Galio ulti. But it's really, really tough to stay safe against these sort of compositions that have so many ways to close the gap, to get in on you, and you don't have a Thresh or something along those lines, Tom Kench or whatever, to really keep you safe from that dive. So Lost is going to have to position well. And if you position too defensively, well, you don't do any damage. So there's always that trade-off, right? You got to be in the mix, but not stepping too far forward and going down.
All right, Tactical will be assigned to deal with Huni up here in this top lane. Not too afraid of him, just farming up. Core JJ makes his way up into this top side as well, clearing out some of that vision, providing more of a threat, forcing Huni to play respectfully and not give away anything else. TSM still keeping the gold lead roundabout where it was before a couple minutes ago. And they're looking for a play, maybe on Alfari.
Yeah, they want to make something happen. Alfari's just been farming away.
Nope, flashes away from the Bard ulti. Good job there getting the Summoner spell, but that's all they're going to get.
Yep, something nice for them, but they will lose their tower on the top side. Not sure who's going to get first tower, as LeBlanc's working away on that one as well, but it does seem like... Oh, Huni.
Whoa! Huni's going in as Tactical tries to stick around without the minion wave for the last couple of autos, and Huni successfully denies it.
Yeah, he's trying to win that race for them for first tower, but it just doesn't seem like Power of Evil can get the wave in fast enough. And the tower on the minimap is looking still pretty healthy. I think it has about half, so they will collect that first tower gold. Tactical going to be in a good spot off the back of that. And now, Herald drop mid. This is going to be so much damage down, but Sword Art doesn't have his ulti. So once that's on cooldown, once they saw that use bot, they know it's free reign to use the Herald here mid.
And there she goes. Mid lane tier 1 turret about to crumble, but they don't have the damage to seal the deal. They will be able to return, however, at almost any point, throw a couple of auto attacks in and knock that over. So TSM needing to play around that now. As Huni backs away enough for Tactical to make his way back into the lane. Keep on farming these up here. Just clear the wave out. 159 CS in this game. Second highest only to Huni, who goes in looking for the kill, looking for the play, but it ain't gonna happen because League of Legends is a team game, and Huni tries to flash in for the sneaky kill, but it's just disaster.
He flashes back in, but his ulti wasn't even up when he died, so I'm not sure what he could have really gotten done there.
Flash,
the Word Drinker was on cooldown, the ulti was on cooldown, and you could smell the desperation here a little bit. As Huni went with this early game pick, they haven't made anything happen, but they are looking for a play onto Alphari.
Alphari hook-shotting off of the Jarvan terrain, trying to see how much of an outplay he can get here. Power of Evil's already down. Spica gets stunned up, and the damage continues pouring through. Spica at 200 HP, Jensen in hot pursuit. Alphari getting stunned up by the Bard ulti means that they cannot pursue that further, but very well played from the TL top laner.
Yeah, TL are running this game. Victories on both sides. Huni tries to make a play in top side. He dies. Power of Evil TP's in, commits the flash. Everything used there to try to kill off Alphari. They don't even get close. Jensen arrives. Power of Evil dies. And yes, Spica gets away, but it costs him his flash. It costs him so much, and they're even going to lose this mid lane tower now. TL are absolutely running away with this game.
What's the secret, Azael? What does TSM got to do to stop this? Because it just seems like TL wins across the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just didn't get nearly enough in the early stages, right? You're playing Lee Sin into Camille, and you're actually down on gold. They tried to roam and make plays, but that's not really happening. Compositionally, I think it's very difficult. They were trying to get a little bit clever here with the Jarvan, but the Jarvan really hasn't gotten anything done, and it's just going to be kind of a lot less useful than the Xin. So it's up to playmaking. It's up to a spectacular kick, to a pick from the Bard or from the LeBlanc. It's got to be something like that because, it's getting to this point where when Alphari hits 2 items, even with Lee Sin and Jarvan there, you like your odds to 1v2 them or to at least escape, right? It's just like they need so much damage to actually even threaten this guy anymore.
He's so strong on this Camille. Yeah, he's down some farm. Who cares, right? The Lee Sin is the one out farming you, and this is not a champion that's going to scale in the same way as a Camille is. Second dragon of the game about to spawn now. Spica jumps in, doesn't find the knock-up. Alphari says, all right, cool. Just steps right back away. Continues defending the turret here on the front line, making it so it's harder for TSM to move up and try to contest this. Huni jumps in. They want to try to take down the turret, but it's just a bait. Tactical's here, and they're ready for the 2v2. Tactical putting the spears into Huni. A little bit more damage gets it done, and now Spica's the second one. They get it all. They get the Drake. Sword Art can't help, and TSM is falling apart in Game 4.
Lost gets the tower mid, but you lost the dragon. You lost 2 kills on that top side. They have been well and truly outscaled in the jungle, in the top lane, and Power of Evil is just not strong enough to really have an impact in this game. Tactical is 3-0. He's getting to this unassailable position where he's going to have the early wit's end. No longer are you going to be afraid of Power of Evil, who's kind of down on gold from where he wants to be, against a Kalista who has a defensive build and is up on gold.
Yeah.
It's
tough.
So impossible.
It is tough. It is a hill to climb right now for the side of TSM. Team Liquid, however, with those first 2 Drakes in pocket and the Mountain Soul possessing the Rift, they now have another win condition that they can keep playing for over the course of the next 10 minutes, and it will be up to TSM to be able to respond to this. TSM have only found 2 kills the entirety of this game, and they're going to have to get something else. You brought up the pick potential, right? The playmaking, something with Bard and Lee Sin working together, some sort of an unfair fight, because anything on even ground against TL right now isn't looking good.
The most difficult part is that how do you even find that pick? I mean, we saw that Spica and Power of Evil actually caught out, kind of air quotes, Alphari, and they're the ones who end up dying because the TP response comes through and they can't actually burst them down. So it feels like at this point, the overwhelming force you need to kill someone in the side lane is basically 3 players, right? You need Bard to maybe show up and have both Huni plus LeBlanc, or maybe, Spica plus Huni plus Bard, maybe something like that could really get it done in a side lane if you can find that play. But then you're committing so much to that side of the map that there is a real risk of losing too much on the other side.
Yeah, there's always an opportunity cost to any decision that you make, right? And when you're already in a spot where you're down 3,000, 4,000 gold, not that far into the game, those opportunity costs feel even worse. Because when that play doesn't work out, you're like, oh, that was supposed to be our chance to come back into the game, and now we're even further behind, and it just continues snowballing against you.
Yep. It's a really, really tough spot. TSM clearly wanted to try to go for something early, for something aggressive. They wanted to try to throw a curveball here with the Jarvan. It did work for them in blue side, last game, going early and aggressive. They were able to kind of create an advantage. But Lee Sin as a laner, to me, just feels like so much weaker than even that of what the Renekton is. You have got to make plays with this champion. It's all about, finding kicks. The lane dominance just isn't really there anymore, even against this champion like Camille that kind of is just a scaler. Jarvan as well, it's like, sure, if you can find the really powerful early ganks, that's great. You kind of have that explosive engage with the flag and drag, but Xin wins every skirmish against you. Xin can gank too, and outscales you, has better survivability with the ulti, so it's really tough, right? I think that the draft was super smart from Santorin, and it feels like they've kind of painted TSM into a corner a bit. Going blue side, taking away Syndra, knowing that PoE still wants to go aggressive, still wants to have an early game power pick, but is not going to be as comfortable on any outside of that Syndra.
And I'm loving how Alfari is using his Hextech Ultimatum on Power of Evil in every applicable situation. Because that's one of the difficulties with LeBlanc, right? How slippery she is. Distortion, she can get back away. The clone's going to make 2 of them. It can be difficult to kill this champion. It is not difficult to kill this champion if the fight starts out with Hextech Ultimatum, with Galio coming in on top. It just feels so difficult for PoE or anybody in that situation to be able to navigate it.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. So we'll see if TSM can find something to really turn this one around. We'll let you know as soon as we find out any info on the pause. We're just waiting for that. But TL feels like they are cruising. They have Dragon advantage. They have Gold advantage. I feel that they have compositional advantage, side lane advantage. So they really kind of have everything going for them right now. And we've got to see something spectacular from Huni, from Power of Evil, Sword Art. These are the guys that are kind of that X factor.
Yeah.
Maybe if Lost can get to the late game, if they can buy enough time for this Aphelios and he can somehow stay safe, then they can make something happen with him. But for now, it's just kind of reliance on your teammates and hoping that they can really make a special play happen to keep your upper bracket run alive.
Yeah, we're looking at Aphelios scaling up, but usually when we talk about these late game scaling champions, it's like 3 items is the point that you're looking at. So, hey, if they can reach 3 items and that gold lead hasn't bled to 7,000, 8,000 or whatever, sure, it might look all right. There's also always the Bard factor. Any game that Bard is in, Bard has this ability that very few other champions do to just completely change the landscape of the game, equally for better and worse. He is one of the few champions that you can actively grief your teammates with, but he can also save situations that would be otherwise impossible. If we can see Sword Art pull off an ulti like the one that we got out of Core JJ in game number 2, where he ends up just ulting one guy just a hair away from the other guy and then gets the stun so that you can make sure you have all the damage poured into one person, that changes the game. But damn, is it hard to execute.
Yeah, it's really hard to execute. I mean, when you're going these kind of tanky Bard builds, when you have high CDR, if you're landing multiple Q stuns in a fight, that can be game-changing. If you're landing those perfect ultimates, that can be game-changing. But it's difficult to execute on. Core JJ's job is going to be easier on the Galio.
Yeah.
You pretty much ult defensively, offensively, whatever, it's all going to work. Your carries are so strong at this point. Ready checks are coming through. We're back into game here.
All right.
TL looking to continue snowballing. And TSM just trying to hover. He's on a ward. Does he not see that?
Okay.
Question mark ping there from the TL side over onto Huni. So they obviously spotted him. He was sitting on that zombie ward. And all Huni really can do is just move around the map and look to make plays.
Yep.
And then all TL has to do is anytime you don't see Huni, you play defensively. You allow the Camille to scale up. You allow that Camille to just keep grabbing farm because he's in a great spot.
Sword Art with a little bit of damage there on to Core JJ, which actually ends up being more than you would initially expect because by the time the Meep auto attack hit Core JJ, he was over the wall, so the AoE hit Baron. It made Baron angry, and Core JJ lost about a third of his health. So a lot of value out of that auto attack there from Sword Art, but it is still Team Liquid who are firmly in control of this game. Nearly 4,000 FTX gold advantage 22 minutes into the game, and they want to push that advantage into enemy territory. Get down some vision, choke them away from these resources, take the buffs, take the camps, and just start making that economic lead impossible.
Yep. And you can tell they want to play heavily around this Baron, trying to deny vision in this area, move into TSM territory, take away jungle camps. Alfari doing this on the bot side. Sword Art is shadowing Huni to try to attempt to look for a play, but those two, I don't think they are going to have any chance of killing the Camille.
No.
So really all it's doing is just trying to keep him safe at that point, right? The Camille probably can't commit in and actually kill while Bard is there. So it does allow Huni to actually at least push out the wave, but when you're roaming just for defense, when you're roaming just to try to grab a wave, it is a tough position because you want to be playing aggressively on the Bard. You want to be looking for those picks, and he's just not really in a spot to do it.
Man, talking about being able to play aggressively, Team Liquid has so many options right now. I already talked earlier about the ability of Core JJ to do whatever he wants because he has Tactical who can save him at any time. Now Alfari has also purchased a stopwatch. This will be able to build into a Guardian Angel later, and for now, it'll give him the ability to issue that Hextech ultimatum onto Power of Evil, go hard, go for that kill, and then, hey, if there's a bunch of aggro back, sorry, timeout.
I think it's really smart. I mean, honestly, one of the only ways that TSM will win this game is if you can just start chain picking off Alfari in the side lane. And having Merc Treads, having that stopwatch makes it very difficult to actually find those picks, especially as you get to later stages of the game when Alfari is not that squishy, when he has a short cooldown on the hook shot. So he knows what the win conditions are here for TSM and is going to try to itemize to prevent a lot of that.
And I also think Syndra's got an extra small advantage in these situations where you're trying to steal away enemy jungle camps and fight over blue buffs and whatnot, because it's never really a fair fight with Syndra there. You just steal it, you throw it somewhere like 100 units behind you, and then, hey, that's yours. They're not in range. Cool stuff. Jensen and the rest of Team Liquid are going to continue owning this map. Core JJ is going through that magical journey. Spica gets taunted, but a nice use of that EQ combo gets him away safely, buffering through the CC. Core JJ looked like he might have been in danger there for a second, but loses about half HP, gets out. You still have Huni versus Jensen down there in the bottom lane too. As Huni goes in, looks for the kick onto Jensen, but the scatter of the weak into the ulti means Huni does not want to be sticking around much longer. 400 HP, Alfari is here, but with Sword Art also showing up, no play.
It's a good play, though, for Huni. Moves aggressively. Yes, he's the one that has to retreat, but Alfari uses TP there to actually defend his mid laner. So it is something for them. Unfortunately, you cannot contest this dragon. They didn't actually get the pick. They can't push through. They're not even looking to do it with Power of Evil pushing on this top side. You can see Lost is grabbing the red buff. Speak is just trying to get vision around that Baron. So it is now sole point here for Alfari. And we're talking so much about kind of the X factor of some of the champions on TSM. You really are relying on bursting someone out right off the bat. And it's going to be so much more difficult with that console.
Oh, it just pulled him right back in. The Hextech ultimatum. But the flash from Sword Art will get him away anyway. Nicely done there. As Huni tries to bait something out.
Yeah, Alfari, I think he absolutely misclicked through that portal. He went through the portal instead of actually killing off Sword Art. He goes over the wall, has to use the stopwatch there as well. So an oopsie from him.
Yeah, those are unlucky sometimes. And the Hextech ultimatum was actually perfectly placed to not allow Bard to stay on the other side of the wall. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. Alfari, let's take another look at how he played this.
Yeah, it's just about the pick on the Sword Art. And I thought they had it for sure, honestly, with Syndra here as well. You get snapped back. Now let's see. I think he just clicks too close, to be honest. Yeah. He was trying to reposition his tack sweep and just click too far to the right and just gets pulled through. Because if you actually click on that portal, you're going to get pulled through even if you're not directly on it.
Oh, Tactical could be in some danger here, but it's Core JJ coming to the rescue. And goodbye to Sword Art. Rampage for the Team Liquid AD carry. Spica gets away with a whole bunch of spears in his back. He cannot return to the front lines in that condition. And with the pick on the enemy support, TL goes straight to Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they have Kalista. He's going to heal right back up to full. He's going to help you to secure this. It looked like TSM was probably trying to move for an aggressive play. Core JJ just ults in, shuts that down completely. And this Baron's dying so fast. It is not a 50-50. Spica has no flash.
Core JJ flashes over the wall for the taunt, looking to immediately force this fight against TSM. Core JJ walking away now with TL having secured the Baron. Nice stasis from Core, making sure there is no punish from TSM. Huni with a good kick, canceling the Camille ulti. Team Liquid continues the chase. Santorin using the ulti to make sure he doesn't die now. TL is looking for more. Sonic Wave won't find much over the wall there. TL disengaging. TSM, there's nothing to find here. Power of Evil continues the chase, but nobody else can go with them. And that means TL gets Baron and they get away.
Yeah, they have a ton of gold. Just go back to base, spend it up, secure your advantage here. Get ready to push these side lanes, extend that advantage even further. They already are running the side lanes. Now they have the Baron buff to just extend their gold lead to increase the FTX gold advantage, take down the tier 2 mid, take down the tier 2 top here. Luxury items coming through. Santorin grabs the stopwatch. You know, the third item already completed for Tactical. He gets a Zeal on top, and they're one dragon away from Soul. It's so hard to see a TSM comeback from this spot. TL have just been bulletproof in this fourth game, and honestly, they've been bulletproof in 3 out of the 4 games. It's starting to feel like Game 3 was just a blip on the radar because TL have ran the series from the blue side, and the only win that TSM were able to grab was on the blue side themselves.
Power of Evil going for a little bit of damage here onto Santorin, but it won't do much. Lots of pressure here from TL. 4-man mid, and then you've got Alfari in the side lane, pushing down bottom. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the Mountain Soul spawns. If Team Liquid gets it, you have to feel like things are just utterly doomed for the side of TSM.
Yeah, I mean, TSM have some wards over by that dragon to maybe make something happen, but they have no vision in their own jungle. That's the biggest problem. They're being pushed in on all sides here. The Baron buff is going to last until that dragon is spawning. They do proc shield both there, a nice little combo coming through from Power of Evil, but Tactical just back it up, get access to one wave. He'll be right back to full here. So unless TSM can try to force a play immediately, it's not going to really result in anything.
Okay, TSM moving together, looking to maybe find something here. Nope, that's Alfari. You just can't try to force any sort of a play onto him, even if you just find him there in the jungle. He is so slippery on this Camille, and now that he's drawn some attention away, the rest of Team Liquid feels comfortable pushing towards the tier 3 turret here. In mid lane, they've got that enchanted cannon minion, putting the damage into it as well. Santorin steps up a little bit far, but not too far. TSM can't get the punish there. Power of Evil dashes forward, looking for a little bit of anything, but he won't get it. Core JJ with the ulti as the TP comes in, and Alfari's ready to join the fight. Santorin's on the front still. Tactical at 1/4 HP. TSM will manage to defend the tier 3 turret for now.
Yeah, TSM trading very aggressively there. Good job actually defending this Baron push. They force out the TP from Alfari, but the problem again, Soul is on the table. Can they actually get over there in time? It's going to spawn, and it's going to go down so quickly. They're TPing for it. They know this could be the game.
They're going for the TP now. Hooney's ready to try to fight and contest, but it's going to be secured by Tactical. Hooney now stuck in the Hextech ultimatum with a good Dragon's Rage to get away. The stasis goes through to keep him alive for an extra moment, with Sterix also doing the same, but now a very nice stasis from Jensen sets TSM up for disaster as they will crumble. Lost tries to stand and fight, but Tactical's ready to go. It's Power of Evil against the entirety of Team Liquid, and they will march this wave into the base.
Welcome to the World Championship, Team Liquid. They're gonna punch their ticket.
There is nothing for Power of Evil to do here. The damage in the last team fight, Core JJ did more than 3 players on TSM. That is how dominant Team Liquid have been here in this game. Nexus turrets are already going down. Power of Evil's looking for any chance to maybe just waste some of their time. All he does is give over a kill. There is nothing more to be found. Sword Art with an ulti, only to buy an extra moment. The auto attacks keep on coming through. Team Liquid keeps on going. Now they're going to turn around and go for a couple of kills. They will kill Sword Art once more. Team Liquid, 3-1, takes down TSM and earns themselves a spot at Worlds.
They are running over the upper bracket.
They slammed Cloud9. They slammed TSM. This team is frightening.
They absolutely are, and they have got to be heavy favorites for the LCS Championship. Coming off of these 2 series, they have looked so solid. TSM came into it with a very clear game plan to punish top, to play red side, to go at Alfari, and it just didn't work. TL were too solid, too bulletproof here. Alfari's laning was fantastic.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid, more importantly, it was a team effort to actually cover any time that they were at risk. Anytime that Alfari was going to get dove, that nail would actually be hit home, that they could create such an advantage they couldn't come back from. There's 2, 3, 4 members up there protecting him on the dive, turning plays around. And honestly, it just felt like TSM figured out what they wanted to get done too late into the series. If they were to rematch, I think it maybe looks a little bit different, because I think TSM would abandon the red side strategy completely. They'd play from
start on blue,
because that's the only win that they got.
Yep.
But, given that it came in the 3rd game, TL have side selection in 4, they go to blue again, and they just close it out. That 4th game was not close at all. They dominated.
And I want to go back to what you were talking about in Game 1, because this series was so fun to watch because of what you were talking about, not just from Team Liquid, but similar things from TSM. The rotations and the team play and the covering those plays, and specifically what you said, you know, like, hey, a game with Lee Sin and Xin Zhao can have no kills early if both teams are constantly responding and denying it over and over and over again. So I thought that despite the fact that it looked pretty one-sided for TL, we got to see some cool things from both of the squads here. Obviously, you know, TSM did have a really good Game 3, but unfortunately for them, you got to get more than one, and it was Team Liquid lining them up and knocking them down here in this series. I have been informed that our player of the series is Mr. Santorin on a tear through the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved. He was crushing it across the series. You're talking about covering his top laner. He was one of the key components of that. He was up there at the right times. He was being efficient with his time, keeping up or ahead with farm, finding kills, finding the right timings to actually protect Alfari when he was at risk. And in their wins, I mean, 2 deaths across 3 games in their wins.
That's pretty good.
Absolutely dominant.
I'll take that. I'll take that any situation.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1 was all about the coverage on top side, so he has no kills or assists, but it was about the inaction that actually put them in an advantage. Games 2 and 4, 4 kills and assists in each of those. Pre-15, he was just crushing it, and it looks so good to have him back, to have Alfari back, the intended squad that we saw at the start of the year.
Yeah.
This is the squad that, you know, did make it to the spring finals. They weren't even able to use Santorin, unfortunately for them. But, I mean, they are just looking terrifying.
Yeah, that's what I look at, right? So many people looked at Team Liquid coming into this year, and they're like, wow, holy moly, man, that's a super team. But then just issues and problems and circumstances beyond their control, we never really got to see the full Megazord assembled. And now you understand why it's the thing summoned at the end of every episode to kick ass, because that's what they do. And it's pretty incredible to see, because they've got a plan, because they come in looking clean, and because even when they don't, even when they lose, like game number 3, they bounce right back in game number 4. Hey, we'll have Jensen joining the analyst desk a little later on, but right now, we're tossing things over to Dash on stage with Alfari for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. Captain Flowers here with Alfari after a 3-1 victory over TSM and booking a trip to Worlds. I just want to get your initial reaction, knowing that you will be representing North America on that international stage.
Well, I'm just really happy and full of adrenaline right now, obviously. It's been a weird split, but I was always pretty confident that come best of 5s, we would have an advantage over all these other teams. So, yeah, I'm just really happy, but coming in, I would have been absolutely shocked if we would have lost. So I'm not too surprised, but it still feels really good. And obviously going to Worlds for me after not making it in a while is going to be really, really fun.
Yeah, sweet vindication right there. Talking about that confidence, though, actually, I did peep your Twitter 3 days ago. You threw out the predictions for all 4 of the series, and it was this series that you called 3-1 in TL's favor. That's exactly what happened, but I'm curious, when you take or think about it from a play perspective, did it break down the way you thought it would? Did both teams come to the Rift with what you expected?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't expect anything particularly new from TSM. I think they've shown the same style and the same weaknesses all year long. And, I mean, they were a little bit better in summer, but I think this was just because of how much they practiced and because of every other team being worse. Like us and C9 were a lot worse in summer. So I think they were pretty much the same as always. And, yeah, there was no reason not to feel confident.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a very interesting series from the perspective of uniqueness of picks across multiple lanes, and we had differing matchups across the series. But it is also interesting to me how series metas develop. So I'm curious your thoughts and perspective on this series in particular, because we had things like the Bard being brought out by your team first, but then being picked away twice from the side of TSM. We had the Ziggs bot lane. We had the traditional ADCs. We kind of had a little taste of everything. Even in the top side, we had plenty of focus, plenty of carry matches. We had the Wukong that you had to play into. I mean, as a pro player, I know you have a whole staff of people behind you helping you guys prep for this, but there seems to be an infinite number of scenarios. So really for yourself, how do you walk into a best of 5 that's different, let's say, from a best of 1?
I mean, we just have multiple picks prepared, I suppose, and multiple different ways of playing. So TSM is a team that likes to play through top as well. We are as well, and it just turns out that our 2v2, me and J, is better than, Hooney and Sawdust 2v2 because they're better duo lane.
Spitting facts.
So yeah, it was just about having like multiple strategies prepared, and they had very similar ideas of how to play the game and how to play early game. Which they were okay at. I think they're the best early game team aside from us, probably. But yeah, they have the same weaknesses mid-late, which is, I'm not going to say actually because they have to play, but yeah, they were just the same, and we had multiple strategies prepared, and we had better duo lane.
Let's talk about your next opponents now. You already made top 3, but of course, we also want the title. We want to be that 1 seed going into the World Championship. So it's 100 Thieves next that you have to take down. Another team that's been very interesting to track throughout the regular season, in which they started really hot, then seemed like they were falling off. A lot of people starting to predict EG in that series, and I think 100 Thieves surprised in many ways. So as you look at that matchup just a week ahead of now, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought EG would win as well. I didn't really watch the series. I was streaming, so I was like watching it in between games.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty confident playing against 100 Thieves too. I think that, yeah, they also have pretty similar weaknesses to what they've shown throughout the whole summer. Obviously, they are better, like much better this split with Abadage, and I think their bot lane is playing really well. But yeah, I think we are just all coming together really nicely. And like I said, we have strategies prepared. I think all our players are putting the effort and doing good. So I'm not feeling particularly threatened by 100 Thieves either. And yeah, I was surprised that they won actually against EG.
Will be cool, though, to see that clash of styles, as you talk about, as they are a different style team than you are yourself. Final question for you is, when you think about North America on the international stage and having stepped into the region from outside, I'm curious what you think you and this Team Liquid roster can bring to the international stage that might change the fate of North America.
Hopefully we get out of groups. That's the whole idea, right?
There we go. How do we do it, man?
We just play good League of Legends. We play through top, we duo lane with me and JJ. That's the idea.
There it is. That's the recipe for success on the international stage. First, they're going for the LCS Championship. Alfari, congratulations on a big 3-1 victory today.
Thank you.
From here, we're going to, I'm gonna have you step off. We're doing something new here on the LCS. Alfari, thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. I've got Power of Evil joining me. Power of Evil, thank you so much. I know it's tough after a hard-fought series like that. 3-1 fashion, though. Just want to get your initial thoughts coming off what happened today. Where was the breakdown?
Well, what can I say? TL just showed up as a better team. I think they just outfought us and outplayed us in certain situations. I think you could see in Game 3 that when we actually won out on the bot lane fight, that we actually could snowball the game. But in the other 3 games, it just felt like they would just win out on the Herald fights, they would win out on the Dragon fights, and just the first game was the closest. I think we could have maybe gotten that home, but it felt like they just had a better scaling. So it was rough. It was rough.
I asked a similar question to Alfari around series meta and kind of the way it develops, but we had very different looks out of these 2 teams today than some of the others throughout the postseason already. Again, calling out things like the Bard. Not the first team to bring out the Wukong, but it's still kind of unique, at least in some senses. We had the Ziggs in the bot lane. We've got you playing Azir, where other mid laners have not yet here in the postseason. How do you feel about TSM's general meta read here in the postseason? Do you think there is a best, way of winning, a best meta, a best team comp, or is that something that you guys specifically worked out as your best avenue of winning?
Well, obviously, as Alfari said, we are obviously trying to play our style, trying to play our meta, what fits us the best with what we had the highest win rate in scrims and throughout the season. But as you could see, that we branched out a little bit, we picked other champions, we tried other styles, and obviously adapted throughout the series, trying to pick up the Bard, which was really strong against us, and we didn't really have an answer for what he provided. So we tried to take that away. Tried out the Wukong on the top lane, or in the last game, the LeBlanc, having that playmaking opportunity. But as I said, I think what it came down to was actually, maybe it was drafted a little bit, but I think a lot came down to these certain situations, these certain fights. Even the last game, I feel like when we had the 3v2 in mid lane, I think there should have been like a 2-0, but there's just like little mechanical mistakes, and we just lost out on these.
From game to game, when you have little moments like that, right? But you're still required to play out the rest of the game, but you get back into the locker room, you're discussing with Bjergsen and the rest of the crew, them with the bird's eye omniscient, perspective, and you with the in-game perspective. How do you work through those things in the limited time you have between a game 3 and a game 4 to figure out what you want to change?
Well, obviously from game to game, you just quickly recap. How did we lose? Why did we lose? Trying to figure out what's the reason and what's not the reason. And obviously, and then additionally, when you're your back is against the wall, we just tried, okay, now we're on the red side, we just try maybe more aggressive style or more early game. I think we're a pretty good early game team in general. So
Alfari said the same.
Yeah, so I think we just try to kind of change it up, since they would win out on the early game fights. So we felt like, okay, let's try to get some more early game power. And didn't work out, but that was the plan.
Unfortunate. From here, though, you're still very much live in the postseason. You drop to the lower bracket. Your next opponent is going to be Immortals. So I want to get a few thoughts from you, not only on that matchup, but what will now be the road to capturing that third and final seed and possibly, again, the LCS title, as we do have 2 teams already locked for international competition.
Well, I've been in the lower bracket before, so with FlyQuest, I think we just need to be ready against Immortals. If we can beat them, honestly, I believe that the lower bracket run is actually pretty good for teams, because you can get these games, you can get this experience, and you can kind of get that momentum as a team to hold together. Every game is matters so much. Obviously, we wished for that we went the upper bracket way, but yeah, I think Immortals is a strong team. They're definitely not underestimate, we should not underestimate them. But we did pretty good against them in the regular season, and I think they definitely have their style as well, their scary things. But I think if we prepare correctly and we play better, then we can win.
I mean, let us not forget, you guys are the #1 team from the regular season. So this is a team to be reckoned with, a team to be feared. Power of Evil, while it wasn't the result you wanted today, I do want to thank you for an exciting series, an entertaining one, and for taking the time with me here on the stage.
Thank you as well.
From here, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's Jensen joining the State Farm analyst desk to break down the rest of the day. We'll catch you there.
Can't believe that Daniel deal you got me on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. You want to meet the queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah. All of my life, man, they counted me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem, ayy. Always considered the underdog, that is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one win is the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning I've seen. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. These days I feel like the champion. My winning streak only just begun. Facing my fears, I don't ever run. Always been driven to get what I want. Guaranteed one day I'll be the GOAT. Never had much, but I always had hope. Moving so fast and I don't plan to slow. If I'm in the game, then I have control. Always considered the underdog, that is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one win is the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning I've seen. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again.
brakes, all gas, no brakes. I'ma ride this thing till the wheels fall off. Catch my drift, pop my clutch. Pedal, metal, skirt, peel off. Top peeled off, choke on my dust. I want it all, but it's never enough. I've been running the map, I'ma keep it a buck. I've been so overheaded, ain't no catching up. All gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes. I'm running it. All gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes. I'm running. I put on the gas and I'm pumping my brakes. Yeah, get out my way. Yeah, give me some space. Yeah, better do what I say. Life on the run, I be making these moves. Say what I wanna, can't walk in my shoes. Do what I wanna, I'm nobody's fool. Now I'm on top, hate to give you the news. If you did it, I done it. You do not run it, your tank is on E. Now let's keep it 100. You running on fumes, I'm taking no breaks. It is worth having if you gotta wait.
Hello and welcome back to the Bud Light Breakdown. Following a Team Liquid victory, we are joined by mid laner Jensen. This makes 3 series throughout the year against TSM that Team Liquid has pulled off the 3-1. I know last time we heard from you last week, you were talking about how C9 is a tougher opponent in your eyes compared to TSM. Are you still aligned in that statement?
It's hard to say. I think C9 kind of underperformed a bit. I was expecting C9 to play better. So right now, I'd say they're like probably about the same level, to be honest. I think we had the exact same score against both teams. Although I will say, playing against TSM, from my perspective, was a bit more annoying.
Wait, annoying?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say we talked about this a little bit off camera, but yeah, how was your time in mid lane today with so many people visiting you, the party?
I don't know if I landed against Power of Evil or Sword Art more. That was, it felt like every time they were really good at playing vision control around mid for sure. And then, it felt like every time it happened, 1-3-1 macro happened, then Sword Art would usually just go to Power of Evil's lane. So yeah, I had to play a lot more cautious. Some games I didn't as much as I should have, but
Yeah. So, I know we do want to get a little bit of reflection on the last game that we saw. Before we do, bringing up the draft, though. Some surprises coming from our end in watching, for sure.
So I wanted to get your take on when you saw the Jarvan locked in, because I have some opinions on how this happened. How surprised were you at this particular pick for jungle and flexing the Lee Sin?
Yeah, we thought there was a chance they would flex the Lee Sin and then actually pick Olaf. But then we also thought they wanted a ganking jungler with the LeBlanc. But I don't think any of us ever thought that Jarvan was actually a pick. But for me at least, it's a bit scary playing against LeBlanc and Jarvan. So, honestly, the pick made sense. But I guess the execution just wasn't there.
Sure. I'm actually curious about your draft in Game 3. In both series now, it feels like you guys have pivoted away from what worked Game 1, Game 2, and then you try something Game 3, doesn't necessarily work, and then Game 4, you go back and smash. So what's going on Game 3, man? Like, what's the mindset?
We had an idea that they might pick the Syndra first pick, since it's one of his comfort picks, and to be honest, he doesn't play too many champions. But we thought the Orianna trundle could work against it, and we could just outscale. Unfortunately, the game didn't exactly go the way that I was hoping for. So I kind of died a lot. But then, I had some acorn, and then I just had to refocus and be ready for the next game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these moments. I feel the need to also acknowledge that Tactical is emphatically waving at us over on the side. Your biggest fan as you are here on the desk, but. Yeah, looking back to how much attention was spent to you mid during this series, it felt like it was the same during the last series, right? Do you feel like you have become a continual focus in all of these cases?
Playing around mid lane is obviously really important, and I think that's something they've been doing really well this series, but it's also something I feel like we're pretty good at dealing with. We're usually a team that can deal with pressure very well, but also pressure well at the same time. But with the picks they had or went for, it was hard to really find a response, I guess, other than just try to survive and scale. So that's kind of just what we went for, and it works some games.
I know Cold had already talked about this in his interview, but obviously this is going to be also a very topside focused game. So with so much attention also paid to topside counter picks for them, what was your role as a mid laner in terms of how much you guys knew that TSM was going to focus topside and mitigating that pressure?
I mean, I think we kind of have the same idea when it comes to top lane snowballing. So we're both just trying to attack top lane as much as possible. But it also kind of depends on the picks, right? So sometimes we have to be a bit more passive. And yeah, I mean, I'd say we're pretty flexible as a team. So we can kind of do a bit of both, right? Like if we don't pressure top, we can pressure mid or bot. But yeah, top lane was definitely like something we kept in mind a lot during the series. And it was kind of just, we tried to attack first as much as possible, but they were kind of like, they kind of had the same idea too.
Yeah. That's actually something I want to talk about, like sort of having a more passive playstyle versus a more aggressive one. You know, before this roster, you know, TL was characterized by being more team fight oriented, late game scaling. Then earlier in the year, you were slamming people early game. Then sort of you would move between early game aggression and then passivity. How do you guys think about your team identity now? And do you feel like you have a style that you want to play, but sometimes you're forced not to? Or is it just game by game?
I mean, it's kind of just game by game. Ideally, it's always easier to play if you have the more aggro team comp, I guess, because you can make more stuff happen in the early game. And I kind of felt like we had that most of the games, except maybe game 3 and 4. I guess game 4, we kind of had it, just not mid lane as much. And then game 3 kind of dropped the ball. But yeah, we try to like focus on having the more proactive team comp, but we're also very flexible in the terms of like, you know, if we want to just play for scaling and go late game, we can kind of do that too.
It was very clear coming into playoffs that you all had a lot of ideas in how you wanted to execute and becoming really aggressive in this style of play. But now that you have been through a couple of best-of-5 series and you're obviously thinking about moving on through playoffs, you have qualified to Worlds and how this prepares for that. Are you all gaining or just thinking about what you are gaining from these series in terms of that preparation, getting the chances to get this best-of-5?
I'm not really thinking about it too much myself. I mean, it's obviously nice to go to Worlds, but yeah, I mean, these best-of-5s are obviously really good practice for us, just in terms of how we want to develop as a team and what we want to focus on. But, you know, the meta could easily change as well, so we're kind of just taking it one series at a time, and you know we'll see where we end up.
Yeah, who knew we'd get a Bard meta today?
I'm here for it personally. So after you guys beat TSM, you were saying, C9, you were saying that you thought TSM would be easier, right? And now you beat TSM in a pretty dominant fashion. Who's difficult? Who's going to actually be difficult for you guys, in your opinion? Who's the scariest opponent remaining?
I mean, I thought before this week that it would be EG, but they didn't really perform that well against Honey Thieves. I thought it would be a lot more one-sided. So I don't really know. I think we're better than all the teams. But yeah, I actually have no idea who would be the toughest opponent for us at this point, because I felt like in my head I thought it would be C9 and then, you know, potentially TSM, but I think we had a pretty comfortable time against both teams, so I feel like we're the best team.
Nice.
And we'll talk in a moment about who your upcoming opponent is in that matchup. But we do have one last task for you, Jensen, if you're up for it here on the desk. So for this weekend, we do have our Samsung SSD Fast Clear Fantasy. Here's the deal, Jensen. You can use any champion you want, any summoners, any runes. They'll be at level 18 already, full items available to you. The objective here is to clear completely one side, either red side or blue side, alongside both of the scuttles. The timer will start as soon as you deal the first bit of damage, and it will end at the last monster kill. I know you're not the jungler on your squad, but have you given any thought to how you're going to tackle this?
Well, he has a cheering section that's about. Yeah, there's a whole.
So did you say?
Yeah, just come on over. Yeah.
Was it two sides? Just one side?
Just one side. So
just
either blue side or red side, plus both scuttles.
They'll give you some tips.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean.
Yeah, you got.
I'm gonna show Lucas how to jungle.
Yeah. So Santorin.
He's the leader right now. Yeah.
Oh, he's the leader.
So maybe he won't give you any tips.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to want you to swipe away that spot. We can go ahead and get you a setup here at the Best Friend Testing Station. I'm very curious to see what champion you
Are you guys ready for this one?
Oh, yeah, you got to get the squad. Get the squad behind you.
Okay. We're gonna play some Tryndamere, yeah.
Oh, baby.
It's so bad for cleaning the Kruggies, no? Kruggy? No,
Is it?
It's pretty quick. Your full items. Oh, okay.
Okay. Do I just buy items now?
Yeah, you can buy whatever items you want.
Gale Force? Is that that must be the best.
Yeah, Your
movement
full
speed,
build, yeah.
swiftness.
Perks was the first to think of getting
Maybe
an
CDR.
elixir as well, by the
Avoid
way.
for sure, right? Not Bodhi. You want to eat current eat. I eat.
This has move speed.
We're
This
going
has
to
move
see if
speed.
the peanut gallery hurts or helps, honestly.
Buff or nerf.
What about is this good?
I think it's good. Oh yeah, I think
It has CDR too. This must be the best
but
build.
not 100%. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're turning actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm set. So I just go up here. Okay.
Starting as soon as you get that first bit of damage.
Okay.
Right click.
Once you attack, that's it.
Yep.
Ready? Wait, can I reposition this guy?
Yeah, you can wait for
You
it
can
to...
Okay, guys, we have to wait. We have to wait. Coffee break.
Scuttle can troll.
This is already next level thinking.
I know.
Okay.
How come you didn't do this like this? I did though.
Okay. Can I? Okay. Are you guys ready? Fuck! I should. Oh, I should have.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God!
nice.
It's not
Oh,
bound.
the wall hops.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it's not bound. It's not bound.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Pretty good.
I like the theory already. It's like a
Yeah.
built-in clear and wall hop.
Yeah, this is very cool.
Wait, this is the best set.
Yeah, working very well so far. All right, so this
Yeah,
is what
definitely
this
up
trips
there.
people up. You have to get every single one.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know? Oh yeah.
Oh, we got him.
Yeah, you beat me. With flame.
Wow, this is up there.
This is super fast.
Wow.
1v9. Was it?
Yeah, because
3.
I didn't have a dash for them.
Oh, okay.
I messed up. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
messed up.
What was my time?
Nice. Well, we'll find out. You
we
can
will
come
find
join
out.
us again here at the desk, and I love all the
I think
enthusiasm from the
you
whole
might
team.
have beaten
Yeah,
Torrance time.
mixed emotions.
I mean,
Hey man, you got player of the series. He got this.
I did say I had to show Lucas how to play.
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Yeah, you had to teach him a bit of a lesson.
Yep.
So, did you feel pretty smooth with all of that execution?
It felt a bit bad that I didn't bind my Gale Force correctly, but I think I was pretty efficient with time. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt pretty fast. It's always a little tricky when you're watching it and you don't actually know the timing on that. But I feel like that's going to be one that's going to zoom to the top.
There was another Tryndamere too. I forget who. One of our producers played Tryndamere, but he definitely did not go as fast as he did. So.
Yeah, we've.
Oh, there it is! 5.24.
Jungle Kingdom.
Oh my God.
That was fun.
Wow.
Santorin has been defeated.
Yep, I gotta get the look over there. He's handling it fine. He's handling it fine. So really tight between y'all. Only a little sliver of a difference there. Props to you from the mid lane position. Now, we do have that part complete though. After locking worlds and continuing your run, I do want to get your thoughts on the bracket as well. Team Liquid is facing off against 100 Thieves, as we said, next Saturday, fighting to lock in their spot in the LCS Championship as well as a bye into group stage at Worlds. So, I know that we heard from Alfari a bit on the stage about his thoughts on 100 Thieves, but I want to know from you, seeing them go against EG, especially with the aggression coming from Closer, for instance, a lot of control that he had, what is your evaluation of how they are playing right now compared to at the end of the regular season?
I mean, I definitely thought they were overrated during the regular season, and they were starting to play progressively worse during the end of the regular season. But they definitely picked it up. I didn't think they would beat EG, but they played a pretty convincing series. So it's not going to be super easy for us, but it's still going to be a 3-0.
Is it crazy to you that because 100 Thieves have qualified, I know we have been baffled by the fact that between TSM, TL, and C9, only 2 of the teams can actually make it through. Do you feel that being on a team like Team Liquid that has many titles under your belt, that adds an additional pressure to make that Worlds appearance and go through?
In a way, yeah. Like I think it should be expected for us to make Worlds, so it feels nice to make it. But to me, it was always a given that we would make it. I was always confident, so yeah. I mean, I'm just happy we did it.
Yeah. So given that it was a given, what would make you excited from this point about your performance, either regionally or at Worlds going forward?
Well, it's been a while since we've won LCS at this point, so I think winning LCS and then having a good performance at Worlds would be nice to make it out of groups again. That's also been a while. But yeah, just have a good international showing and winning playoffs, ideally winning Worlds, but I don't want to get flamed too much. So I'm
No. Say it louder.
We'll see what happens.
Love it.
You're only a series away from getting into that final here in the LCS playoffs. It's so close, everybody. Jensen, thank you so much for stopping by after this victory.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations.
That concludes all of our LCS games for the entire week. 4 days of play we have enjoyed. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the analysts, and the entire live broadcast crew, and all of Team Liquid that has come to join us here in the studio for the final moment, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week for more LCS, everyone. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. Bye.
See ya.
You know what's funny? What? Money. Money. Power. Money. Power. Money. You want it. I got it. You want it. The money, the power. The fame and the glory. Been putting in hours. I just want what's ours. The money.